Motors presents Henry J. Taylor.
When the speaker says what he means. Henry J. Taylor, whose voice you will hear presently from a great Pennsylvania city, leaves no listener in doubt as he looks across your land and mine this evening. What he sees happening now and the clear-headed thinking he applies to the future can help us all to go forward to a better, a fuller, and a more secure life. General Motors presents Henry J. Taylor, noted author and journalist, in another friendly and significant talk in his series, Your Land and Mine. Mr. Taylor is speaking tonight from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Mr. Taylor.
I first visited Pittsburgh in a rowboat. I was touring the downtown section in a little flat-bottomed skiff, and going past the William Penn Hotel, I hit the top of a traffic tower. The skiff tipped over, and I swam for the window ledge of the William Penn. I'd come, of course, to report on the Pittsburgh flood, and it turned out to be an eyewitness account, all right. This city was paralyzed by high water. The lights were out, everything stopped. The whole country was interested in the catastrophe, an act of nature paralyzing Pittsburgh. Well, since then, not by acts of nature, but by collusion, Pittsburgh and many other communities have been equally paralyzed by the effects of lopsided laws permitting cloudbursts of authorized and unauthorized strikes, downpourings of local and national disaster. At the moment, and on purpose, such troubles are more or less suspended so that the vote of public opinion won't be rocked pending new labor legislation in Congress. But the troubles and dangers have by no means been cured, my friends. In fact, so far, of course, nothing has been done about them in Washington at all. The quiet may confuse you or me. The lull may even lull Congress and the Senate to sleep. For there are important indications in Washington that Congress is being urged quietly to forget its responsibilities to ordinary people, bow to special political pressures, soft pedal or sidestep any really effective corrections, and take refuge under the umbrella of let's not be too hasty about labor legislation, which is the political way of saying let's not do anything at all. But the public can't afford to have Congress talk much and do nothing. There are points and corrections which Congress should not tuck under the bed on account of political cowardice or because of threats or for any reason. Let's start with the so-called right to strike, and then let's get down to cases. Let's speak about rights, all kinds of rights, or for example, in terms of this radio. Now, my friends, I have the right to speak on the air. The right of free speech is fundamental. As you know, it's recognized as such in the Constitution. But let me remind you that I cannot use profane language at this microphone or urge you to turn the street lights out where you live or the lights in other people's homes. The right of free speech is regulated as to the ways it is used. And how about property rights? They're fundamental. Why, if you or I had enough money, we could have the right to buy a whole city block in the heart of Pittsburgh. But we couldn't erect a powder mill on it and manufacture explosives. And so it goes in civilized democratic life. Rights on one hand, and on the other, protection against the abuse of rights, no matter how fundamental they may be. For as Supreme Court Justice Holmes once said, all rights are derived from the purposes of the society in which they exist. Above all rights rises duty to the community. And I'm quoting him. And that, kind friends, must apply as well to what is called the right to strike. Well, let's look at it from the working man's viewpoint. Then let's look ahead. First, let's agree that striking is conceived in the idea that without the strike, you or I as workmen might be abused by an employer. It's a weapon to fortify the strength of unionism so that unions and individual employees can be stronger in collective bargaining. But in the field of collective bargaining, the decisions on both sides of the table, as you know, must be made in the long-term interest of any business and hence its customers and the public, as well as the employees. Whatever is done must always be under conditions of restraint on the freedom of action on both sides of the bargaining table in the public's protection. That's the important thing, in the public's protection. It isn't possible that this can be done when either side, the business side or the union, has been allowed by law to grow so monopolistic, so powerful, and so uncontrollable that no restraint is really effective in a pinch. And today this is happening, for there is too much power in the hands of leaders of giant interlocking combines. Too much power in the hands of a few. The abuse of this strength, this tremendous bargaining power, whenever and wherever it occurs, is a national calamity, a governmental disgrace. Now, the Supreme Court may or may not sustain the government's right to control John L. Lewis, for example. I don't know. But this I do know. If the laws under which unionism operates were not lopsided and wrong, there would be no question about it. The fact that there is a question proves the point. Our government, as established under the Constitution, is strong enough to serve us all honorably and well. The Constitution gives Congress the power to regulate the conduct of any individual or group of individuals in the interest of tranquility and the public welfare, if congressmen and senators themselves only have courage enough to ignore the claims of professional labor leaders that none of their powers should be reduced at all. To be antitrust is not to be anti-business, and to be anti-union combine is not to be anti-labor. From the point of view of the health of the American labor movement itself, it seems to me, the labor leaders' battle to hold tight to all possible powers is a great injustice, a big mistake, as big as the trust made some generations ago. Congress should know this. The need for correction in the lopsided labor legislation is obvious and should be obvious to any fair-minded citizen. Within the leaders of organized labor itself, there should be an awakening, I think, a better realization that it is honest and proper for the welfare of the public to come first. For as Americans, they must know that when laws are made and enforced with the idea of the public welfare in mind, they aren't measures of discrimination, not anti-this or anti-that or anti-anything. Such laws are pro-community, pro-American, and should be accepted in that spirit. In our grandfather's generation, business trust, the beef trust, oil trust, copper trust, and whatnot, battled the whole idea of antitrust laws stupidly, selfishly. Trust leaders, as you recall, only brought discredit and public resentment on themselves by being unreasonable and fighting any and all changes that gave them less power. This fact should make union leaders think carefully today, I believe, for this is no time for anybody to be blind. Injunctions against violence or law-breaking, injunctions against intimidation or hijacking are not yellow dog injunctions. Injunctions can be granted by fair courts of law without endangering civil liberties. Court injunctions in protection of the public welfare are just as practical, just as fair and decent in respect to labor activities as in regard to business activities or any other matters affecting our lives together and our public safety. Any contention to the contrary is preposterous and in poor spirit. At bottom, the question of industrial peace requires a legally enforced, balanced approach by government and labor organizations and by business alike. In short, what work is going to be done, what's going to be produced for the pay, how faithfully are agreements going to be lived up to. That's not an unreasonable approach to new legislation. What enforceable guarantees are there to be against wildcat or other work stoppages during a contract so that producers can plan production efficiently and establish low prices to the public without knowing that their production can be steady? Are corporate organizations and union organizations to have equal legal responsibility in the event of strikes? Is the closed shop to be permitted, the hand of compulsory union membership to fall on every man? Are strikes going to be kept out of union and inter-union politics so that whole industries are not tied up by personal political fights inside unions, and in which they have no part, and so that innocent bystanders are not hit by the rot, swamped by waters of disaster as paralyzing as the Pittsburgh flood? Restraint must be enforced against superpower, come what may. This is due us both on principle and under the Constitution. No anger or bitterness need be or should be involved in the matter of new legislation for the public's protection. The principles are the things to grasp now. Let me spell out several simple points, objectives, kind friends, if you will. New labor laws or modifications of old lopsided ones must be, 1, economically sound. 2, they must be fair and square to everyone, ethically sound, socially sound, legally sound, enforceable, practical, understandable. 3, the laws must recognize the principle that we can all have more only if we produce more. They must reward effort and thrift and recognize that laziness has penalties. 4, the laws must recognize the right to work, the right to compete for a job and earn a better living. And 5, and last, new legislation must recognize that labor monopolies, like any other form of business monopoly, are intolerable in a free country. They must be regulated by the government and brought under the general laws of our land. This is not a business matter. It is a national matter. Someplace in here, the basic safety of our nation is at stake. We should not wait until a general strike may be pulled to find that out. I'm not predicting such an interlocking general strike, although there's talk of it in some circles. And on top of what we've seen here in Pittsburgh, whole communities like Rochester, Oakland, and other places have tasted general strikes already. But a general strike is possible and legal today. And that's how far we've gone down the road to ruin. Now, the giant interlocking labor combines must be regulated in the public interest like the old-time trusts were regulated. We're all Americans, all of us, organized and unorganized alike. It is up to every American to advocate principles because right is right and wrong is wrong, and no soft peddling or excuse for abuse is pertinent. Congress has clear duties to the whole people. Congress must look around and look ahead, right the wrongs wherever found in the laws on which you and I depend. Congress must help all of us to go forward to a better, more secure, fuller life, marching behind the banner of duty to the community and common justice for everyone in your land and mine.
You have just heard Henry J. Taylor in another talk in his series, Your Land and Mine. Mr. Taylor spoke this evening before a group in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. These Taylor talks are reprinted in attractive pocket-sized booklets, useful for your own future reference, for classroom purposes, or discussion groups. They're available without charge. If you would like one or more copies of the Taylor talk you have just heard, write to General Motors, Detroit, or in care of the station to which you are listening. Do you know that hundreds of men are scouring the country to find materials and supplies to keep production rolling in General Motors plants? Well, they're doing just that. For building more and better things for more people is our business. And we shall keep on trying until we are going full swing to bring you the car you have so patiently waited for. When it does arrive, it will embody everything you've come to expect in a General Motors value. Henry J. Taylor is presented twice weekly by General Motors, producer of Chevrolet, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick, and Cadillac automobiles, Fisher Bodies, GMC trucks and coaches, Chevrolet trucks, Frigidaire products, Delco heat, diesel engines, diesel locomotives, and other products. GM products may be purchased on the low-cost General Motors installment plan. Look to General Motors for more and better things for more people. Listen to another Taylor Talk next Friday evening at this same time. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Time for Reason About Radio. In this series on broadcasting, Lyman Bryson is discussing broadcasting as it affects you, the listener. He will give you facts on broadcasting and how it may affect our future. Now, Mr. Bryson will tell what listeners have been saying in letters to CBS. He speaks today from the studios of WBAB, Columbia's affiliate in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Mr. Bryson.
An indignant letter came in a few days ago telling me that I was not playing fair in asking for criticisms of broadcasting because when I got any letters that were interesting, I read them over the air and gave the names and addresses of the writers, whether or not they wanted to be known. She was mistaken. No letter is read without the permission of the writer. But it does seem better to tell whose letters I am quoting. We do not make them up in the office. They are coming to us in stacks, and I wish more of them could be read. Not because they're complimentary, they're often severe, but they are real comments from thoughtful listeners, And we believe that comments of this kind should be heard and answered, and if we can remedy what they complain about, we will do it. Dr. C. L. Sherman of 3528 Quebec Street, Northwest, Washington, D.C., understands something of what we are up against in an enterprise of this sort. Dr. Sherman writes, I'm quoting, I've just been listening to you on the radio, and I can easily see what a vast amount of varied criticism you must have to face, because the radio has become the companion of the lonely, solace of the ill and distraught. The radio aims to satisfy the desire of those who like music, stories for those who like to read, and I feel that radio is doing a fine job. There is plenty of room for criticism, and like everyone, I feel that many of the programs grate on my sensitive nervous system. For instance, the overzealous salesman who tells how much better his product is than any other. That's the end of the quotation. Dr. Sherman goes on to object to unreasonable claims in advertising, asks for more detective stories and fewer horror stories, doesn't like murder, and thinks we should have more good light music. As for the claims of the advertisers, I have already explained that we try, that is, the broadcasting systems try to keep them within bounds. We have found most of the advertisers willing to cooperate. When we get a complaint of this kind, we think it is only fair, however, to ask the listener to make sure that it was a CBS program that made the mistake, a Columbia Broadcasting System network program. But it is a problem that will always plague us and will have to be talked about again. Here is another complaint of a kind that seldom comes in. The letter is from Dan Mowry, 3116 Montana Street, El Paso, Texas. Mr. Mowry says in part, now I'm quoting, my one and only criticism of the Columbia programs is that they are not completely democratic, and I shall try to illustrate my claim. I am convinced that different types of Columbia programs tend to ignore certain sections of the United States, and that the eastern and midwestern sections dominate the programs as a whole. So Mr. Mowry writes, and then he makes his case. Audience participation shows, he says, and quiz programs, even information please, almost never include people from the South or the Southwest. Mr. Mowry says we do not even read testimonial letters from the South or the Southwest. California gets in, of course, but not Texas. To go on with his letter, he says, almost all the news comes from the East and the Midwest, whether important or trivial. I might point out that there was recently a train wreck in Connecticut or Massachusetts in which about 14 cars were derailed, but no one was injured. I'm positive that this wreck would never have been reported if it had happened in Alabama or New Mexico. Mr. Mowry, he says, we're biased even in sports. He writes, and I'm quoting, until Red Barber assumed the role of director of the sports department, the South and Southwest were almost completely ignored, in spite of the fact that some of the most powerful teams are always found in these sections. That's the end of the quotation. Then Mr. Mowry adds that we lay the plot of the typical crime story in an eastern city. He thinks we ought to lay a few crime plots down in the South or the Southwest. Evidently, they have crime there, too. And above all, this is the worst of our sins. We play New York and Eastern dialects as if they were pure, beautiful English, and we always make fun of Southern speech. So he says. As far as I'm concerned, as just one responsible broadcaster, I think there is some sense in what Mr. Mowry has to say. We are provincial in New York and in Washington, in Chicago and in Hollywood, where radio programs are generally produced, just as people are everywhere else. We're provincial and we show it. But we're not quite so provincial as Mr. Mowry makes out. We do take quiz questions from the South. We do even sometimes lay the plot of a detective story in the South. No doubt we ought to think more often of that part of the country. This is a criticism for the record to be considered in the future. Now to turn to another point. We get a great number of letters from listeners who say that there are many good things on the air, but these good things are broadcast at inconvenient times. Here's an example. Herbert Bebb, 753 First National Bank Building of Chicago, writes as follows, and I'm quoting. I'm much interested in your radio discussions of radio, but I also like to listen to the University of Chicago Roundtable program, and the two come at the same time. This kind of jostling occurs often enough to convince me that it is deliberate. Be that as it may, can you claim that American radio is offering the continuous range of choice that it could? At times, the ether is monopolized by virtually duplicating soap operas, and at other times by baseball, dance bands, and giveaway programs, contrasting with the overdose of highbrow on Sunday. And admitting that all these types have their followings, and that a majority want baseball in season, it still should be possible to serve the minority who want something else. There are plenty of channels to go around. That's the end of the quotation from Mr. Bebb's letter. The question is far more complicated than it seems. It will have to be admitted in the beginning that no broadcaster, not even the most conscientious, thinks he can ever satisfy everybody with the arrangements of the schedules. It might be a good idea to begin by clearing up a few misconceptions. A writer on radio in a magazine not very long ago said with reckless generosity that a certain good debate program would have 100 times as many listeners if it could be put on at a good evening hour. Now, we can pass over the fact that the most popular program on the air does not have 100 times as many listeners as any other program. Radio audiences do not differ in size by that much. The lowest-ranking network program, lowest, I mean, in size of audience, will practically always have a rating of from 1 to 2 points, and the highest ratings seldom go above 30 points. This is quite a stretch, from 1 to 30, but it's not 100 times. It is, as a matter of fact, just about the same difference that you will find if you compare a weekly magazine that is given to serious discussion of current affairs and literature and ideas with one of the popular weeklies that is full of pictures and stories and articles of a less serious sort. It is the normal difference between anything that appeals to a few and what appeals to many. This is true only, of course, of the comparative sizes of these two groups, the magazine subscribers and the listeners to the radio. It goes without saying that the audiences for radio programs of all kinds are always much larger than the reader groups for magazines. A serious discussion program on the CBS network or any other network may have what is for radio a very modest following, say 500,000 to 1 million people every week. Most serious weeklies of comment and information consider themselves successful if 50,000 people, 1/10 of the small radio audience, will read each weekly issue. A radio news analyst who has a following far smaller than the following of a famous comedian may still have more listeners than there are subscribers or purchasers for any weekly magazines, even the great ones, any in the United States. Probably no magazine or publication of any kind reaches as many people each week as listen to the most popular radio programs. Broadcasting always deals in big numbers. This doesn't provide an answer, however, to those who say that the good things are never on the air when they want to listen. Everybody, they say, listens in the evening, and you put on a good many things that are intended for serious listeners in the daytime, especially on Saturday and Sunday. It's true that a good many of our serious programs, not all, but a good many, are broadcast by the network in the daytime. But before you come to any conclusions about what is useful about this business, what is really to be explained about it, look at the facts. Remember the time zones, for example. A program broadcast in New York at 6 o'clock in the afternoon will reach Chicago in the Middle West at 5, the Rocky Mountains at 4, the Pacific Coast at 3 in the afternoon. Local stations make all kinds of adjustments to this time difference. If a program which comes at an appropriate spot in the east, an appropriate time spot, reaches the West Coast at a bad time, it may be transcribed and rebroadcast later, or at an earlier hour on another day. But the amount of such readjustment that can be made is limited by the local interests of the broadcaster and the demands of his local audience. He cannot make everything come at 9 o'clock in the evening of the best day in the week. And it is a mistake also to think that no one listens to the radio except in the evening. When the People's Platform discussion goes on the air in New York at 1 o'clock each Sunday, something more than 20%, perhaps less than 25%, of all the radio receiving sets in the United States are tuned in to some one of the many programs on the air at that time. Their owners are listening to something on the air. That's the possible audience. From that time, in the middle of the day on Sunday, the number of sets tuned in steadily increases, until 9 o'clock Sunday evening, when it may go as high as 47%. But note that it practically never goes to 50%. Practically never, unless some very special event happens, are half of all the radios in the United States turned on at once. On weekdays, the variation is about the same. During the morning, about 15% of all the sets in the country will be tuned in. During the middle of the afternoon, it may go to 17%, less, you see, than on Sunday afternoon. But by 5 o'clock on an ordinary day, it will be up to 20%, and in the evening, it will reach its 9 o'clock peak somewhere above 40%. Saturday afternoon will be like any other weekday or better, especially when some big sports event is on the air. I know these figures are confusing, and I am offering them only to show that the serious programs do not get such bad treatment as is often complained of. They are not put on the air when nobody is listening. We're often criticized in letters and sometimes by newspaper critics for putting on a good serious program on our network when a popular entertainment show occurs at the same time spot on a competing network. This question offers a tough dilemma. The broadcaster is going to get into trouble with the admirers of serious music or drama or fine discussion, whatever he does. If he puts the program on in the afternoon, Sunday or Saturday, he will be criticized for offering it when nobody, or at least not the people interested, are likely to be listening. If he puts it on in the evening, it will have to compete with popular entertainment and will not have much chance to get a really large audience. So, caught between the horns of this dilemma, he tries it both ways. He puts some serious programs on in the daytime and some on in competition with popular entertainment on other networks. But he has to take either one handicap or the other. There's no good evening time when a large proportion of the radios are tuned in that is not filled with popular entertainment shows. That's when they come. There is no daytime spot when everybody can be enticed to listen to the radio. It isn't convenient. Now, I've tried both horns of this dilemma in my own broadcasting. I have gone on with serious political discussions in competition with one of the best of the great comedians. And I have done the same program at a number of different daytime hours when I was not competing with great entertainment. And I couldn't see that there was much choice. Size of audience remained about the same. If there was any difference, it was in favor of the afternoon time. That is, a time when there was not great entertainment competition. The afternoon spot seemed to get me a better audience than the first-rate commercial spot in the evening. Now, some of our critics have suggested that we should try in this country something like the new experiment launched by the British Broadcasting Corporation in the British Isles. They have over there a new series of programs running through several hours of evening time, containing nothing that is mere entertainment. They read novels, they perform whole plays, even if they run for several hours, and they do all the other things that require more sustained attention and more serious interest than most of broadcasting, either here in America or in Great Britain, usually does. It is still too early in the experiment to say whether or not a large number of British listeners are going to like it. Some Americans believe that we should have in this country more stations, perhaps even a whole network devoted to more serious broadcasting. But this is the kind of question that the public has not only the right, but the responsibility to decide. Obviously, it is a question that requires much more discussion than I can give it now. I hope to take it up at another time.
You have just heard a talk on broadcasting by Lyman Bryson in his series Time for Reason about radio. He spoke today from the studios of WBAB, Columbia's affiliate, in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Mr. Bryson will continue his series about broadcasting next week at this same time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Last Sunday, the Red Cross reception centers that had been in operation all across Canada officially closed. The first group of British war brides and their children arrived in Canada 3 years ago this month from the United Kingdom. 2 members of the Red Cross accompanied them from Halifax to their new homes, scattered right across the Dominion to Vancouver. Bob Keston gives you further detail.
Since that time, the Canadian Red Cross has provided a home-to-home escort service for more than 61,000 war brides and their children. Now, don't be fooled by the term escort service, because any mother who has conducted her own brood on as much as an afternoon's picnic excursion can realize that the word escort doesn't begin to describe the work involved. The job is often started at the bride's home in the United Kingdom, Holland, Belgium, France, Norway. And it has usually ended at homes in Canada. It has meant caring for boatloads of 500 to 600 at a time of mothers and children of all ages over a distance of 3,000 miles and more. Bringing them to a strange country has involved arrangements for baggage, customs, and train connections. It has involved dietary arrangements, varied feeding times, train sickness, cold, seasickness, boredom, homesickness, nervous tension, and war exhaustion. Multiply all that by over 40,000 mothers and more than 20,000 children, and you have an idea of the problem and its complications. And today, from all across Canada, letters of appreciation are pouring into the Red Cross headquarters from grateful war brides. Through all these letters runs some variation on a single theme. We never could have made the trip without the aid of the Red Cross. Although the centers have closed, the escort service and reception work will continue to care for the few remaining brides that are still to come. The follow-up service, too, will go on to help the newcomers feel at home in their communities and assist them in their problems that may stand in the way of their happiness and welfare. But the fact remains that one by one, the residue of the war services are packing in. This is Bob Keston reporting from Toronto.
The story behind the headlines. Every Sunday evening at this time, the National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the American Historical Association, presents Caesar Searchinger in his analysis of the news. In this analysis, Mr. Searchinger draws upon research material especially prepared for these broadcasts by eminent historians. And now, Caesar Searchinger.
Good evening, everybody. This week, the Security Council of the United Nations tackled the most important and critical job of its career. I mean, of course, the discussion of the closely allied problems of disarmament and atomic control. Disarmament is an old subject in international relations with a stormy and not very cheerful history. The atomic bomb, ever since it was dropped over Hiroshima on August 6, 1945, has been the all-overshadowing factor in great power relationships. It has, moreover, given the question of disarmament a new urgency, an urgency that must be met by a corresponding energy and genius in statecraft. For nothing less than the survival of the civilized nations of this world is involved. The urgency of atomic control became apparent to the statesmen of the great powers during the first meetings of the Council of Foreign Ministers in London in the fall of 1945. Discussions in the Council were unexpectedly acrimonious, dealing as they did with conflicting Russian and Western ideas regarding the peace settlements with the Axis satellites. A deadlock was reached, and the deadlock was not broken until the so-called atomic powers, the United States, Britain, and Canada, had met in Washington and decided to remove the hidden irritant of our relations with Russia, namely our monopoly of the atomic bomb. The result was Mr. Burns' urgent flight to Moscow in Christmas week, 1945. The most important result of this emergency conference in Moscow was an agreement between the Big Three to recommend to the United Nations the creation of an Atomic Energy Commission, which was to prepare proposals for the international control of the use of atomic bombs. The commission was duly authorized when the United Nations met in London for the first time. On January 24th, a little over a year ago, the General Assembly accepted unanimously the recommendations to the Commission. It's important to remember what they were. First, the exchange of basic scientific information regarding atomic energy for peaceful industry. Then the control of atomic energy so as to ensure its use for peaceful purposes only. Then the elimination of atomic weapons and other major weapons of mass destruction from national armaments. And finally, the protection of complying states against the hazards of violation through inspection and other methods. Those were the terms of reference of the Atomic Energy Commission. The Commission consisted of the representatives of the 11 nations on the Council, plus Canada, and was to report to the Security Council, in which, as you know, the 5 great powers have the veto. Mr. Bernard M. Baruch was appointed our representative on the Commission, which first met at Hunter College in New York last June. The American representative presented a fully developed plan for atomic control based on the famous Acheson-Lilienthal report, which was prepared for the State Department. Professor Harold C. Urey, one of the leading scientists associated with the atomic research, called this report the most elaborate, thoughtful, and far-sighted proposal that had been brought to public attention by any group, public or private, since the atomic bomb burst over Hiroshima. This Acheson-Lilienthal report, as I said, became the basis of the so-called Baruch Plan, which the United States presented to the Commission. Roughly, the plan provides for an international atomic development authority, which is to control not only the production of all atomic energy in significant quantities, but the mining of the raw materials with which it is produced, uranium and thorium. It is to have power to forbid the use of atomic energy for any but peaceful purposes. It is to have the unrestricted right of inspection in all countries to make sure that its regulations are being observed. But the Baruch Plan adds something else, and this has become the great bone of contention between us and the Soviet Union. It adds the imposition of what Mr. Baruch calls condign punishments of nations which violate or evade the regulations. And it states that the veto power exercised by the great powers in the Security Council shall not apply to the system of inspection and punishments. The Russians, who submitted a plan of their own, strongly objected to this, saying that any abrogation of the veto violates the Charter of the United Nations. They do not, in principle, object to inspection, as Mr. Molotov indicated in the course of the discussions on disarmament. But they think that the veto is completely irrelevant in connection with inspection. Now, some people jump to the conclusion that the Russians are, in fact, stalling on the inspection deal. But against that, it must be said that they have consistently refused, in all discussions, to compromise their veto power, which is their only defense against an inevitable pro-Western majority vote. We, incidentally, hold just as tightly to the veto on every subject but atomic energy. But in that subject, of course, we still have the bomb. As you know, despite the Russians' bitter opposition, through about 60 commission and committee meetings spread over 6 months, the United States delegation finally won. That is, the commission voted for the Baruch Plan 10-0, with the Russians and Poles abstaining. But it was soon realized that this was a rather empty victory, since the final decision rests with the Security Council, in which there must be unanimity of the Big Five. Moreover, the Russians discovered a way of renewing their opposition on another plane, namely on the broader plane of general disarmament. The Atomic Commission did duly report to the Council in favor of the Baruch Plan, but the Council also had before it an earlier resolution passed unanimously by the General Assembly, which calls on the Security Council to take practical measures for the regulation and reduction of all armaments, to prohibit the use of atomic and other major weapons of destruction, to expedite the discussion of the Atomic Commission's reports, and to give prompt consideration to practicable and effective safeguards in connection with both disarmament and atomic control. Everything, you notice, is to be expedited. Nothing is given priority. Well, Mr. Gromyko took the line that the whole is greater than any of its parts, and therefore general disarmament should come first. Our delegation, however, wanted to take first things first and considered the atom problem number one. So here was a first-class procedural debate that might delay progress indefinitely. The issue is between the United States and Russia, but the lesser powers have been trying to find an acceptable compromise. The compromise is that the Council will consider both general disarmament and the atomic control resolution alongside each other. But here is another snag. We want to make sure that the first will not overlap or interfere with the second. In other words, we don't want to take a chance of a disarmament agreement coming into force, inspection and all, before we have secured completely watertight safeguards against any possible future use of atomic weapons by anybody. Obviously, any general inspection system at this stage could reveal vital secrets here, and not much anywhere else. So, we want to have it in writing that any disarmament commission that may be set up will be forbidden to concern itself with atomic energy control. That was the subject of the special committee, which reached a complete deadlock on Friday. But what is really behind this terrific struggle over mere procedure? It's only natural that we, having the atomic bomb, want to settle the question of control on our terms, while we still have it alone, and therefore have the whip hand. The Baruch Plan provides for the liquidation of our monopoly by degrees. We will permit no inspection, give up no technical information, turn over no plants to the international authority, destroy no stockpiles until our proposed machinery of inspection and punishment is actually functioning, unimpeded by the veto power. It is equally clear that the Russians will not give up their precious veto so long as they can always be outvoted and so long as we exercise overwhelming influence by the very fact of having atomic energy at our command. We are today the most powerful nation in the world, and all but a small group of countries living in the shadow of Soviet Russia look to us for protection in a world where collective security is still only a dream. But it is we, the torchbearers of peace and democracy, to whom the world at large looks for leadership in disarmament. So once again, as in the case of the peace treaties, we are the nation that is in a hurry to get results, while the Russians, in all probability, are most likely to benefit by delay. There is no doubt that atomic research is going on in Russia as well as elsewhere. And the scientists tell us there is in fact no such thing as an atomic secret. Within anywhere from 3 to 10 years, the Russians might be in possession of atomic bombs or something equally terrible. General Leslie R. Groves, who headed up the Manhattan Project, said the other day that if he were to make a guess, he would say 5 years. Once those hypothetical 5 years are up, the Russians might argue, they can settle the issue on equal terms with us. In the meantime, the real difficulty is lack of trust. They don't altogether trust us, and we don't trust them. At least, many of our less responsible public men have said so on many occasions. The Russians point to the history of Allied intervention in Bolshevik times and to the long record of non-recognition and open Western hostility leading up to Munich and the Nazi-Soviet pact. We, for our part, continue to harp on ideological and physical Soviet penetration since VE Day. There have been plenty of journalistic attacks on both sides, and that hasn't improved the atmosphere. But no single factor has poisoned the atmosphere more directly than our monopoly of the atomic bomb, the fact that we have actually demonstrated its monstrous destructive power, that we have continued to experiment with it, and are accumulating stockpiles of bombs, while the whole world is agreed that the bomb must be outlawed if civilization is to survive. So, however difficult the task, we are morally bound to arrive at a compromise that will take us out of the present impasse. The abortive attempt at disarmament in the 20s and 30s was followed by an armament race, followed by a devastating war. A similar failure in controlling atomic weapons would almost certainly result in an atomic armaments race. But there is one tremendous difference in the previous armaments races and an atomic one. In previous wars, the industrially stronger powers won out in the long run. In the atomic war, according to the scientists, there would be no long run. The race would be not necessarily to the strongest, but only to the swiftest in making the initial attack. For atomic power aims at the sources of all power, the industrial and population centers. And in this respect, the highly urbanized and industrialized nation is the most vulnerable. The race, in fact, would begin not merely with the production and stockpiling of bombs and the perfecting of fast methods of delivery. It would also begin with the dispersal of industries. In this, the Soviet Union would have the advantage, since it is still in the early stages of development and still has vast open spaces. In fact, Russian industry is being dispersed as it grows. This is what Professor Urey said in a recent foreign policy report. The existing situation with respect to the atomic bomb must of necessity change in a comparatively short time. The proposals that must be made to avoid destruction by the atomic bomb involve important changes in the organization of human society, and those changes must be brought about in a few years if World War III is to be avoided, and if atomic bombs are not to be used in another conflict. There is no adequate defense against atomic bombs made in large numbers and delivered by the variety of methods now available. The day after the Hiroshima bomb, President Truman declared that the bomb was the most revolutionary weapon ever known to man, and steps should be taken to protect mankind from its further use. Those steps are presumably being taken. But today, 18 months later, we are still far from positive results. Yet, says Mr. Austin, our chief delegate, we are nearer to real security and disarmament than we have ever been before. Hope he's right. Good night.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations, in cooperation with the American Historical Association, have presented Caesar Searchinger with Story Behind the Headlines. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Story Behind the Headlines. Every Sunday evening at this time, the National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the American Historical Association, presents Caesar Searchinger in his analysis of the news. In this analysis, Mr. Searchinger draws upon research material especially prepared for these broadcasts by eminent historians. And now, Caesar Searchinger.
Good evening, everybody. Tomorrow, while the Big Four meet in Moscow, the Washington spotlight will be on Greece. At a special gathering of congressional leaders, President Truman will outline our government's program for bolstering that country's economy. To point up the emergency character of this program, the President has canceled his Caribbean trip and his attendance at the Navy's maneuvers. The emergency arose as the result of a warning by the British that they could no longer carry alone the burden of propping up the Greek and Turkish governments and guarding the security of the Eastern Mediterranean. The initial amount required is said to be $250 million. Naturally, this comes at a very inopportune time for the congressional majority, which is trying to trim the budget and bring down taxes with an eye to next year's elections, especially after the $350 million already demanded for European relief. The President may have to send a special message to Congress or even appeal to the country direct. The appeal would be on compassionate grounds, but what it involves for us is a power political venture, possibly historic, in a new sphere, the Mediterranean and the Middle East. Hitherto, that region has been considered a British imperial concern. Now it appears we are likely to become partners with Britain, which still provides the actual manpower on the spot. Some congressmen have balked at the idea. Why, asked one of them angrily, and I quote, should we pull Britain's fat out of the fire? But this was an oversimplification, to say the least. The Greek situation is our baby as much as Britain's. As Mr. Cyrus L. Sulzberger writes in the New York Times, our obligation to Greece goes back to the Casablanca Conference in January 1943. At that conference, the control over the conduct of Allied and political strategy in the Eastern Mediterranean was assigned to the British, but obviously as part of the grand strategy of the Allied war against the Axis. Greece, from the very first, had been regarded as a vital outpost of the Allies, and the British, you will remember, had sent a force into Greece in the spring of 1941, which tried to stem the Nazi tide at Thermopylae. By so doing, they had jeopardized their position in North Africa, and in consequence had had to retreat into Egypt before Rommel's Africa Corps. The loss of the British foothold in Greece was a terrible blow to the Allies. It meant Nazi control of the Aegean Sea and the virtual blockade of the Dardanelles. And that made it impossible later on to send supplies to the Russian armies in the Ukraine. Well, times have changed, and our concern over Greece has taken a different slant. In the spring of 1944, the Soviet armies overran most of the Balkans. All Balkan countries but Greece came under Soviet influence. What Churchill had feared when he proposed that the Allies invade the continent via the Balkans had come to pass. That proposal, incidentally, was opposed by us. But in May 1944, Churchill and Stalin agreed on a separation of occupation spheres. Romania and Bulgaria were left to the Russians. Greece was assigned to the British. Yugoslavia was to be 50-50, but that didn't work out. Well, the British have been in Greece ever since, much to the chagrin, by the way, of American liberals. The liberal line was that the British were in Greece in order to support the discredited monarchy and in order to preserve their domination of the Eastern Mediterranean, a key to British power in the Middle East. Unfortunately, the more recent course of events in Greece seemed to bear out this theory. The British were committed to George II, the exiled king. They were against the rising leftist movement, which derived its moral prestige from its heroic underground resistance
and its part in the liberation. This movement, the EAM, was by no means all communist. At one time, it comprised
the vast majority of all patriotic Greeks. But the issue was more sharply joined after the British troops moved in and supported the government which the left wing regarded as reactionary. There was a short, sharp civil war beginning with the so-called Athens massacre in December 1944. This led to a truce and to an agreement that the king should not return until the people had voted for him in a plebiscite. As you know, the king has since won the plebiscite and has returned from exile as he did once before. The rest is recent history, but too confused to be easily remembered. The upshot of it is that civil strife has not ceased, and that armed bands of the People's Army, the Elas, have continued their guerrilla warfare in various parts of Greece, especially in the north. Today, those armed bands in the north are getting support and training from the Yugoslav, Albanian, and Bulgarian partisans across the border. At the same time, these three Balkan countries, now satellites of Russia, have advanced border claims against Greece. Behind these claims is the power of Soviet Russia, which desires an outlet for her satellites on the Aegean Sea, the very sea which the Nazis dominated during the war. It is obvious that Greece has become an object of power politics, but it's important for us to realize that we are as much concerned in this as the British. We are therefore not merely pulling Britain's fat or chestnuts out of the fire. Just as in the case of Palestine, we are not willing to have the British move out because of what is involved. Strategically, Greece and the Greek islands control the eastern entrance, the entrance to the Dardanelles, which Russia wants to protect, and the sea approaches to the Middle East, with its vast resources in oil. So important has Greece become to us that as early as 1942, according to Mr. Sulzberger, our ambassador to Greece, Lincoln McVeigh, wanted an American commander to head an Anglo-American force for the liberation of Greece. It was Mr. McVeigh, too, who thought up the idea of sending our Pacific Fleet through the Mediterranean on its way home. We did, in fact, send a flotilla, including the battleship Missouri and the aircraft carrier Franklin D. Roosevelt, to make courtesy calls all the way from the Red Sea to Istanbul and Athens. By so doing, says Mr. Sulzberger, we served notice on Russia that, quote, we were setting up a great power frontier along the northern borders of Iran, Turkey, and Greece. United States diplomacy supported these countries' governments, and the Russian-sponsored Azerbaijan regime in northern Iran collapsed under the weight of this counterbalance. End of quote. But actually, Britain was still holding the bag in the whole area. Lend-Lease to Turkey was cleared through the British. They trained the Turkish Air Force, and the British troops remained in Greece. Well, today the British themselves are financially unable to bear that burden alone. But what about Greece? For the Greeks, the war lasted almost as long as for the British. And Greece is a poor country with no mineral resources and only 15% of its land arable. The Greeks have probably suffered more than any single nation from the war, its devastation and starvation. And war was followed by internal violence, excesses on the left, and persecution from the right. Even a freely accepted and efficient government could not have restored order and solvency without massive outside help. The successive Greek governments have been inept, inefficient, and even corrupt. The civil service has been purged of all leftist sympathizers, and thousands have been arrested and deported to the islands as political prisoners. This is one reason why tax collections are slow and few people subscribe to the government loans. Inflation is rife and black markets rampant. Rationing has failed because there is no confidence in the government or in its currency. So, to the British, it must have seemed as though they were pouring money into a bottomless trough. Our own government a year ago lent $25 million to Greece with a warning that the Greeks must put their financial house in order if they want more. Since then, the border guerrillas have increased their activities in the north. Last fall, Premier Tsaldaris arrived in this country to appeal to the United Nations to stop this state of undeclared war and to help Greece in her tragic situation. A United Nations commission was sent to Greece and is now extracting an endless string of testimony. At the same time, we have sent an economic mission headed by Paul Porter, who has succeeded thus far in getting the number of Greek ministries reduced from 43 to 15. Greek governments since the king's return have been 100% royalist, extreme rightist, and ineffectual. Half-hearted attempts to bring in the opposition have finally resulted in a coalition government headed by a non-party royalist, Demetrius Maximos, whom time characterizes as a frail, ailing ex-banker. The new government has promised to review the case of the untried political prisoners and has actually begun by releasing the women and children. The Greeks, whose ancestors laid the foundations of democracy, have certainly not been giving a fair example of it in recent months. Nor have the British, who insisted on the restoration of the monarchy, any reason for pride. The Greek government has now appealed directly to the United States for material aid, the means of self-support in the future, and the means of restoring tranquility. Will we succeed together where the British alone have failed? In considering that failure, we should not forget that it was Britain, above all other countries, that helped modern Greece to independence over a century ago. Britain and the other European powers established Greece as nearly as possible in their own image, as a constitutional monarchy with an alien dynasty. Today, that form of semi-democracy is played out in Europe. Today, the European countries, ruined by war, are struggling to restore an economy on modern lines, to achieve economic security with personal freedom if possible, but security first of all. The challenge to the United States, says the New York Tribune, is the task of making free enterprise democracy possible in Greece by giving the country a viable basis on which to stand and from which to supply the human needs of its people. But, the paper continues, this is not a question of either 19th century romantic imperialism nor of a mere altruistic rescue expedition. Greece is one of the decisive points at which the future shape of the world will be determined. Whether or not we can find the confidence and energy to export our freedoms, our skills, our productive power, as Britain once did, will largely determine the next phase in world history and will certainly determine the fate of our own system. The Greek crisis is admittedly only a beginning, but if we lack the courage and the foresight even to make the beginning, then the end for ourselves will be easily predictable. Strength is given in this world to be used. Hoarded, it evaporates. Now, I'm quoting this not as my own opinion, but to show the direction of conservative opinion in America today. At least the part of conservative opinion that is anti-isolationist. Some might consider it an invitation to imperialism, but to others it would be just plain political realism. It is now certain that the British are no longer able or willing to carry the burden of empire and world order that they have carried in the past. Americans are now realizing that we, too, have been beneficiaries of her imperialism, and that wherever Britain relaxes her hold, this burden will be either shifted to our shoulders or the slack will be taken up somewhere else. This is a decisive moment in world history. The decision must eventually be made by the American people, and the decision inevitably will be made on ideological grounds. For today, there are two economic systems contending for worldwide acceptance. Meantime, we are learning, like the British before us, that power cannot be exercised without responsibility, nor can it be exercised without sacrifice. That's something to remember when you fill out your income tax returns this week. Good night.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations, in cooperation with the American Historical Association, have presented Caesar Searchinger. Next week at this time, Mr. Searchinger will be back with another story behind the headlines. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And a cheerful good morning to everyone. This is Roy Porter in the NBC newsroom in New York, winding up another week of global news tours. The Russians are still criticizing the Truman Plan. General Marshall has summoned General Clay, his answer man, to Moscow. The rebels seem to be winning in the Paraguayan Revolution, and repercussions from the Big Four conferences are being felt around the world. Our timetable depends on sunspots again this morning. First, a word from your announcer, then I'll be back with your World News Roundup.
Expansion of our public health services, the Veterans Administration, and the widespread use of hospitalization plans has created tremendous new demands on our medical service and hospital facilities. This means that thousands of trained nurses are urgently needed. To help fill these needs, the more than 1,300 accredited schools of nursing throughout the country are offering a superb 3-year course which will train America's young women for new and greater opportunities in the nursing profession. If you are between the ages of 18 and 35, or a high school graduate or college student in good standing or in good health, you may be eligible to enroll for this student nursing course. For full details, get in touch with your nearest School of Nursing or local hospital. Now back to the NBC Newsroom and the World News Roundup.
The Russians are still criticizing the Truman Plan for assistance to Greece and Turkey, and this morning the Communist Party newspaper Pravda carries a long editorial calling the program a policy of imperialist expansion under the guise of charity. You'll remember this is the second time in 2 days that the Russian press has gone down the line on the Truman proposition. Izvestia, the government paper, yesterday said we were trying to interfere in the business of other states. Now today Pravda declares that Mr. Truman not only disregarded the obligations of the United States as a member of the United Nations, but pretended to a leading role in this organization. While all this editorial battling is going on, our Secretary of State Marshall and Russian Foreign Minister Molotov are fencing with definitions of democracy. And only a short time ago, Marshall summoned to Moscow Lieutenant General Lucius Clay, the new military governor of the American zone in Germany, and the longtime policy planner who has all the answers to our occupation activities. Clay will go to the Big Four meeting to sit close to and supply the answers for General Marshall. President Truman, meanwhile, is getting sunburned at Key West, and disregarding both Izvestia and Pravda, he's gone fishing. Rest and relaxation are his primary considerations for the next few days, and he's already paid his income tax, so that's off his mind. At the United Nations, Britain's plans to toss the Palestine question into the international organization are expected for next week, but the British still have not stated their case. And now for the first of our direct reports, let's try for the Big Four conference again this morning. Come in, Henry Cassidy, in Moscow.
Set on one of the most intriguing questions of post-war Europe. How many German prisoners of war the Soviet Union has had, and what is becoming of them? In a document released early this morning and published in today's press, the Russians stated they had captured nearly 2 million Germans. Out of this figure, 1,003,974 have been freed and sent back to Germany. 890,532 German war prisoners are still kept in the Soviet Union. The document was released after the foreign ministers conferring in Moscow agreed to exchange information on the number of German war prisoners held by each of the Philippines. The Russian statement does not say how many German war prisoners are working on various projects in the Soviet Union, nor did it reveal when the Soviets intend to release the German war prisoners still in Russia. NBC correspondent Henry Cassidy has just reported from the conference headquarters of the Moskva Hotel that the deputies for Germany finally failed this morning in their efforts to decide the form of participation of other allied powers in the peace. Unable to decide whether Albania should sit on the proposed allied consultative body, the deputies referred the question back to the ministers. United States Ambassador Murphy said he viewed the failure with embarrassment and shame. The deputies from Austria failed to come to any agreement on disposal of German assets in that country and decided that each deputy should make an individual report to his minister. Today's meeting of the ministers deals with the problem of displaced persons and the problem of the reorganization of Germany. Secretary Marshall this morning received the Chinese ambassador who is moving fast and has seen Babin twice in the last 24 hours. It's understood that the ambassador has voiced objections to the proposed discussion of China by the foreign ministers. It's believed that Babin has not yet reached a decision, and it's not known whether Secretary Marshall has. This is Robert Magneto in Moscow.
The civil war in Paraguay seems to be moving toward a victory for the Concepcion rebels. Here's David Wilson in Buenos Aires.
Dictator Julio Morínigo of Paraguay is this morning making a desperate attempt to form something resembling an army to oppose the increasing rebel forces now advancing on his fortified capital, Asunción. Reports from that threatened city, seeping through a strict censorship, acknowledged that Morinigo recalled to active service all retired officers of reserve troops to train civilians for the capital's defense. Some reports said that 15-year-old youths were being drafted for the government army. The rebels have been reinforced by nearly 30,000 men from the Chaco Army, the best equipped force in Paraguay, according to rebel reports, which if true mean that Morinigo's army is now outnumbered by 3-1 and completely outclassed in materiel. The rebels are reported to have anti-tank and anti-aircraft guns, artillery and heavy machine guns at their disposal. Both sides of this civil war, however, are refraining from reporting on military operations in detail. But 3 days ago, the government said that the revolt was restricted to Concepcion, and 48 hours ago it said that the rebels were 50 miles further south, and yesterday stated that government troops were ready to make a stand at San Pedro, 30 miles nearer the capital and main objective of the rebel army. Meanwhile, United States diplomatic representatives in South America are following closely the events in Paraguay, where, according to Morinigo government, the revolution is led by communists. At a time when Washington is endeavoring to halt communism from spreading in Southern Europe, the possibility of a communist government in South America, right on the United States' back door, is, to say the least, disturbing. But these reports of communism have not been confirmed. If anything, they have been denied. In Montevideo, former Foreign Minister Rodriguez Larreta called the Paraguayan government's assertion ridiculous. In Brazil, the important newspaper Correio da Manhã called Morinigo a liar. And in Bolivia, a congressman compared Morinigo with Villarroel, who last year was strung up a lamppost and hanged in the Bolivian capital. This is David Wilson in Buenos Aires.
Big Four reaction in Moscow has been varied recently, with reflections of political opinions on both sides of the current discussion. Let's have the story from Merrill Muller in London.
British reaction to President Truman's statement on Greece and Turkey and to the Moscow statements which have followed President Truman have been rather mixed. For the most part, the British are delighted that the United States is going to take an active role of some sort, be it only financial, in the Middle East. But there are voices, mostly among the rebel ranks of the Labour Party in the House of Commons, who say that President Truman's remarks are nothing but dollar imperialism and are not really progressive politics for the peace of the future. The main local news, however, from England today are raging floods and blizzards, which have all but crippled the country again. The situation is described as disastrous. Southern and western England and the Midlands are extensively flooded, with all but one river reported still to be rising, further endangering the revived manufacturing efforts, agriculture, and towns and villages. Wales is experiencing a full blizzard that is expected to sweep north and east later in the day, with the possibility of some snowfall over most of the country. However, Britain is again one entity today as far as land transportation is concerned. None of the main north to south roads are open, but single-line rail traffic has been made possible on 2 railroads. Only 5 passenger trains got through, but 98 coal trains are on the move to London. No coal ships have been able to sail because of the storms. Coal deliveries are not keeping level with consumption, so that the 2 weeks reserve on which Britain reopened her industry has started to dwindle again. Another major highlight of the weather was the flood situation which struck East London. One of the main water purifying stations for the city, which is virtually isolated by floodwater, has become flooded with Thames River filth. More than 1 million people are now cut off without water. The London Water Board immediately requested water restrictions throughout the rest of the capital, and emergency water trucks started meager deliveries in the affected area. This is Merrill Muller in London.
Tax reduction proposals and help to smaller countries under the Truman Plan are the 2 important subjects in the nation's capital today. Let's get the story from Leith Eade in Washington.
With Congress already finding the foreign question about as easy to handle as an armful of eels with their mittens on, some of the men on the Hill are anxiously scanning the eastern sky to find out how many more anti-communist chickens will finally come to roost on the U.S. Treasury over here. They think they've spotted at least 5 more, all ready to take off for Washington from the Middle East and Europe: Iran, Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, and Hungary. They don't know how much it's going to cost to nourish all these anti-communist birds, but they figure that Uncle Sam would have to shell out well over $1 billion at a rough estimate. And for an economy-minded Congress, that gives to think. So, among other things, the House Foreign Affairs Committee is trying to work into the Greek-Turkish $400 million bill are clauses that say that President Truman wouldn't have to give the Greeks and Turks all this money at once, and he could stop if he thought they'd had enough, and also to make sure that Congress gets a full accounting. The State Department bill to be introduced next Monday is only in rough draft, but influential House members say there'll have to be substantial revision. And from there, you go to thoughts about taxes. Democratic Representative Doughton, the former chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, says we ought to go slow because of new dark clouds hanging over the world. But Republican Representative Knudsen, who's chairman now, counts 15 Republican noses on the committee to 10 Democratic noses and says it's still 20% across the board. And incidentally, today is March 15th, and the deadline for income tax returns is midnight tonight. Otherwise, in Washington, this morning, Raymond Foley, the housing administrator, says mortgage insurance applications these last 2 months indicate the largest volume of home construction in FHA history. And this morning, Senator Taft warns his fellow Republicans against political shenanigans in the White House appointment of postmasters. So far, the Senate hasn't okayed a single one of nearly 600 postmaster nominations pending. But Taft says he thinks that if they've passed their civil service exams on the level and they're qualified, the Republicans should confirm them, even if they are Democrats. This is Leif Eade in Washington.
Over in Tokyo, at the trial of indicted Japanese war criminals, the defense has undertaken to show that Japan was fearful of and acted against communism in the Far East. This newest move has been interpreted in some quarters as propaganda, which is designed to benefit the defendants' cases in view of the present world situation. Representatives of more than 500,000 railroad workers have decided to ask for 20 cents an hour more, a wage demand which appears to set the pace for other unions. This pay boost, if it's put through, will affect more than 300 different lines. There's more news. I'll be back in a moment. Now, here's your announcer.
Although the Selective Service Act is about to become a thing of the past, and our veterans of World War II are now mostly back to civilian life, we Americans are building ourselves a brand new army. It's an army quite different from any we've ever had before, if only because its makeup is based on many of the lessons learned from the last war. The enlisted man and officer in today's United States Army must still be good on his feet and handy with conventional firearms. But he's learning also how to use a lot of new gadgets that have become useful in modern warfare. Every Army man, whether in the infantry, artillery, or Air Force, is expected to become familiar with and skilled in the use of one or more specialized weapons. Weapons employing such devices as radar, jet or rocket propulsion, infrared night viewing equipment, or electronic calculators. The Army today goes in for large-scale scientific research, conducting experiments in the effects of extreme warm and cold climate on men and equipment, making new discoveries in the field of preventive medicine and surgery. This is your United States Army today. Now back to Roy Porter in the newsroom.
South America may have another revolution on its hands, this time in Ecuador. Reports from Quito, the capital, say that the revolt was due to start yesterday, but the plot was discovered, some of the men involved were sent to jail, and others escaped. And from Beiping in China, the government central news agency says today that fighting has been intensified south of the Sungari River, where the communists are thrusting southward toward Chongqing, Manchuria's capital. The agency estimated that 9 communist divisions have now crossed the Sungari, shuttling in and out of weakly held government territory. And from Athens, reports from Salonika said that the United Nations Balkan Investigating Commission is going to ask Marshal Tito of Yugoslavia to confirm or deny statements attributed to him concerning Greece. That's your World News Roundup. I'll be back on Monday. This is Roy Porter in the NBC Newsroom in New York.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
On my 21st birthday, I welcome the opportunity to speak to all the peoples of the British Commonwealth and Empire, wherever they live, whatever race they come from, and whatever language they speak. Let me begin by saying thank you to all the thousands of kind people who have sent me messages of goodwill. This is a happy day for me, but it is also one that brings serious thoughts, thoughts of life looming ahead with all its challenges and with all its opportunity. At such a time, it is a great help to know that there are multitudes of friends all round the world who are thinking of me and who wish me well. I am grateful and I am deeply moved. As I speak to you today from Cape Town, I am 6,000 miles from the country where I was born. but I am certainly not 6,000 miles from home. Everywhere I have traveled in these lovely lands of South Africa and Rhodesia, my parents, my sister, and I have been taken to the heart of their people and made to feel that we are just as much at home here as if we had lived among them all our lives. That is the great privilege belonging to our place in the worldwide Commonwealth, that there are homes ready to welcome us in every continent of the earth. Before I am much older, I hope I shall come to know many of them. Although there is none of my father's subjects, from the oldest to the youngest, whom I do not wish to greet, I am thinking especially today of all the young men and women who were born about the same time as myself and have grown up like me in terrible and glorious years of the Second World War. Will you, the youth of the British family of nations, let me speak on my birthday as your representative. Now that we are coming to manhood and womanhood, it is surely a great joy to us all to think that we shall be able to take some of the burden off the shoulders of our elders who have fought and worked and suffered to protect our childhood. We must not be daunted by the anxieties and hardships that the war has left behind for every nation of our empire. We know that these things are the price we cheerfully undertook to pay for the high honor of standing alone 7 years ago in defense of the liberty of the world. Let us say with Rupert Brooks, "Now God be thanked, who has matched us with his eye." I am sure that you will see our difficulties, in the light that I see them, as the great opportunity for you and me. Most of you have read in the history books the proud saying of William Pitt, that England had saved herself by her exertions and would save Europe by her example. But in our time, we may say that the British Empire has saved the world first and has now to save itself after the battle is won. I think that is an even finer thing than was done in the days of Pitt. And it is for us who have grown up in these years of danger and glory to see that it is accomplished in the long years of peace that we all hope stretch ahead. If we all go forward together with an unwavering faith, a high courage, and a quiet heart, we shall be able to make of this ancient Commonwealth, which we all love so dearly, an even grander thing, more free, more prosperous, more happy, and a more powerful influence for good in the world than it has been in the greatest days of our forefathers. To accomplish that, we must give nothing less than the whole of ourselves. There is a motto which has been borne by many of my ancestors, a noble motto, "I serve." Those words were an inspiration to many bygone heirs to the throne when they made their knightly dedication as they came to manhood. I cannot do quite as they did, but through the inventions of science, I can do what was not possible for any of them. I can make my solemn act of dedication with the whole empire listening. I should like to make that dedication now. It is very simple. I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong. But I shall not have the strength to carry out this resolution alone unless you join in it with me, as I now invite you to do. I know that your support will be unfailingly given. God help me to make good my vow, and God bless all of you who are willing to share in it.
Moscow Calling. Good evening, everybody. We are broadcasting on 11.63, 11.89, 15.16, 15.41, and 15.44 megacycles. 4 of these frequencies are dropped at 7:30, and 1 new one is added. We continue broadcasting until 7:50 Eastern Standard Time on 11.89 and 15.23 megacycles. Our program for this evening brings you the news, a review of the day's press, followed by Analyzer commenting on President Truman's speech to American newspapermen. After a musical interlude, we transmit an article from the newspaper Izvestia on the land reform and food situation in Germany. Moscow Newsreel comes to you on the hour. Then sidelights on Soviet life 15 minutes later, and at 7:30 the news and a talk on current events. We sign off 10 minutes to 8 with the Soviet anthem. This is Radio Moscow, and here's the news. Today the Council of Foreign Ministers held the final meeting of its Moscow session. At the beginning of the meeting, Vyacheslav Molotov replied to yesterday's statements by Mr. Marshall on the plan for a 4-power pact on the demilitarization of Germany and in connection with the Austrian treaty draft. The ministers then exchanged views on the further procedure in preparing the Austrian treaty. It was resolved to form a committee of Soviet, American, British, and French representatives which shall examine all the treaty clauses still outstanding. The committee will work in Vienna. Next, there was discussion on the question of the Allied occupation forces in Germany. The Ministers' Council adopted the Soviet delegation's proposal that the Control Council in Germany should be instructed to fix by June 1st, 1947, the number of Soviet, American, British, and French armed forces in Germany and report on its decision to the Council of Foreign Ministers. The ministers decided further that the next session of the Council should be held in London in November of this year. In conclusion, Mr. Bevin, presiding, moved a vote of thanks to the Soviet government for the capital conditions provided for the work of the Moscow session of the Council. Monsieur Bidot associated himself with this proposal on behalf of the French delegation and thanked the Soviet government and people for the hospitable Moscow reception. Mr. Marshall, speaking for the American delegation, likewise thanked the Soviet government for the hospitality and courtesy it had shown the members of the conference. Molotov spoke in reply. After thanking his colleagues for their cordial remarks, he said, "We have spent a good deal of time and effort in examining the questions which were on the agenda of this session of the Council of Ministers. Our work is not finished, but nevertheless no mean amount has been accomplished. We have done a substantial amount of preliminary work." After noting the importance of the German and Austrian problems examined, Molotov concluded with the hope that the work done in Moscow would contribute to the further success of the common cause and the achievement of agreed decisions on all matters still unsettled. With this, the Moscow session of the Foreign Ministers' Council concluded its proceedings. This is Radio Moscow. We follow with some items of home news. Collective farmers and workers on the state farms of Stalingrad region have sent a letter to Generalissimo Stalin. They write that part of Stalingrad region during the war was under German occupation, and that inflicted great losses on the collective farms, machine and tractor stations, and the state farms. The German fascist invaders plundered and destroyed enormous wealth created by the hands of the farmers. After the Germans were routed in the Great Battle of Stalingrad, they write further, reconstruction work was started. A good deal has been done to liquidate the consequences of the German invasion, to restore the sown area, to develop livestock breeding, but there is still more work ahead. The Stalingrad region farmers have promised to harvest a fine crop this year. The International Working Class Holiday, the 1st of May, is close at hand, and here in Moscow the streets and squares are already being decorated. Artists, carpenters, and electricians are hard at work doing the decorations for Moscow's Red Square. On the building across from the Lenin Mausoleum, banners and greenery are going up, with the emblems of the 16 Union republics standing out in relief against a background of red. The Soviet Union has 108,000 rivers, large and small, with a total length of nearly 2.5 million kilometers. Navigation has begun on the southern rivers, as, for example, the Volga, where oil from Baku is heading north. Building materials are being shipped along the Dnieper to help rebuild factories in the Ukrainian towns of Dnipropetrovsk, Zaporozhye, and the industrial towns of the Donbass. Lumber from the northern areas of the country is coming to Stalingrad via the Volga. The Ministry of River Transport informs us that around 50 million tons of freight will be shipped along the country's rivers this year. Demobilization of men continues, the fifth contingent to be released from the Soviet Union's armed forces since the war's end. All of the demobbed men receive work and material help from the government. From the assistant chairman of the Council of Ministers of Soviet Moldavia, Ivan Podar, we learned that all the demobilized men living in the Moldavian Republic have received the jobs they wanted. Many thousands are working in the factories and on the farms, while over 2,000 former army men hold high economic and administrative posts. There are hundreds of war veterans studying at the recently opened Chisinau University and in other higher educational institutions of the Republic. During the past 2 years, more than 5 million rubles have been allocated to demobilized men in Moldavia. New apartments have been found for 4,000 veterans. The health resorts of the Crimea, robbed and demolished by the Nazi occupationists, are rapidly being restored, and more people are coming to spend their vacations there. The Ministry of Health of the USSR reports that more than 20,000 people will come this summer to the Crimean sanatoriums run by this ministry. The Assistant Chairman of the State Planning Commission of the Russian Federation, Ivan Gruzdyev, has told us that construction is far-flung at present in the villages of the Russian Federation. By the end of the year, over 250,000 peasant homes and nearly 70,000 various farm buildings will be put up in the rural districts of the Federation. The Moscow Grand Opera singer, Vera Davidova, who is back from a concert tour of the Scandinavian countries, is giving a series of programs to acquaint Moscow music lovers with the works of Danish and Swedish composers. Alexei Fyodorov, who was in command of one of the biggest partisan units in the Ukraine and was twice awarded the Hero of the Soviet Union title, has written a book on his activities in the enemy rear. The first part appears in the latest issue of the literary monthly Novy Mir, just off the press. A Czechoslovak trade union delegation arrived in Moscow today from Prague on invitation of the All-Union Central Council of Trade Unions. The 18 persons in the Czech delegation represent the Central Trade Union Council and various trade union organizations of Czechoslovakia. We continue this news bulletin from Radio Moscow with items from abroad. Although the House of Representatives has not yet set the date for beginning the discussion on Truman's bill for giving aid to Greece and Turkey, members of the House have made statements about the bill. Phillips of California, speaking in the House against the bill, called Truman's policy false and anti-American. Another member of the House of Representatives, Bender of Ohio, declared that he was opposed to giving military help to Turkey, inasmuch as the Turkish government is not democratic. Reuters reports from Washington that Assistant Secretary of State Benton has informed a congressional subcommittee of the mysterious disappearance from State Department archives of agreements of historical significance. To campaign against anti-labor laws, the AFL Executive Committee has decided to assign the sum of $1.5 million. The committee has declared that supporters of the anti-labor legislature are paving the way for fascism in America, and has urged President Truman to veto the anti-labor bills that are designed to destroy trade union rights. An Associated Press report from New York quotes the CIO's head, Murray, as saying that he was negotiating for an immediate meeting with the head of the AFL, Green, to talk over the question of uniting the AFL and the CIO. The Rome newspaper, Unità, commenting on the results of the elections to the Consultative Assembly in Sicily, stresses that the anti-democratic, anti-republican, anti-popular forces suffered defeat in places where they regarded themselves as being the strongest. The People's Bloc, continues the paper, was victorious in spite of all obstacles, deception, slander, force, and corruption. The Italian socialist leader Nenni writes in the Avanti that the victory of the People's Bloc in Sicily is the prelude to the complete victory of the popular forces throughout the country in the coming general elections. Great interest has been aroused among the French public by Henry Wallace's visit in Paris. The newspapers France Tireur and Monde carried interviews with the ex-Vice President of the United States. Mr. Wallace told a representative of the France Tireur that unity of Democrats throughout the world was essential in the interests of maintaining peace. He was returning to the United States on Friday, Mr. Wallace said, to launch a big campaign all over the country. According to the magazine New Republic, more than 70 prominent Americans have addressed a message to the leaders of the French political parties, giving their thanks for the invitation to Mr. Wallace to visit France and for support of his declarations in defense of peace. The message states that Mr. Wallace's firm conviction that only through the United Nations organization can the countries of the world guarantee a lasting peace reflects the feelings of the majority of the American people. Among those who signed the letter were Senator Taylor, the noted American explorer Stephenson, and others. It is reported from Munich that the Bavarian Minister of Food Supplies, Mr. Baumgartner, has declared his ministry as unable to cope with the threatening food crisis, especially as regards bread. The Greek Minister of Public Order reports a clash between armed police and partisans near the town of Sparta in South Greece. The clash lasted 7 hours, and both sides suffered heavy losses. You are tuned to Radio Moscow. Next comes a survey of today's Soviet press. Prominent in the newspapers today are the figures of the Russian Federation's Statistical Board on the Federation's plan fulfillment in the first quarter of this year. The figures reveal substantial output increases over the same period last year, 12% for the Federation's government industries and 20% for the industrial cooperatives. Another front-page item is a letter to Generalissimo Stalin from the fishermen and fish cannery workers of Dagestan, a Caucasian autonomous republic on the Caspian Sea coast. In honor of the 30th anniversary of the revolution, this November 7th, the Dagestan fishermen promised to fulfill their plan for fish catch ahead of time. They are the latest to join in the great production drive in honor of the anniversary, which has swept the whole country. News and comment on this drive gets a generous share of the paper's column space. Today, the Pravda, Izvestia, and Trud newspapers comment in their leading articles on the production competition in the mines. Another industrial subject, the development of the iron and steel industry in 1947, is dealt with in the Pravda by Tivasyan, the Minister of Iron and Steel. The output of iron is to increase by 22% as compared with last year, that of steel by 14%, and production of rolled goods by 20%. More ore, too, is planned, of course, and 28% more iron ore is to be mined. These figures, Tivasyan writes, go to show that in spite of the tremendous destruction and loss wrought by the German invasion, the capacities of Soviet metallurgy are growing at an ever-increasing rate. Trud, the trade union newspaper, prints the report delivered at the recent plenary meeting of the Central Trade Union Council by Sidorenko, Secretary of the Council. This report deals with the conclusion of collective agreements for 1947. In Red Star, the forces newspaper, Major General Zubkov writes on the downfall of the German military doctrine. The defeat of Hitler Germany in the war against the Soviet Union, he says, debunked the myth of the German army's invincibility and the perfection and infallibility of its military doctrine. The Germans claim to be the supreme authorities in military matters, but the Soviet army, smashing fascist Germany's war machine, scattered these claims to the winds. It broke down the complex sphere of the German army, which had dominated other armies for many decades past. The German military doctrine, General Zubkov concludes, was vanquished by the Stalin School of Military Science, the foremost school of military science in the world today. Among the comments on international topics, Melnikov discusses in today's Izvestia the subject of land reform and the food situation in Germany. He takes issue with the United States and British spokesmen in the Council of Foreign Ministers who have been quoting the bad food situation in the Western occupation zones as one of the main arguments against consistent fulfillment of the Crimea and Berlin reparations policy. With an impressive array of facts, the Izvestia writer shows that in reality, the deplorable condition of agriculture in the Western zones is not due to the collection of reparations from Germany. The facts prove that the big landowners who still retain their hold in the Western zones are openly sabotaging the food supply for the German population. There can be no doubt, Melnikov concludes, that a land reform in Western Germany similar to that in the Soviet zone would be productive of results. In Dulin, writing in the Red Star, draws the line between the real and alleged champions of the independence of Austria. Soviet representatives, he points out, have stated quite definitely that in taking possession of the German assets, the Soviet Union lays no claim to Austrian property. Yet this perfectly clear stand is distorted in every conceivable way and is represented to the Austrian public as an attempt to deprive Austria of independence. But, Indulin goes on, the discussions on the Austrian treaty in the Council of Foreign Ministers have made it very plain who really want to see Austria independent and merely talk about Austrian independence as a disguise for their own narrow, self-seeking interests. The British delegation, it will be remembered, proposes that Austria should not only restore all property owned by United Nations citizens before the Anschluss, but should pay compensation for any such property destroyed in the hostilities. The Red Star writer also points out that Austria's pre-war loans for all practical purposes deprived her of independence. One would think, he remarks, that in re-establishing a free and independent Austria, one of the first things to do would be to cancel loan terms which did not leave Austria even a vestige of independence in major financial matters. However, neither the British nor the American delegations agreed initially to the Soviet proposal that these terms should be repealed. That was what Soviet newspapers wrote about this morning. This is Radio Moscow. And now here is a commentary by Analyzer. He speaks today about President Truman's speech to American newspapermen.
There is certainly no dearth of speeches nowadays by prominent Americans. There is Truman's latest speech addressed to American newspapermen. There are the public speeches of many senators made in connection with the Greece-Turkey loan bill. There are the interviews, speeches, and statements made by Henry Wallace in France and elsewhere. Newspaper readers, not only in the United States, but in many European countries too, have been following these speeches with attention, seeking in them additional light on the policies now being unfolded by Washington. The speech made by the President last Monday dealt largely with domestic issues. Yet Mr. Truman could not avoid, of course, commenting on matters of international concern, particularly since the bill on the loans to Turkey and Greece he has promulgated is now under consideration before Congress. The President wanted, of course, to make his audience see in that bill example number one of America's so-called aid to democracy. I do not know how many of the newspapermen the President was talking to agreed with him, but many things said in recent days the world over show conclusively that the ordinary people, whether Americans or Europeans, certainly have different ideas on this matter than Truman would like them to have. Senator William Langer of North Dakota, stating his reasons for voting against the Truman bill, said plainly enough that he did not want American money to be used for strengthening the tyrannical government now existing in Greece. Tyrannical, mind you, and not democratic. The Athens correspondent of the New York Herald Tribune has just applied plentiful evidence to show how profoundly tyrannical the royal government in Athens really is. The correspondent regards the policy of the ruling circles of Greece as nothing short of terrible, and said that in the past 12 months, the Greek government succeeded only in increasing the poverty and suffering in their unhappy country. The New York Herald Tribune man makes it plain also that the present Greek rulers are opposed to all progressive people, whether communists or not, and are intent on driving into the mountains all the people of Greece who are not afraid of expressing their opinions. There you have Greek democracy, so-called, in action. Now, that very same New York Herald Tribune correspondent also said that it was precisely the support of Washington, the prospect of getting American dollars, that made the Greeks in the saddle in Athens go on so vehemently with their arch-reactionary activity. The hope of getting a loan from Washington makes the rulers of Greece redouble their efforts aimed at throttling the least expression of progressivism in the country, at killing off the bulk of the liberty-loving Greek people. Mark Twain, that great genius of American literature, in his Huckleberry Finn, The Prince and the Pauper, a Connecticut Yankee at King Arthur's Court, as well as in his satirical essays, expressed his dream of an America that would be a true friend of democracy and a consistent foe of feudalism and reaction. They, honest American Democrats, see, all the pious statements to the contrary notwithstanding, that Washington is trying to keep up, by means of dollar props, some of the most tyrannical, totalitarian regimes on the earth's surface. Nor is this all. The debates on the Senate floor, as well as other public information, make it clear that this support of anti-democratic government by the United States is an expression of the dangerous anti-peace tendencies of exceedingly influential American circles. Senator Edwin C. Johnson of Colorado said the other day, during the debate on the Greece-Turkey bill, that a bogey of communism was being set up in America in order to camouflage military maneuvering on a tremendous scale. Senator Glenn H. Taylor of Idaho declared that American foreign policy was becoming the policy of military strategy. The meaning of all this activity of militaristically minded persons is shown also by statements made by certain gentlemen who are anxious to help Truman's program along and who sometimes blurt out the straight facts behind it. A London broadcast in a foreign language the other day quoted Senator Vandenberg as stating that what Washington was doing now was the last attempt to put its ideas into effect without a war. There you have it. Vandenberg speaks for those men in America who are ready to declare to all other nations, either accept our ideas or else. He speaks for America's out-and-out expansion, seeking world domination. Or take the speech just made by the new American ambassador to Great Britain. He said that the United States, don't you see, had taken upon itself the burden of leading the world against the communists. Now, this self-appointed leadership of the world reminds one, of course, of what was being said not so long ago by other self-appointed world leaders, who incidentally also tried to cloak their expansionist aims with the bogey of communism. And now the question arises, what sort of people are behind it all? Who is the power behind the throne, so to speak? The answer can be discovered in the same speech by President Truman I have already referred to. Mr. Truman speaks of the dark clouds hanging over America's economic future. And he mentions the sky-high rise of prices, wholesale and retail. He mentions also the excessive, record-breaking profits, primarily made, it is natural to suppose, by those concerns which control the economic life of the United States. These monopolists in the steel, oil, automobile, food, and other key industries, of course, do not care in the least that ordinary men and women in America are made to suffer on account of the high prices. They care only about profit, ever bigger profit. Their greed has no bounds. And it is these very men that swell the ranks of advocates of expansionist foreign policy. It is they who favor giving money to bolster up anti-democratic militarist regimes in Europe. Truly democratic Americans do not want expansionism, imperialism, support of feudalistic totalitarian regimes. Senator Taylor explained during the recent debate that the members of the United States Congress were ignoring the voice of the overwhelming majority of the American people. This majority is opposed to Truman's program with regard to Greece and Turkey. Senator Albert W. Hawks of New Jersey also indicated that the common people of America were very far from being pleased about Truman's plan. He invited the senators to take a trip through the country and hear what the people are saying. Of course, the people say what they feel, and there can be no doubt that the people feel their interests to be not on the side of expansionism, support of reaction, warmongering. Their interests are with peace, democracy, and hence teamwork among the great freedom-loving powers.
You are tuned to Radio Moscow. You've just heard a commentary by Analyzer. He spoke today about President Truman's speech to American newspapermen. We're transmitting on 11.63, 11.89, 15.16, 15.41, and 15.44 megacycles.
Steady now. Get your legs straight there. They're off, and they got away together. Phalanx was in the clear, all right. There was hardly any interference. About the only horse that was dropped that quickly was Escalator. Now Jet Pilot on the outside is being shot right to the front, and they've come 200 yards, and Jet Pilot is showing the way, and right behind him is Bulletproof. And as they come to us, it is Jet Pilot showing the way by a length and a half, and in second place now is On Trust, showing surprising speed, galloping in second place. Double J on the inside is third. Cosmic Bomb is fourth, and having a hard time in on the tight going around the lower turn. It is still that Oz out there going right to it, and Jet Pilot showing by a length and a half, and in second place On Trust galloping very easily, showing surprising speed. Cosmic Bomb is still third, and Double G is fourth, and then comes in order Faultless, and Liberty Road is well up there. The others, Phalanx, is in last place. Phalanx is now 13th in the field. It is still Jet Pilot showing the way by one length and a half. On Trust is second. Cosmic Bomb is third. Double J is fourth. Now Phalanx is in 10th place and going up fast and passing horses one after another. Jet Pilot is beginning to tire. On Trust is coming to him. They've got 3/8 of a mile, 600 yards to come, and it is Jet Pilot by a length and a half. And in second place is On Trust. He's beginning to hang, and coming through on the inside is Faultless. Phalanx is now in 6th place on the outside. Cosmic Bomb is coming again, but Jet Pilot is still on the lead with a quarter of a mile to come. But on the outside is Faultless coming fastest of all. And as they straighten away, Jet Pilot, On Trust, Faultless, Cosmic Bomb, Phalanx, and coming through on the inside is Star Reward. It's going to be a driving finish, but they haven't got Jet Pilot yet. Jet Pilot is pulling away, and they haven't got him. Nobody's going to get him. Jet Pilot is going to be the winner. It's going to be close, but Jet Pilot is going... No! On the out! Jet Pilot is the winner by a head. Phalanx is second by a length. Douglas is third by a length. Untrust is fourth. Cosmic Bomb is fifth. Well, that Phalanx came with one of the most terrific rushes in the last 100 yards. He didn't appear to have a chance at the 16th hole, was in sixth place. And suddenly he wore down and got to it. Now it's a photo finish.
Aside from the demoralizing effect on the world at large, and the possibilities of disturbances arising as a result of the desperation of the people concerned, the consequences to the economy of the United States should be apparent to all. It is logical that the United States should do whatever it is able to do to assist in the return of normal economic health in the world, without which there can be no political stability and no assured peace. Our policy is directed not against any country or doctrine, but against hunger, poverty, desperation, and chaos. Its purpose should be the revival of a working economy in the world so as to permit the emergence of political and social conditions in which free institutions can exist. Such assistance, I am convinced, must not be on a piecemeal basis as various crises develop. Any assistance that this government may render in the future should provide a cure rather than a mere palliative. Any government that is willing to assist in the task of recovery will find full cooperation, I am sure, on the part of the United States government. Any government which maneuvers to block the recovery of other countries cannot expect help from us. Furthermore, governments, political parties, or groups which seek to perpetuate human misery in order to profit therefrom politically or otherwise will encounter the opposition of the United States.
Comrades, the 35th Division, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're here to dedicate this beautiful park to the dead of 2 world wars, whose memory we should always hold dear. The brave men who lost their lives in those wars would approve of the way you have chosen to honor them. This park will be a place of rest and recreation. It is fitting that a war memorial should be something that can be used and enjoyed by the people. Nothing could be more appropriate than to devote a war memorial to those values of human life which our soldiers died to preserve, the values of freedom and peace. We are not a militaristic nation. We do not glorify the military way of life. Some nations have taken greater pride in their military victories than in any other of their national achievements, but it has never been so with this great country. When we think of war, it is with a prayer that the sacrifices our dead have made will never have to be repeated. After every war, we have solemnly resolved to prevent future wars. We've learned, however, that it is not enough to make resolutions. It is not enough to utter them in speeches or engrave them on monuments. We've learned that we must devote the best efforts of our whole nation to make those resolutions come true. We entered the First World War to restore peace and to preserve human freedom. But when that war was finished, we turned aside from this task we had begun. We turned our backs upon the League of Nations, the international organization which was established to maintain peace. We ignored the economic problems of the world and adopted a tariff policy which only made them worse. We let our domestic affairs fall into the hands of selfish interests. We failed to join with others to take the steps which might have prevented a second World War. This time, We are fully aware of the mistakes that were made in the past. We are on guard against the indifference and isolationism, which can only lead to the tragedy of war. This time, we will not let our decisions be made for us by a little group of men who are concerned only with their own special interests. There are some who want to reject the measures that are necessary for defense against aggression. There are some who wish to abandon our efforts toward the revival of world trade. Those are the same voices that misled us in the 1920s. They are misguided by short-run considerations. They refuse to face the plain facts. They try to convince us that we cannot afford to pay the price of peace. But the people of the United States will not be misled a second time. We know that the short-sighted course, the easy way, is not the path to peace. The task is difficult and requires firm determination and steadfast effort. We know that if we are to build a lasting peace in the world, we must achieve three essential conditions. First, this nation must be strong and prosperous. Second, other nations devoted to the cause of peace and freedom must also be strong and prosperous. Third, there must be an international structure capable of adjusting international differences and maintaining peace. The first condition is our own strength and prosperity. It is unusual for this nation to maintain substantial armed forces in time of peace. Yet, so long as there is a threat to the principles of peace, the principles on which the United Nations is founded, we must maintain strong armed forces. Any uncertainty as to the ability or the willingness of the free nations of the world to defend themselves is just an invitation to aggression. We've seen the truth of this statement in the outbreak of 2 world wars. Our national strength is not, however, simply a matter of weapons and trained men. Even more important are our economic growth and continued prosperity. Our economy is the center of a world economy. The hope of economic revival throughout the world depends in large measure upon the prosperity of the United States. If our production and purchasing power are badly impaired, if the buying and selling and investing that we do in other parts of the world are cut off, other nations will be plunged into chaos and despair. It is a prime belief of the communist philosophy that our kind of economy is doomed to failure. The communists predict that our prosperity will collapse, bringing the rest of the free world down with it. But they're wrong. They're just as wrong as they can be. We must not falter now. We must not defeat our own efforts by doing only half the job that lies before us. The brave men whose memory we honor here did all that was required of them. They did not fail us. We must not fail them in our efforts to reach the goal for which they died. We must press on in the confidence that we will succeed in the mission that divine providence has assigned to us.
Good afternoon. This is Lee Giroux.
And Evangeline Baker.
For the first in a series of new programs, San Francisco Unlimited, a program in which we invite you to meet the people who contribute so much to our way of life, the little people who together make a big San Francisco.
That's right, Lee. And San Francisco always fascinates me, particularly the people. For instance, what do you think the attendant thinks when he has to go into a lion's cage and feed those ferocious beasts?
Well, I wouldn't know, but I've always wondered what they do down in a manhole.
Well, I don't know very much about that, but I wonder about the chef who has to prepare a dinner for 3,000 people every day.
Well, I'm not very much on cooking either, Vangie, but how about the fellow who puts the fancy decorations on cakes?
And how about the men who go out every day in those tiny fishing boats? Just the thought of it makes me seasick.
Whoa, just a minute, Blue Eyes. Don't get seasick yet, because we're going to go for a ride in one of those boats, you know. We're going to visit chefs in their own kitchens, too.
Not go in the lion's den.
Yes?
I ever regret the day I met you.
Oh, no, you won't, Vanjie, because we're going to take our microphones every place where we can meet people with unusual occupations. Meet them on their home base and find out all we can about San Francisco Unlimited.
Well, then that's why we're here in Flyshacker Park, standing by the miniature steam train that actually runs and has its own engineer.
How right you are.
Lee, I see the boss of the concession standing right here, Mr. Spyro Mandish. Let's say hello to him. Hello, Mr. Mandish. How are you today?
Fine, thank you. And yourself?
Very well, thank you. You know, we're having a wonderful time out here today.
Well, you should, with all our activities out here.
I think everybody has a good time in the park, don't they?
I should say they do.
Tell us something about the concessions you have out here.
Well, we have this little miniature train in here just about ready to go on its voyage down to Los Angeles, I guess, this trip. It has been operating here since 1925. It travels about 6,000 miles a year. I'd say it carries maybe in the average day about 3,000 people. And on Sunday, we make about 90 trips on a Sunday. Oh, I'd say around 4,000 people on a Sunday.
Say, Lee, how would you like to be the boss who manages all those thousands of people on a Sunday? Have you ever any idea the problems he might be involved in?
Well, the only problems we have with the thousands of listeners who can't get at us, your customers can get to you. Is that right?
Well, they can, but our customers usually on a Sunday are adults rather than children. This is really a children's activity here, or a concession. But due to the amount of demand for the adult in here, why the child hasn't got much of a chance on the Sunday.
In other words, the adults enjoy it as much, if not more so, than the children.
That's true.
How long is the track? How long is the trip?
The track is just a short, about 200 feet less than a quarter of a mile long. Mm-hmm. We expect to extend it now another 85 feet in here and move this front back about 40 feet in order that the public may better see it go around through its activities here, through its concession.
Say, who owns the cute little train?
This is operated by the Park Commission, the San Francisco Park Commission. They operate this train in here. We also have a merry-go-round, a Ferris wheel, and the donkey course down here that's operated by the Park Commission out at this particular place. They also have another concession or playgrounds in Golden Gate Park right behind Kezar Stadium.
Say, do you suppose there's another little train like this in the whole United States?
Well, I doubt if they have a similar train. There are trains that are a little larger than this that are operated by a motor, by a gas engine, and then they also have electric trains, but I doubt if there's another train that's operated like this by steam.
Well, now, this is a real steam engine.
That's a real steam engine, yes, operated by fuel oil. We burn fuel oil.
And when was it manufactured?
Well, it was manufactured... well, I couldn't say just when it was manufactured. We had it here since 1925. I understand that before that it was operated down at Pacific City.
I see. And do you do the repairs on it yourself here? I mean, is that done by your engineers?
It's done by the corporation yard, the same people that repair the fire department's apparatus.
Oh, I see.
You know, Lee, we've talked about the train so much, I can't stand it any longer. I want to ride on it. How about that?
You want to ride on it?
I really
Well, I'll see
do.
what I can do for you. Maybe I can get a ticket from Mr. Mandich here.
How
He's
much
the
does
boss.
it cost to ride on the train?
Children under 12 years of age are 5 cents.
That's
and
Vanjie.
Over 12 are 6 cents. That gives you a round trip.
You think we can afford it?
If you have 6 cents, yes.
All right, let's take everybody with us, shall we, Lee?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mandis. It's wonderful talking to you. Thank you so much, sir. Well, Vanjie, let's walk through the gate and go out by the train. I'd like to have you meet the engineer, Casey Jones.
All right, well, where is he now, Lee?
He's just going around the hump. It's about a quarter-mile track. You'll hear the train in just a few minutes. Isn't that an unusual name for an engineer, Casey Jones?
Oh, I don't believe his name is really and truly Casey
Absolutely.
Jones.
His name is Casey Jones. Wait till he gets in just a moment. You'll be able to hear. You can hear the train coming around. Just a moment. Let's talk to some of the brakemen. Who are you, sir?
Jesse Osborne.
Are you classified as a brakeman out here?
No, I'm classified as a trackman.
As a trackman, huh? You run this like a real train, in other words, huh?
Yes, sir, just like a real train.
What do you do? Do you take care of the tracks? Is that the idea?
Yeah, keep up the track.
And is the engineer's name really Casey Jones?
Yeah, it's really Casey Jones, but everyone knows it by Casey Jones.
See, Vanjie, I told you.
And you take the tickets as they come through the gate, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll bet you have some terrific crowds on holidays and Sundays, don't you?
That's right. We have an awful crowd on holidays and Sundays.
Do the youngsters ever get frightened riding so fast?
Some of them do.
But I think they're pretty safe and pretty secure with Casey Jones, aren't they?
Yeah, they all pretty safe.
I love the way he runs that train on schedule. He looks at his clock before he leaves. Here comes the train in just a minute. I'm going to show you. The name is Casey Jones. This is just as thrilling as being at Grand Central Station, isn't it?
Oh, hello.
Here, Clang.
Hello. Here comes the train into Grand Central Station.
All right, you come over here, and I'm going to introduce you to the gentleman and prove to you his name is... Here he comes right now. Hello, Casey. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
I'd like to have you meet Evangeline Baker. She doesn't believe your name is really Casey
Yes,
Jones.
it is. Casey Jones.
How long have you been running this train, Casey?
Oh, 5 years.
And what experience did you have before?
Well, I worked in the San Francisco and Vallejo, Napa, Calistoga Railroad, the Northern Pacific, and the old ocean shore.
Uh-huh. And how do you like the miniature railroad? You like that one, the big one?
Wonderful. Yes, you have more fun.
Tell us a little bit about the engine.
Well,
How's
it's,
it made?
how is it made?
Yeah.
Well, it's just an American type. That's a 4-4. In other words, it has 4 pony trucks and 4 drivers.
I see.
And it carries 150 pounds of steam. And it's about 12 horsepower.
Well, tell me now, is it an exact duplicate of a...
an old American type, yes. That's about 1905. They couldn't pull many cars in those days.
How fast do you go when you're going?
Well, they do about 30 miles an hour.
Do you reach 30 miles an hour going around?
You can pull 15 ton with it. Drawbar pull.
And you go through a real tunnel, don't you?
You bet. We're going to have a trestle and all new tracks pretty soon.
How about holding that watch of yours up to the microphone to tick a little bit?
Well, it doesn't tick. There's no hands on it because the children get in there and pull it out of my hand, and I have to pick it up and everything else.
Well, you know, we've been standing watching you, Casey. As a matter of fact, we took a ride around with you just a few minutes ago with Banshee sitting down and me standing up. We won't go into that. But you told us that you didn't have any hands on that, but you pull it out and the children think that you're really running on schedule.
Oh, yes, I have to hide it from them. When they want me to tell the time, I have to turn around and look at my own watch and find out what the real time is.
Do you have a lot of old railroad men who
Oh, yes. They come and ride with me, show their credentials, and tell me all their experience, retirement. They'd love to get up and run it.
I bet they would, too.
I bet they would.
How long has it been in operation here?
It's been here 22 years. It's a quarter-mile track, rather.
Well, I noticed that one thing you do, you're very kind with these children, and I just love the way that you put on these little trips for them. You must like children very much.
Well, I do, and another thing, I go home, I'm so tired, and I have to laugh myself at the things I say to them. Even here, you've seen me laugh?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I have to get on the engine there, you know, and first thing you know, I'm hauling to myself.
Have you ever had to stop the train to take off any frightened youngsters?
Never. No, we can calm them when they get on.
Actually, there's no danger whatsoever.
Not a bit.
Do you know of any other little train like this in the United States?
Yes, have several down Los Angeles. They have one over at Walnut Creek. They had one there at Durant Park in Oakland. But they're gone now. I think they're down in San Jose.
Tell me, Casey, do you do any of the repairs on this engine
yourself? Most of them, yes, most of them. Except heavy work. And that's got to be taken down, done on the lathe or big machinery, see.
Were you a retired engineer before you came
No
here?
retirement. No, my eyes are bad.
I see.
I'm colorblind.
Oh, I see.
Oh, that would really be a very serious handicap for an engineer.
It does. You have to know signals to see
Oh,
them.
but say, your little scenery here is just so beautiful and no signals to be worried about at all on this
Not
track.
a thing, but I have to make believe, though.
Who keeps the brass little whistle all polished so beautifully?
I do all that. Takes me 3 hours in the morning. I'm 6 hours out here without relief of any kind.
I see. What time do you come to work in the morning?
9 o'clock.
Start the train?
And time I get out, it's 11:30. And then when I start in, I stay right here about 10 after 5.
I see.
That takes me about 25 minutes to turn everything off, you know, and see everything in ship-shape order.
Where do you put the little baby to bed at
Well, that
night?
goes in the roundhouse.
A real little miniature roundhouse?
Oh, you telling me.
Oh, where is that located?
Haven't you seen it? You passed it.
No.
That was the tunnel.
Oh, it's a tunnel.
It's double, huh?
You telling me.
Well, I think that's wonderful. Casey, have you got about 30 seconds before you have to go away? I'd like to say hello to some of the people who are going to ride your train.
Why, go ahead.
We won't throw you off schedule, will we?
Not a bit. No, I got 4 minutes.
And will you blow the whistle for us
I'll
good
do
loud?
everything. You bet I will.
As a matter of fact, I've got my microphone cord stuck with his watch.
Oh, his watch is
Let's say
simply
hello to some of the
marvelous.
kiddies, shall we, Banshee? Hello, who are you?
Diane.
Diane who?
Carlane.
You do? Is this your first time on the train?
No.
Been on it before?
Uh-huh.
How do you like Casey Jones, the engineer?
I like him. He's funny.
He's really funny, isn't he?
Yeah.
Enjoy the ride?
Yes.
Good for you, Diane. You want to say hello to
Oh,
somebody,
yes,
Banshee?
Lee. Hello, how are you?
I know you.
Will you tell us your name?
David Jones.
And where do you live?
Over in Richmond.
And how'd you happen to come over to the park today?
Well, I was staying here with my aunt. We came here. I'm going home today, so my mom and come out here, and we went around swimming, then we're going to go around here now and stick for a
Say,
while.
that sounds like a wonderful day. Is this the first ride you've ever had on the train?
No, I come over here every year.
And what do you like most of all in the playground?
I like the train here.
What are you going to be when you grow up?
Trying to be a chemist.
You are? You've never wanted to be a railroad engineer?
Well, I like the job, but I don't know.
It looks pretty exciting, doesn't it? Well, have a good time today, and thanks for the visit.
You know, Banshee, the last time I asked a young fellow what he wanted to be when he grew up, he said a man. What's your name, Sid?
Philip Kelly.
Where are you from, Philip?
Palo Alto.
Are you? You glad school is out?
Yeah.
Enjoying yourself on the train?
Uh-huh.
Well, we have grown-ups on the train, too, Vangie. Who's the lady?
Oh,
standing
I think
right
it'd be
beside
awfully
you?
nice. You know, I think sometimes we take the youngsters for a ride on the train just because we'll enjoy it ourselves. What do you think?
I think so, too.
Will you introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm Mrs. Kelly from Palo Alto.
And these are your youngsters?
Yes.
Have they ever ridden on the train before?
Oh, yes, we've been up here before.
In other words, when you come to San Francisco, it's one of the standard things to do. Is that right?
Yeah, we always have to come here.
I bet you enjoy it, too.
I'll say.
Thanks a lot. Have a good time. I know you're having lots of fun.
Well, Vangie, I see the train's about ready to pull out, and we're nearly out of time. Let's say goodbye to Casey
Well, I'm
Jones.
very glad to have met you, and I hope to see you again soon.
Casey, we hope to see you again, too. We're going to listen to you pull out right now in a little miniature train. He blows the whistle, rings the bell. Isn't this wonderful?
Oh, say, listen, this is one of the most exciting things I've ever seen in my life. Now, here, we're going to listen to the whistle. There goes the bell.
Isn't it a lot of fun? You know what? We're going to do this a lot of times.
He has the most wonderful face, and he gets his signals put on his goggles, and there she goes.
We got a brakeman on the back who'll give us a signal to go. Bye, everybody.
Goodbye. Have a good trip. Okay. Thank you. Goodbye.
Now, you see what I mean about his name really being Casey Jones?
Really, Casey Jones, and it's a real train, Lee. And it's one of those things that I had never known very much about before and just stood and admired and looked at it. But it's wonderful how interesting people really are, isn't it?
It's true, it's true. As a matter of absolute fact, Vangie, you and I are going to do a lot of this. We're going to see all the people do all the unusual things. In fact, you've just heard the first in a new series of programs designed to meet the people called San Francisco Unlimited. It's our purpose to introduce you to all the people in unusual occupations that contribute so much to San Francisco's way of life.
And San Francisco is unlimited. Don't you think so, Lee?
True, Vangie, true. It's the most fascinating city in the world.
Where should we go tomorrow?
Oh, I don't know. Let's not plan. It's more fun to stop wherever you meet somebody unusual, don't you think?
You mean carry our wire recorder with us all the time?
Well, why not? You might run into a sponsor, you know.
And what will you say if you meet one? My name is Lee Jerome.
That's right, and this is my partner, Evangeline Baker.
And then what'll you say?
Well, then I'll say, Mr. Sponsor, if you don't buy this program, you're passing up the best merchandising idea that's come along in years.
And everyone wants to know how the other half lives.
That's right.
And then what are you going to say?
Well, then I'm going to say this is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Time for Reason. Until Lyman Bryson's return to the program next week, various speakers are being heard at this time discussing international and American public problems. This afternoon, from Washington, Senator Joseph C. O'Mahony, Democrat of Wyoming, speaks on America's leadership for freedom and peace. Last Sunday at the same time, Henry A. Wallace, editor of the New Republic, gave opposing views on this same subject. Senator O'Mahony.
Thank you. Freedom and peace are the primary goals of all peoples. Certainly they are the primary goals of the people of the United States, who from the time the nation was founded until now have cherished the belief that mankind is capable of establishing a social and political order under which the individual shall be free to live his own life and under which war may be avoided. Now, however, after 2 world conflicts, fought within the space of 30 years with a fury and destructiveness that defy the imagination, it is becoming apparent that it is much more difficult to achieve peace than it is to win unwanted wars. Men are already hopelessly talking about a 3rd World War, to be conducted with weapons more terrible even than those which were used in the last one. It becomes imperative, therefore, if we desire to avoid such a catastrophe, to attempt frankly to face the facts, both with respect to ourselves and to the other nations of the world. Surely we are not deceiving ourselves if we say that the people of the United States have amply demonstrated in the 2 terrible conflicts of this century that they have no ambition for conquest or aggrandizement. Now, as after the peace of 1919, we recognize the right of self-determination for every other people. We do not attempt to constitute ourselves a monitor to compel the adoption of our own institutions elsewhere. But when free institutions are overthrown in any nation, or self-determination is denied to any people, we have in the past at least recognized that such application of force, internally or externally, are destructive of the fundamental hopes of all people, namely the attainment of freedom and peace. Throughout this century, our people have cherished the confidence that mankind can perfect a world organization to provide peaceful settlement of all international disputes, promote disarmament, and banish war. If we have failed in attaining these objectives, the failure has been due not to any purpose of preserving for ourselves opportunity to gain dominance over any other people or area, but solely because of human frailty in selecting the proper course of action to gain the desired end. Personal rivalry and purely partisan rivalry have impeded us in taking the effective world leadership which we should take in the effort to establish permanent peace and freedom. But a more serious impediment than either of these has been our failure until now to understand completely that there can be no political liberty without economic freedom, and therefore that the first step in the attainment of the great objective of all mankind is the establishment at home and abroad of economic liberty. This proposition has been stated over and over again by our leaders in the past. It was the heart and center of the Atlantic Charter, and it has once more been currently enunciated by Secretary of State Marshall. Our policy, he said in his address at Harvard University on June 5th, is directed not against any country or doctrine, but against hunger, poverty, desperation, and chaos. Its purpose should be the revival of a working economy in the world, so as to permit the emergence of political and social conditions in which free institutions can exist. So said Secretary Marshall. Surely this is a plain and unmistakable statement of a fundamental purpose: to help peoples everywhere, through free institutions, to achieve triumph over misery. What do we mean by free institutions, and what threatens them? When we speak of free institutions, we speak of social and political conditions under which authority proceeds from the people themselves. What threatens the existence of such institutions? Obviously, they are threatened by arbitrary power. That is to say, by the infliction upon people of authority which they are forced to obey, but in the establishment of which they have had no part. If we ask ourselves whether or not arbitrary power exists anywhere in the world today, we must in all frankness answer that it does. It dresses itself, to be sure, sometimes in the habiliments of nationalism, sometimes in the garb of imperialism, sometimes even in the cloak of democracy. But no free person, wherever he lives, whatever his background, can mistake arbitrary power, whatever the disguise. It is the rule of the many by the few. By whomever it is exercised, it is a repudiation of every principle of political and economic life which has activated the people of this nation from the beginning. Free men cannot safely delude themselves into compromises of principle with arbitrary power. You cannot appease a tyrant. That does not mean that you should go to war with every tyrant. It means only that in dealing with him, you make it as clear to him as to yourself that you know his character, that you are not deceived. If any people in the world freely choose a program of socialism, no other free people can rightfully complain. Whatever program any nation adopts for itself is the business of that nation and not of any other. This is not the case, however, when any program is imposed upon the people by arbitrary power. Americans, in their efforts to win freedom and peace for mankind, must not lose sight of this proposition, nor should they close their eyes to the fact that the Soviet government in our time is a dictatorship. When I hear men who call themselves followers of Franklin D. Roosevelt and defenders of his ideals urge the people of America to disregard the facts about the Russian government, I am reminded of the speech which President Roosevelt made to the American Youth Congress in Washington on February 10th, 1940, before we became involved in the war. It will be remembered that resolutions were being adopted at that time condemning American loans to Finland on the charge that they constituted an attempt to force the United States into an imperialistic war. President Roosevelt, in his speech of February 1940, took cognizance of these futile resolutions, as he called them, and then said, "In the early days of communism, I recognized that many leaders of Russia were bringing education and better health, and above all, better opportunity to millions who had been kept in ignorance and serfdom. I disliked the regimentation under communism. I abhorred the indiscriminate killings of thousands of innocent victims. I heartily deprecated the banishment of religion, though I knew that someday Russia would return to religion for the simple reason that 4,000 or 5,000 years of recorded history have proven that mankind has always believed in God in spite of many abortive attempts to exile God." This is still President Roosevelt speaking. I, with many of you, hoped that Russia would work out its own problems and that its government would eventually become a peace-loving, popular government with a free ballot which would not interfere with the integrity of its neighbors. That hope is today, said Mr. Roosevelt, either shattered or put away in storage against some better day. The Soviet Union, as everybody who has the courage to face the fact knows, is run by a dictatorship as absolute as any other dictatorship in the world. It has allied itself with another dictatorship, and it has invaded a neighbor so infinitesimally small that it could do no possible harm to the Soviet Union, a neighbor which seeks only to live at peace as a democracy, and a liberal, forward-looking democracy at that. These words of President Roosevelt were pronounced before Hitler turned upon his ally in the ruthless faithlessness that is always characteristic of the dictator. When we became involved in the war, we aided Russia, just as we aided Britain. And we fervently hoped that when peace came and the arbitrary power of Hitler, Mussolini, and Hirohito was destroyed, the great people of Russia, in the words of Roosevelt, would eventually become a peace-loving, popular government with a free ballot, which would not interfere with the integrity of its neighbors. We know now that arbitrary power is being imposed upon the peoples of many small countries in Europe with the connivance and support of the Soviet dictatorship. We know now that the pledges of Yalta and Potsdam have been violated, that little peoples are suffering at the hands of Soviet arbitrary power in the post-war period, just as little Finland suffered in the pre-war period. These are facts which we must face. That does not mean that we should go to war against Russia. On the contrary, it means that we should undertake to prove to Russia and to all the peoples of other nations that a free democracy can produce a higher standard of living than is possible under arbitrary power. And we should do this by eliminating all possibility of arbitrary controls in our own economy. Secretary Marshall, in describing the international policy of this government, has declared that any government that is willing to assist in the task of recovery will find full cooperation upon the part of the United States. This purpose, proclaimed under the leadership of President Truman, is to aid Europe in its own economic rehabilitation. It is not a program of handouts, but a program designed to bring about economic rehabilitation and freedom by the same sort of cooperation that won the war. It is a program in which Russia may join. It is a program of work and production, and after all, men cannot live except by work and production. It is not a program that can be achieved by appeasement. The leadership is ours. Never has this or any country had a greater opportunity to serve mankind. We have the largest national income ever achieved. We have substantially full employment. Profits are high and wages are high. World peace depends upon our example, and we cannot afford the luxury of a class war or even of petty quarrels over a slightly better share of the nation's production. Few in America need more than they are now getting, but millions abroad live in misery and serfdom. We can produce. We can show Europe that by united determination to work in a free economy, production, peace, and freedom can be achieved for all the peoples of the world. The responsibility is ours. We must not fail.
You have just heard Senator Joseph C. O'Mahony, Democrat of Wyoming, speaking from Washington on America's leadership for freedom and peace. Last week at this same time, Henry A. Wallace, editor of the New Republic, gave opposing views on this same subject. Next week, Lyman Bryson returns to Time for Reason, speaking from France. His subject will be 4th of July in Paris. We return you now to New York.
Headline edition, July 8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army. Army officers say the missile, found sometime last week, has been inspected at Roswell, New Mexico, and sent to Wright Field, Ohio, for further inspection. Russia has demanded UN action to get all foreign military personnel out of Greece. Southern soft coal operators have not yet reached agreement with John L. Lewis, but the rest of the soft coal industry has resumed production. The House of Representatives has passed the tax reduction bill by more than the two-thirds which would be required to override a veto. Headline edition will bring you special reports and interviews in a moment.
The American Broadcasting Company and affiliated stations present Headline Edition with Taylor Grant. From all over the world, wherever the day's headlines are made, Headline Edition brings you accurate, timely reports on the news behind those headlines, plus informative in-person interviews with the men and women who made the headlines today. Today's edition presents a roundup of the latest developments in the finding of a flying disc, an eyewitness report of today's significant action in the UN Security Council, Ohio Congressman Thomas A. Jenkins commenting on today's House action on tax legislation, a special report on the status of soft coal negotiations, and the details of today's All-Star baseball game reported from Chicago. Stay in step with history in the making. Stay tuned to Headline Edition. And now, here's Taylor Grant.
Late this afternoon, a bulletin from New Mexico suggested that the widely publicized mystery of the flying saucers may soon be solved. Army Air Force officers reported that one of the strange discs had been found and inspected sometime last week. Our correspondents in Los Angeles and Chicago have been in contact with Army officials endeavoring to obtain all possible late information. Joe Wilson reports to us now from Chicago.
The Army may be getting to the bottom of all this talk about the so-called flying saucer. As a matter of fact, the 509th Atomic Bomb Group headquarters at Roswell, New Mexico, reports that it has received one of the discs which landed on a ranch outside Roswell. The disc landed at a ranch at Corona, New Mexico, and the rancher turned it over to the Air Force. Rancher W.W. Brizzell was the man who discovered the saucer. Colonel William Blanchard of the Roswell Air Base refuses to give details of what the flying disc looks like. In Fort Worth, Texas, where the object was first sent, Brigadier General Roger Ramey says that it is being shipped by air to the AAF Research Center at Wright Field, Ohio. A few moments ago, I talked to officials at Wright Field, and they declared that they expect the so-called flying saucer to be delivered there, but that it hasn't arrived as yet. In the meantime, General Ramey describes the object as being of flimsy construction, almost like a box kite. He says that it was so battered that he was unable to determine whether it had a disc form, and he does not indicate its size. Ramey says that so far as can be determined, no one saw the object in the air, and he describes it as being made of some sort of tinfoil. Other Army officials say that further information indicates that the object had a diameter of about 20 to 25 feet, and that nothing in the apparent construction indicated any capacity for speed, and that there was no evidence of a power plant. The disc also appeared too flimsy to carry a man. Now, back to Taylor Grant in New York.
There was important activity within the UN Security Council today.
This is the BBC Home Service. Good morning, everybody. Here is the 7 o'clock news for today, Thursday, the 10th of July. The court circular issued from Buckingham Palace last night makes this announcement. It is with the greatest pleasure that the King and Queen announce the betrothal of their dearly beloved daughter, the Princess Elizabeth, to Lieutenant Philip Mountbatten, Royal Navy, son of the late Prince Andrew of Greece and Princess Andrew, Princess Alice of Battenberg, to which union the King has gladly given his consent. Listeners will wish us to offer our best wishes to Princess Elizabeth and Lieutenant Mountbatten.
Washington, Thursday, July 31st. In just a moment, I'll tell you what we're thinking about here today.
From Washington, the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Jack Bell, substituting for Borkage, with his midday summary of Washington and world news. Before Mr. Bell tells the story of today's news, here's an announcement of interest to all of us. What's your knowledge of the State of the Union? Do you know what's happening in America's labor ranks today? What big business is thinking and doing? Do you know our current foreign affairs policy? If your score is low, then it's time you do something about your state of knowledge. You can do this by keeping up on the news through newspapers, magazines, radio commentators, and radio public forums, such as America's Town Meeting of the Air. This is the noted hour-long discussion program that brings you leading authorities in a formative debate on current controversial issues facing America as well as the whole world. Each week, these experts argue all sides of some vital political problem or question. Start tonight. Listen to America's Town Meeting. Now, here is Mr. Bell.
On the plains of Sharon, scene of many of the Old Testament battles, a new deed of violence has taken place. Early today, British soldiers found the hanged bodies of 2 British sergeants who had been kidnapped and held as hostages by the Jewish underground organization called Irgun. When the British soldiers sought to cut down the bodies of their comrades, an explosion occurred. One of the bodies had been booby-trapped. It was blown to bits. An eucalyptus tree to which both were hanged was uprooted. A British guardsman was severely wounded in the face, and newsmen were knocked down by the blast. The scene was a grove a few miles south of Netanya, in the area where a mysterious telephone voice had told correspondents the bodies would be found. At the same time, the voice warned that the ground about the bodies had been heavily mined. So this morning early, the British approached very cautiously, testing the ground all around with those devices by which they detected mines during the war. No mines were found, but when the first body was touched directly, it exploded in their faces. Pinned to the bodies were inscriptions in Hebrew stating that the men had been executed by the Jewish resistance movement after arrest and formal trial. But the story all along has been that Irgun had kidnapped the men and had openly warned that they would be killed if 3 members of Irgun were executed by the British. So it was retaliation on kidnapped hostages rather than a legal execution under the Articles of War. The illegal side of it was brought out by the more moderate elements in the Jewish community. Netanya's mayor, Ovid Ben-Ami, sadly commented, "This is the most brutal crime they have done yet. All we have built for and prayed for now lies in the dust." The Jewish Agency and the Jewish National Council issued a statement. And I think it can't be too much emphasized that the whole Jewish community does not support these acts of violence. Listen to the wording of their statement. "We have no words to express our execration of the dastardly murder of 2 innocent men by a set of criminals who are impervious to the voice of conscience and arrogate unto themselves the power to decide on matters of life and death. We call upon the Jewish community in Palestine and the whole Jewish people to stand by our side in fighting this ghastly evil which has befallen us until its complete eradication from our midst. We express our deep and heartfelt sympathy to the relatives of the innocent victims of this horrible deed. We beg them and their people not to identify with them the Jewish people which is engaged in an effort to build up its national life." The British are now mapping a more rigid campaign against underground violence. They're expected to ask the moderate Jewish Agency to help them stamp it out by cooperating actively. Heretofore, the moderate groups have refused, saying they preferred to combat the extremists in their own way. A somewhat amusing sidelight on the jumpiness of the British about Jewish underground attacks has come to light from San Pedro, California. An officer on the British cruiser Kenya was looking at the water nearby, and he saw a lot of bubbles coming up. He immediately thought of underwater saboteurs like the Frogmen off the coast of Palestine who have sunk British vessels. He ordered the dropping of demolition charges into the water. It was later found that the bubbles were caused by the exhaust from an auxiliary engine. And speaking of blowing up ships or the fear of ships being blown up, Brooklyn longshoremen have refused to load a vessel carrying ammonium nitrate. They feared the same thing happening there in Brooklyn as happened at the Texas City disaster, and here only a couple of days ago in the harbor of Brest, France. It may lead to New York barring from the port any vessels carrying this dangerous stuff. It's a strange thing that ammonium nitrate has been handled for years without trouble. Only one or two isolated cases of it exploding had occurred until the last year, and then two of them happened. Boom, boom. And very bad ones at that. I can't say I blame the longshoremen. They'd have to pay me more than $1.65 an hour to go near that stuff. Things are still looking very serious for England's economy. On top of slashes in the military establishment and plans to have the miners work an extra hour per day, the government is now considering the idea of reducing the almost irreducible diet of the people of those islands. More austerity is what they call it. It may finally force the issue of whether the Labor government over there is to stand or fall. Prime Minister Clement Attlee is apparently squeezed by without being chucked out by his own party, but he may yet hear from the British housewives. I never think of Clement Attlee without thinking of the crack that Winston Churchill made about him. Attlee, he said, is a very modest man, but then he has a great deal to be modest about. There's been a little demonstration at the Soviet embassy here in Washington. Probably done as a publicity stunt purely. Maybe I shouldn't help them out by talking about it, but anyhow, two men drove up in a car this morning and began nailing signs on trees in the Soviet embassy yard. The signs read, "Spies, beware." A small crowd gathered. Then the embassy first secretary came out and asked the men to wait until the police should arrive. They said no thanks and drove off. Embassy employees took the signs down. The two men said they represented the Christian Youth of America. One of them edits a magazine which is published by the Reverend Gerald L.K. Smith, who is so far on the right wing politically that he is constantly assailed as a fascist. Now for an announcement. I'll be back with more news and comment in a moment.
Here's a question for you young women who will soon be finishing your high school education. What are your plans for the future? Well, if it's a career, I've got some tips for you on one of the most worthwhile professions any young woman can follow. It's a career in nursing. A student nurse receives a fine education at a cost far less than university training for any other profession. She lives in a dormitory or nursing home just as she would at college and gets time off every week as well as summer vacations. Today, nursing is also one of the better paid professions. So if you're considering a career and you're a high school graduate between 17 and 35, investigate the advantages a career in nursing offers. Contact the director of nurses at your nearest hospital for information regarding schools of nursing. It's a worthwhile profession. Look into it soon. Now here again is Mr. Bell with his commentary on the news.
Yesterday, I went over to the Chancery of the Netherlands Embassy. Dr. Eelco van Kleffens, the new ambassador, was having his first press and radio conference. I went because I wanted to hear the Dutch side of the Indonesian story, and also I wanted to see Dr. van Kleffens. He's renowned for his work as foreign minister of his country and for being the Netherlands representative on the UN Security Council. Now that Dr. Benish has gone under the Iron Curtain, I suppose you could call Dr. van Kleffens the smartest little statesman in Europe. I wanted to see such a man close up, and I also wanted to confirm with my own eyes the testimony of the camera and the stories I'd heard of his personal appearance. Dr. van Kleffens, like another great man, Abraham Lincoln, knows the value of being homely. There's one story I remember particularly about him. It was when the Germans had invaded Holland. A party of Dutch refugees had just landed on the closely guarded shores of England. The military nabbed them, of course, and they were very suspicious indeed of the man who said he was the foreign minister of Holland, even though he had papers. A British officer got in touch with the Foreign Office in London, told the situation. The voice on the other end of the line said, "Describe him." Before the officer had said more than 10 words, the Foreign Office said, "Yes, that's the man, all right. There couldn't be two who looked like that." When I came into the spacious meeting room of the Chancery, where about 50 people had gathered, I was a little disappointed in Dr. Van Cleffens. He didn't quite live up to his advance notices about being homely. I would say that he resembles an artist's conception of what European man will look like when he has evolved another 1,000 years. Forehead more bulging than one sees ordinarily. Chin more receding. Baldness more pronounced. His nose was the beak of a bird. His eyes were the most startling part about him. He's the only man I ever saw who has china blue eyes which are penetrating at the same time. Dr. Van Cleffens told us his countryside of the Indonesian situation, and I'll give it to you for what it's worth. Some left thinking he had made out a good case. Others thought he didn't have a case, but had made the best of what he had. Dr. Van Cleffens' first remark was disarming. He said he knew the phrase of the Indonesians, "We are fighting for our liberty," would strike a responsive chord in Americans. It strikes a responsive chord in our hearts, too, he said. We who fought 80 years for our liberty from Spain. He then asked who the true champions of liberty were, the leaders of the so-called Indonesian Republic or the Dutch. He said that only Sumatra and Java were in a state of resistance, that the inhabitants of the other Dutch East Indies islands, Borneo, the Celebes, and the Moluccas, and countless smaller islands, 20 million people all told, were entirely happy, and their leaders had even urged the Dutch to take this police action that is now going on. At this point, a secretary came in and whispered to Dr. Van Cleffens. He excused himself very matter-of-factly by saying that The Hague was calling him on the phone. When he returned, he said it was not true that the Dutch were trying to destroy the Indonesian Republic. They had wanted to work with the leaders of it, and they had even recognized those leaders last October and made agreements with them. The Dutch government had insisted then that the Indonesians stop making treaties with foreign powers, that they recognize the other states like Borneo and the Celebes as independent, and not try to run their governments too. The leaders had agreed but hadn't kept their promise. What the Indonesians had been trying to do, said Dr. Van Cleffens, his china blue eyes sweeping around the room, would be like the state of Nevada trying to name the governors of Utah or New Mexico. Another thing the native leaders had agreed on was not to blockade the Dutch-held cities, but they had failed to live up to that agreement, too. Since October, there had been more than 1,000 violations of the agreement, he said. Dr. Van Cleffens then said that what purported to be an Indonesian government was not a government at all. It didn't keep order. Its own troops didn't obey it. The leaders just had a microphone. The whole thing had been started by the Japanese. When the Japs were on the verge of being beaten and forced to quit the East Indies, said the ambassador, they had wanted to leave a time bomb behind them. They called in Sukarno, the present leader of the Indonesians, and permitted him to arm young men who now go about in irresponsible bands, terrorizing the populace as well as fighting the Dutch. He didn't mean to say that theirs was a terroristic government exactly, but a large element among them liked plunder and the chance to pillage and take over what was not theirs. These armed bands must be disarmed, he said. Responsible people must be found who would not disavow their agreements. This the Dutch were trying to bring about, and they had no desire to enslave or treat the people of the Indies as servants or colonials. They merely wanted to treat them as equal partners. No one regretted more than the Dutch that strong measures had to be taken. They had put it off as long as possible, but now every element in the kingdom supported them except the communists. At this point, I asked Dr. Van Cleffens if a new story was true that his government had asked the British to mediate the Indonesian conflict. Dr. Van Cleffens smiled gently and said that was just what he had been talking to The Hague about on the telephone. No, there was not a word of truth to the story. That's all, and thanks very much. Now, here's a friendly word from your announcer.
Have you heard Break the Bank, radio's biggest money quiz show? Yes, it's on the air over most of these ABC stations every Friday night. Many people have wondered how Break the Bank contestants are selected. Well, during the warm-up preceding the show, MC Bert Parks asks if there are, for example, any lawyers or carpenters in the audience, keeping in mind the questions on the blackboard. Movie fans or card experts may be in demand for one show, while students of literature or sports enthusiasts may be called for another show. Well, according to Parks, specialists have the best chance for breaking the bank. which has at times exceeded $5,000 and always contains at least 1,000. This Friday night, see how your knowledge compares with that of the contestants. Hear Break the Bank when it's broadcast Friday nights over most of these same ABC stations. Mr. Bell, substituting for Borkage, will be heard tomorrow at this time over most of these stations with his summary of Washington and world news. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Martin Agronsky reporting. I'll be with you in a minute.
The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Martin Agronsky in the news, a complete and up-to-the-minute digest of international and national events. Before Mr. Agronsky begins his commentary, here's an important announcement. Look how Dashiell Hammett's Fat Man's grown. We don't mean in size, but in popularity. The fat man known as Brad Runyon knows there's no truth to the saying, murder will out. His answer to that is, oh, yeah? When the professional killers or the strong-arm boys go to work, all the trite sayings in the world won't bring the killer out. As Brad says, you've got to dig him out, just like the infantry dug out the pillboxes. And if you don't believe it, just ask any Joe who was there, which he'd rather have had, the assurance from some optimist that all Nazis were yellow, or a Browning automatic rifle and a flamethrower. The fat man's continually running into unlikely underworld characters. So for thrills, hear Dashiell Hammett's Fat Man tomorrow night, when it's broadcast over most of these same ABC stations. And now from New York, Mr. Agronsky.
Good morning. Dark, sultry-looking clouds hang low this morning over the city's skyscrapers. They give promise of another miserably hot day, and they provide an appropriately threatening aerial canopy of nature under which to look at the storm signs of violence, bloodshed, and high political tension which characterize these days man's relations with man throughout the world. This afternoon, the United Nations Security Council meets once more at Lake Success to face and attempt to solve by peaceful international action two dangerous threats to world peace and security. These are the guerrilla warfare in Greece and the Dutch attempt to crush in Indonesia, the Indonesian Native Republic's political and armed strength. On the instance of two United Nations Far Eastern states, the British Commonwealth state of Australia and the new state of India, the Council has been asked to intervene in Indonesia to end the fighting and to arbitrate a satisfactory solution. The Dutch have already objected, saying that they do not see where the UN needs to intervene. The open nature of the war between the Dutch and Indonesian forces gives this problem at least procedural preference over the more basic problem of Greece. In Greece, as a result of Russia's veto on Tuesday of the American plan to establish a permanent United Nations Border Commission to guard Greece's frontiers, the whole future of the UN was placed in grave jeopardy. And this afternoon, the American deputy delegate, Herschel Johnson, returns here from conferences at the State Department in Washington, where he talked over what America is to do with the top-level authorities on our foreign policy. With at least this country's answer to this 11th use by the Russians of their great veto power expected, what Mr. Johnson has to say is of great concern. He made no attempt to hide our country's concern about the danger to the UN's future, which he saw embodied in this 11th use of the Russian veto. He declared on Tuesday, before he left for Washington, that the United States could not permit the Russian action to pass by default. And today, Mr. Johnson, speaking for the United States, is expected to indicate our government's reaction to the Russian veto. Last night, I spoke with some of the members of the American delegation here in New York, but they were reluctant, until Mr. Johnson returned, to give any concrete indication of what he's going to do this afternoon. The general American feeling can be best summed up, however, by saying that this government feels that if the United Nations stands idly by now and permits the Russian veto on action in Greece to stick, then the UN is a dead duck. This strong and universal belief of the Americans, I can report, is shared, too, by all of the other Security Council members, with the exception, of course, of Russia and her satellite state, Poland, who backed up the Soviet veto with a negative vote against UN action. It's regarded as certain for that reason that the United States will propose, perhaps today or this evening, that the Greek issue be placed before the Assembly in September. The Russian veto then would not apply. Or else our country may recommend that some kind of inspection system be set up outside the framework of the United Nations. The second course is the more radical. However, it also seems the more practical. That's because the Assembly is not in a position under the terms of the Charter to do anything concrete in the way of enforcement of peace in Greece, because always over any concrete action there hangs the threat of another Russian veto. Should the United States go outside the United Nations to win peace in Greece, this would be tantamount, however, to admitting that the United Nations has failed, despite the world's great hopes, failed to prove itself an effective instrument for keeping the peace through collective and peaceful action. Though this rightly is a cause for dismay, it actually would be only one more open sign that the split between the Western world and Russia is no longer a matter of theory or of words, but as a matter of practice. After all, the Russians, of their own volition, have refused to take part in all of the economic and human welfare activities of the United Nations. And besides ducking membership in all of these internal organs of the United Nations, the Russian refusal to join in the American-sponsored Paris Economic Conference has provided one more concrete sign that as far as Russia is concerned, she prefers to walk alone in the field of European and world economy. The Soviets' veto Tuesday of the Balkan Commission that the United States has proposed is the political counterpart, any way you look at it, of Russia's refusal to take part in any of these other international economic and human welfare projects that the nations of the Western world see as their only hope of winning to a durable peace. This is certainly not a happy conclusion, but it does correspond, unfortunately, with the fact. The world will certainly not be made a happier place by the refusal on the part of the world to look these facts in the face, unpleasant as they are, look them in the face and recognize their meaning for what it is. The United Nations has become for Russia only a sounding board for propaganda. The Russians have deliberately turned their back on the use of the United Nations for the purpose for which it was conceived. Though the demands of Australia and India for UN intervention in Indonesia will come first today on the Security Council agenda, they do not come first for all of these reasons in importance. The reaction of the United States and of the Western world to this 11th Russian use of the veto in the case of Greece overshadows the action on Indonesia. Unless the problem of what to do in Greece is solved by the United Nations, certainly any other action it takes now or plans to take in the future will be compromised before it ever has a chance to get started. And now here's your announcer. I'll be with you again in a minute with more news.
Tomorrow, our Army Air Forces celebrate its 40th birthday, and our American Air Force is looking forward to life beginning at 40. Born on August 1st, 1907, its first heavier-than-air craft was a plane that flew the amazing speed of 42 miles an hour and remained aloft for 1 hour and 12 minutes. The young AAF grew slowly, but at the adult age of 37 in 1944, it boasted a personnel of more than 2,400,000 men. Its wartime peak for aircraft was 80,000 planes, rocket-propelled planes, bombers that are bigger, faster, and carry a greater bomb load than ever before in history. Any young American would be proud to be a part of our Army Air Forces, which tomorrow, on its 40th birthday, is on the threshold of its greatest aeronautical advancements. We're all proud of our Air Forces. Martin Nagronsky continues with his digest of the morning news.
There's tragically no longer any doubt as to the fate of the 2 British sergeants who were kidnapped in Palestine by the Jewish extremist underground some weeks ago. The bodies of these 2 men were found hanging this morning from a tree in an orange grove some 5 miles from the Jewish village of Netanya. The tragic discovery was made more gruesome when a booby trap attached to the bodies was exploded and blasted to bits these earthly remains. As the booby trap was tripped by British soldiers who found the bodies, 1 British soldier was wounded, and an American photographer was knocked to the ground and his camera destroyed. Thus, the Irgun Tzvi Leumi, the striking force of the Jewish extremists in Palestine, lived up to its pledge to avenge the hanging by the British 2 days ago of 3 captured members of its organization. The Irgun has long used as its motto the biblical motto of revenge, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. And they proved today that neither this motto nor their threat that Palestine would run with blood were idly spoken. The Holy Land, traditionally the birthplace of peace, provides in this unhappy incident yet one more proof, if the world really needs it, that violence still breeds violence, and that militant nationalism is far from dead. It's positive the British will react to this action of the Irgun with repressive police measures more stringent than any yet imposed on the Jewish community in Palestine. The British reaction may consist of a rigid curfew that will further increase the already dangerous tension. The situation in Palestine is no longer of the kind where either the ruling power, Britain, or the Jews whom they rule are able to approach the solution of their problems with reason. Aroused passions are becoming the major factor in the relations between the British and the Jews in Palestine. The Irgun action in hanging the 2 British sergeants is in line with their philosophy of violence, but their action in booby-trapping the bodies of the 2 men is certainly outside the bounds of even the most determined kind of reprisals. This seems an unforgivable act of savagery by the extremists, which the Jewish community in Palestine will abhor just as much as the outside world. The great tragedy of Palestine is that for the Jewish extremists, the terrible violence they practice stems from their desire to save the lives of their displaced compatriots elsewhere. The whole business is reminiscent more and more of the Irish Rebellion, where a desire for independence resulted in a savage revolution. If ever there were an instance of the importance of outside intervention through the United Nations, certainly this is one. The UN Investigation Commission on Palestine should hurry its solution, if any, or the Holy Land will literally run with blood, not milk and honey. The much-heralded investigation of Howard Hughes' wartime contracts, airplane contracts, still has produced more smoke than fire. Senator Pepper of Florida is reported today as having said in Washington that an aircraft expert's appraisal of Hughes' photo reconnaissance plane as a hot wagon showed that Elliott Roosevelt, the late president's son, had grounds for pushing the wartime construction of the ship. Pepper told this to a reporter and says he thinks that should be the chief question before the Senate War Investigating Committee. Howard Hughes, however, had other ideas about it. He advanced to Senator Brewster, who apparently has been the leading light behind this investigation, a series of questions in which he indicated that Senator Brewster had been supporting what is known as the chosen instrument policy for American overseas airlines. That is a policy of using the Pan American Company run by Juan Trippe, and a company which is a very strong competitor of Howard Hughes' Trans World Airlines. That Senator Brewster had been supporting the Pan American cause. Hughes, in fact, called the investigation a blackmail weapon and made other very strong charges against Brewster. Brewster kept his silence and replied only by saying that he referred anyone interested to Chapter 6 in the book of Nehemiah in the Bible. He said he had nothing further to say. Well, when a Bible was looked up, Brewster posed with it, and Nehemiah number 6 was open for study. And the chapter is headed by words which read as follows: Sanballat practiseth by craft, by rumors, by hired prophecies to terrify Nehemiah. And apparently that's Brewster's answer, at least so far, to Mr. Hughes. Well, Mr. Hughes' publicity agent, Mr. Meyer, is reported this morning en route here from Paris. Is expected to testify tomorrow. It's politics as usual outside the Congress now. The most important political action of the past 24 hours was the announcement at Columbus, Ohio, by Senator John Bricker, who was the 1944 vice presidential nominee, that he's willing to step aside as Ohio's favorite son for Senator Robert Taft. Senator Taft revealed that at Columbus, Ohio, said he had the right of way from his junior colleague, Senator Bricker. Governor Dewey is objecting to the criticism of him, the criticism that he is refusing to say anything about major issues. Dewey remarked sarcastically at Flint, Michigan, "What am I supposed to say? Don't shoot till you see the whites of their eyes." And Dewey remarked, too, "I did a lot of talking in 1944, and I was the only one who did." And Mr. Dewey, the governor of New York, might also have remarked that his talking did not win him the election. Now, here's a special message for you.
Boxing fans, Monday night, for the first time in years, there will be just one undisputed world's lightweight boxing champion. That's when New York State's champ, Bob Montgomery, meets the National Boxing Association's #1 lightweight, Ike Williams. One of the two will step into a championship held in the past by such ring greats as Joe Gans, Battling Nelson, Benny Leonard, Tony Canzoneri, Barney Ross, and Henry Armstrong. Which of the two it'll be, only the future will tell. They're about evenly matched, although when they met in a bitterly contested bout in 1944, Montgomery won by a knockout. Needless to say, Ike Williams intends to reverse the proceedings. It promises to be a whale of a battle, so don't miss the blow-by-blow account of the Bob Montgomery-Ike Williams fight for the undisputed world's lightweight championship, broadcast over most ABC stations this Monday night. Martin Negronsky will be heard tomorrow morning at this same time in another of his news broadcasts. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The program Museum of Modern Music will not be heard tonight, but will be heard again next Tuesday night at this same time. And now from Washington, another ABC special event.
This is John Edwards in Washington. This was Elliott Roosevelt's day again today before the Senate committee investigating the Howard Hughes-Henry Kaiser airplane contracts during the war. He was on the stand for 5 hours, morning and afternoon, in the historic Senate caucus chamber. It was crowded, as it has been during so many other investigations. This time with men and women dressed for the Washington summer. Mostly women, including many smartly dressed society women from several eastern cities. Many attractive young girls, some from the nearby senatorial offices. The representatives of the press and radio and the newsreel and picture companies were on hand, as usual, in the bright Klieg lights. In this setting, ABC recorded the entire 5 hours of Roosevelt's testimony, full of sharp questions and answers, and charges and countercharges. Some anger, some laughter. And in the next 30 minutes, you will hear recorded excerpts of the highlights. Not all the highlights by any means, but you'll get a glimpse of what did take place today. And you'll hear the voice of Elliott Roosevelt, which dominated the hearing throughout the day, and Senator Ferguson of Michigan, the chairman of the committee handling the Hughes investigation, who did most of the questioning. You'll also hear from Senator Brewster of Maine, the chairman of the full Senate War Investigating Committee, and Senator Pepper of Florida, who spoke frequently for the Democratic minority, and in one place from Johnny Myers, Howard Hughes' publicity agent. In the first half hour of the testimony, the charge of politics was heard. Elliott Roosevelt's previous charges that the investigation had been directed against him because he was the late President Roosevelt's son, and that the entire hearings were principally a smear against his father. Well, let's begin with this highlight. Here is Senator Ferguson's voice.
Well, Colonel Roosevelt, you have stated now that the fact that you were the son of the President of the United States had to be considered in these matters.
It certainly did.
And therefore you appreciate that your conduct as the son of the President of the United States must be considered. And therefore, what you would do may be not proper, whereas if another officer did it, it would be considered as proper. You appreciate that?
Yes, sir. That's a very, very true statement, and that's why, sir, that gives rise in my mind to wonder at the very peculiar treatment which you, Senator Ferguson, are rendering in this particular instance. Because, sir, it is very clear to me that you would select the son of the President for the first and primary blaze of publicity when I have been informed that this committee has had since July 20th, 1946, in their possession information contained in Senate Document 75 that deals with millions and millions of dollars of gifts to other officers that was gathered by your own General Accounting Office. And you have not chosen to deal with those millions of gifts that include automobiles from corporations to officers in the United States Army, but you have chosen to deal with me. And not only that, Senator, but let me finish, sir, because it's very, very important. Because I want you to deal as fairly with me as I am with you. I don't want you to be...
I'm going to deal with you just as fairly as you will deal with the committee.
Yes, sir.
And it doesn't make any difference to the committee whether or not you claim that this is merely a political investigation or not.
Why is it then that when the committee investigated this entire matter and dealt with every other principle involved, that the committee never even bothered to interview me, and they were interviewing everybody else as far ago as February of this year?
And now, a moment later, another comment by Elliott Roosevelt, and again, this is Senator Ferguson speaking first.
And I want to assure you, Mr. Roosevelt, that you are going to have a full and a fair hearing here if it's within my power as chairman of this subcommittee. You will not be restrained from expressing yourself in full, no matter whether you are criticizing the committee or not. You understand?
Yes, sir.
You can criticize the committee in a broadcast. You can criticize them right here under oath.
Right, sir.
That is your privilege as a citizen of the United States, not only because you are the son of a former president of the United States, the commander-in-chief during the war, but because you are a citizen at this time, and you as a citizen will have full rights in this hearing or out, and I will always stand back of you to give you that privilege. Whether I agree with it or not, that is a different question. But I will fight for your right to do it.
And I'm sure, sir, that you will also appreciate that because of my relationship and the affection that I bore for my father, I will fight to the death to protect his name and his record.
And you should.
Thank you.
Yes, you should.
Mr. Chairman.
But we will have no further demonstrations in the room. If we do have them, the chair will clear the room of all spectators.
Well, that third voice you heard in there a moment ago saying Mr. Chairman was Senator Brewster. Well, all this talk of politics, it's what opened and closed today's melodrama. It popped up frequently during the day. But now the committee is looking into the matter of expense accounts again. how corporations have entertained as part of their public relations programs. Ferguson had asked Roosevelt, had the Hughes Aircraft Company ever entertained him? Why, of course, he said he had been entertained. Who else had entertained him? Well, Elliott Roosevelt read a list.
And for the record, I'd like to state that before the war and during the war, I was entertained by the Douglas Company, Lockheed, Fairchild, the Aluminum Company of America, Reynolds Metals, Pratt & Whitney, Curtis Wright, Mr. Girdler, Victor Emanuel, Eastman Kodak, General Electric, Ford, Chrysler, General Motors, Pan American. Excuse me for bringing that in.
Why do you want to be excused for bringing that in?
Well, sir, there's been a lot of efforts to bring them in, and I don't think they're germane to the issue at all in this investigation. American Airlines, TWA, Eastern, United, Mr. Rickenbacker, Sperry, Grumman, Glenn Martin, Consolidated, North American, and Bell.
Elliott Roosevelt showed considerable anger on a couple of occasions when the expense account of publicity man Johnny Meyer had showed Roosevelt's name and listed also girls who had been invited to parties to entertain him. There were several heated exchanges between Roosevelt and Meyer, and here's one of Elliott's statements.
Sir, I would like to have Mr. Meyer state for the record whether he at any time ever got a girl on my behalf, and that any girl that he ever gave presents to and entertained was for me and for the purpose of entertaining me, that he paid money to. I think it is an utterly despicable insinuation that he should clear up for the record. Because I deny with my whole heart and soul such an allegation.
And then, at another point during one of these exchanges, Roosevelt made this comment, and you'll also hear Johnny Meyer's voice later.
I'm reminded of a very old Hebrew proverb here with regard to the constant reference to Elliott Roosevelt on the books of the Hughes Company as placed in there by Mr. Meyer. It's a very short one, if you don't mind. I'd like to just depart from the general tenor of our conversation and read it. He who digs a grave for another almost invariably falls into it himself.
I think the Colonel is questioning my veracity without reason.
I don't think that it is questioning your veracity. Your own testimony is that you placed my name whenever I happened to be present because it was the easiest
The most
way.
important person there. I have previously said that. I also said I had your name on these sheets while you were in Europe because of the officers that were associated with you.
Well, now, those are mighty tiny excerpts, of course. But there was one time today when Roosevelt frankly admitted accepting payment of a hotel bill from Howard Hughes as a wedding present. He said it might be that it was inadvisable for me to accept such a present. And he acknowledged that under a strict interpretation of Army rules, as he looked at it now, he might be reprimanded. But this whole business of expense accounts is so involved that perhaps the following excerpt, this time you'll hear 11 uninterrupted minutes, perhaps this following will help to clarify the picture. You'll hear first Roosevelt's explanation of how Johnny Meyer was invited to Hyde Park.
Sir, I think that's a very interesting point.
Well, you know about it.
Yeah.
All right, then will you give us your version? I think
It's a very interesting point. These boys that he is referring to, that he accompanied to Hyde Park, were members of my organization in Europe who returned on temporary duty or on leave to the United States or on permanent transfer. These officers, as well as all enlisted men that came back to this country, I gave letters of introduction to my mother. And those men, all of them, used to drop in and tell her about what we were doing overseas. These men called my mother when they got to this country and delivered their letters of introduction. They told her that they were going to New York for the weekend, two of them with their wives. And there they met Mr. Meyer, who it was not They did not meet him through me, but they met him through a Colonel Shoup, who had been returned a long time previously and who was known and friendly with Mr. Meyer long before I ever knew Mr. Meyer. And they told Mr. Meyer during that weekend that they were going to Hyde Park. And they said, look, let us call Hyde Park and find out whether we can bring you. And you had known Elliot, and I'm sure that Mrs. Roosevelt wouldn't mind. And that is how Mr. Meyer happened to get on the bandwagon to go to Hyde Park.
He is absolutely correct.
Is that correct?
Yes. Colonel Shoup called Mrs. Roosevelt and asked if I could accompany the boys up there for the weekend, and she said certainly.
How did you contact her?
Contact who?
How did you contact Shoup and the other?
Well, we've already gone into that.
The Colonel Shoup returned in July of 1944. Colonel Shoup was on duty on the West Coast, and he was with Meyer a great deal of the time, and my boys were corresponding with Shoup, and at the time that they returned to the United States, they had contact with Mr. Shoup, with Colonel Shoup, at the Pentagon building. And they contacted Meyer through Shoup.
Mr. Meyer, why did you then charge, when it was requested that you go to Hyde Park, why did you charge that in as a tax-deductible figure?
That's what I'd like to know.
Because I considered it business to be invited to Hyde Park.
What did it have to do with air production?
Because it was another contact.
Contact with Mrs. Roosevelt? Did
No.
she run the air production in the United States?
No.
That's what I'd like to know.
It was a contact because there were quite a few important people at Hyde Park that weekend.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say this. I'd like to ask Mr.
Public relations? I'm sorry.
That's just what I was going to do.
Just finish. The public
I say public relations means contacts and meeting people.
I was just going to ask Mr. Meyer about that. You were a general public relations man for Mr. Howard Hughes' business.
That's correct.
You were attached to him personally.
That's correct.
He was the principal owner of many different enterprises of large proportions.
Correct.
He owned the Hughes Tool Company in Houston, Texas. He owned a picture producing company in Los Angeles. He owned an aircraft company, and he may have had other enterprises.
He also has a brewery in Texas.
He also has a brewery. And you were allowed apparently an unlimited expense account. You said you had discretion as to what you wanted to spend money for.
That's right.
And the notations you made were simply, generally speaking, as to whether it should be charged up to the brewery or to the tool company at Houston or generally go into the Hughes aircraft, so on. It didn't make any difference to the government of the United States whether to charge the Hughes aircraft or whether to charge to the brewery or whether to charge to the Houston Tool Company. If I understood Mr. Sherwood, there wasn't but one corporation. Mr. Hughes didn't do what a lot of companies do, have X number of holding companies with one up at the apex and all these other independent corporations down the bottom. He seems to have had one corporation, and all these others were merely subsidiaries for bookkeeping purposes.
That's correct.
But it wouldn't have made any difference insofar as this plane is concerned, because it said that none of it was deducted from the cost of that big cargo ship, if Mr. Sherwood, if I understood him correctly. Well, whatever it was charged to, insofar as income tax deductibility is concerned, it wouldn't have made any difference to the United States government. And you simply put down in some of these expense accounts, when you entertain some of these motion picture people, you put it down to the Hughes motion picture enterprise. When you entertain Army officers and people that were in the Air Corps, were associated with the Air Corps, you generally put it down in the aircraft category. Is that roughly what you did?
That's correct.
Well, which company would you say now would benefit most from a contact with Mrs. Franklin Roosevelt of a purely social nature?
Is that a question,
Do you think it would be pertinent, sir?
Yes, I do.
Ask it again.
Being invited to Hyde Park due to the interceding of an officer to get you an invitation, and you proceeded to Hyde Park for luncheon, and I believe that you were taken on a hike by Mrs. Roosevelt, which a rather unusual type of exercise for you.
You know that from past experience.
Yes, sir, I do. I think that it would be very interesting to this committee to know why the Hughes Aircraft Company would benefit from a contact with Mrs. Franklin Roosevelt.
I can't answer. An important question. Well, I can't answer it because under the heading of public relations, I mean, it's a contact and a contact with the First Lady of the land, who couldn't have been more charming or more gracious.
Mr. Meyer, that's just what I was going to ask. Is there a general public relations man in the United States for big companies that would not have jumped at an opportunity to get to go to the...
Are you kidding? He would have chartered a private plane instead of buying 7 tickets or whatever it was. Are you kidding?
And do you think that they would have allowed it to remain on the book as Mr. Hughes or somebody in his company allowed it to go through as an expense item?
Don't you think that Mr. Hughes should be admired for telling the truth on these slips and wanting them that way?
Somebody should have caught that item and struck it off as not a chargeable item.
To me?
Yes. Sure, and to the government.
My idea of these records is this. The only person I have to report to is Mr. Hughes.
Yes.
He and I are
You're
on a
not
very friendly
responsible
basis.
for them remaining on the book after you reported.
These vouchers were kept to the best of my knowledge. I have already admitted on 2 previous occasions and again this morning that I kept them loosely, and I used the most important name when 18, 20, 25, or 30 people are present.
All right.
He didn't ask me for an exact date, so why should I be accountable to somebody else for an exact date?
Let's go back to the sheet here, and we'll soon get to your technical report. Going over, you have that sheet before. Now you had on the 8th, 20th, he charged $106.50. There isn't any doubt that you were entertained at those 3 clubs.
I maintain as I did yesterday, sir, that I did just as much entertainment. He may have charged this to me, but that I spent on the same period of time an equal or greater amount of money than he did.
All right. On the next.
So that I do not consider that he was entertaining me. It was a reciprocity setup as far as I was concerned.
As I understand, his contention is that you didn't pay any of the checks. Is that correct?
Sorry, Senator, I did not contend that. I said I paid the checks I have in the vouchers. There are 3 nightclubs in one night there that we went to. But nightclubs open in New York around 9 and they run till 5 in the morning. He could have gone to 2 or 3 places after I left him.
Can I ask Mr. Myers?
He didn't entertain you.
Can I
wouldn't put down on a voucher someplace where I've been invited by somebody else.
Could I ask you, sir, to put the question to him as to whether he can swear on the stand right now that there were no other checks made out and paid by members of that party in those 3 nightclubs?
What's your answer? While you were with them?
I can't say. There's a thing in nightclub business and cafe business called, which you senators are undoubtedly unfamiliar with, where you bounce around from one table to another one. While I'm at one table, somebody might have paid a check, and yet I'll get a check for somebody else at another table.
Senator Brewster, did you...
Yes, if we may divert the course for a few moments. What General Roosevelt has perhaps properly termed the comedy relief to the more serious aspects of this affair. I want to first express the committee appreciation to Mr. Meyer for his testimony that he thinks this committee is unfamiliar with the procedures in New York nightclubs, which I think is probably correct.
Is that a virtue?
Well, I don't know.
I from Florida won't admit that. I doubt if the Senator from Maine has been altogether an abstainer himself.
And Mrs. Brewster here to supervise me as the Senator from Florida has, so I may be less cautious in my confession.
Well, now for a look at the matter of the Hughes photo reconnaissance plane, which Elliott Roosevelt and the other combat officers in his mission had recommended, because they needed planes quickly and because they believed this plane would do the job. There was a difference of opinion within the Army, and Roosevelt criticized the Materiel Command for delaying the recommendations of this combat mission. Well, here's one of the highlights.
Then, as I understand it, this is a criticism that you have against the Materiel Command rather than against you for his incapacity to produce.
Sir, I think that inasmuch... yes, and I think that we ought to just bring right onto the record right here that inasmuch as General Eccles made the statement that he disapproved, on the stand here, that he disapproved of this airplane because it was made of wood. And that was what he kept repeating. Because it was made of wood, that it wouldn't be practical. But he went ahead and kept putting the responsibility back to General Arnold for the procurement of this airplane, in spite of the fact that it was the recommendation of flying officers who had been flying in the theater. And then it is interesting to note that he would impugn by inference my integrity in this matter, and that I would make a recommendation that would hurt or would injure in any way the lives of my men in the active theater of combat, when I think that it might be interesting to note what is General Eccles' present job. Who does he work for?
Well, do you know?
Yes, sir. He works for the Association of American Aircraft Manufacturers as their president.
Now here is a sharp 5-minute exchange between Senator Ferguson and Elliott Roosevelt on the matter of that photo reconnaissance plane.
Did you have any evidence before you of the performance record of the D-5?
I had before me the specifications which Mr. Hughes, as the manufacturer, had stated that he was willing to guarantee.
All right. Now, you didn't have any specifications, that is, any actual performance records. You had Howard Hughes' allegations as to what this plane would do.
Sir, this plane was not under contract by anybody. That's the only source that you could get it from.
That doesn't make any difference about the procurement of it. What I wanted to know was what you had before you.
Where else could you get it?
Well, as to the speed of the plane.
Where else could you get it? Except from the
actual performance. You didn't have any, did you?
I had the statements made by Mr. Hughes, and I stated very carefully that he must guarantee that, and in my opinion, he shouldn't get paid for it if he didn't meet his guarantee.
What good would that do? That wouldn't get you planes. That's just what happened.
And what I'm trying to tell you, sir, is that I covered us in the eventuality that he ever should fall down. With the very next best thing.
But isn't this a fact? That you were willing to take his verbal guarantee to produce this plane? Written guarantee. Have you anything in writing that he guaranteed to make this plane?
He showed us all of his blueprints and his written specifications of the aircraft.
What I'm trying to get, and what I'm trying to find out, is whether or not you didn't just have Hughes' verbal statement as to what this plane would do, that you had no performance record.
Sir, may I ask you a question?
Yes, you can ask.
I don't know quite what you're driving at unless you're trying to prove that I took Howard Hughes' word. I didn't take Howard Hughes' word. I stated the true facts in my report that Hughes had stated the following engineering statements that he was willing to abide by. I went further than that and stated that certain modifications had to be made in the letting of such a contract.
Now, wasn't it just merely paper performance, that he had never taken this plane up and demonstrated that it would do?
Did I ever say that he had? And is there any reason? We were told to look at a plane that Lockheed was producing for use on exactly the same basis that had never flown.
Let's get back to this plane.
But it's true in other aircraft, too.
Now, isn't it a fact that there was no performance record at the time that you went to make the inquiry?
There is no other performance record other than the allegations and statements made by the manufacturer. Plus, the fact that there is no other way that you could have gotten any information regarding the aircraft, plus the fact that I took the precaution of stating that the government should protect itself on that in such a contract, and they should require guarantees of
Well,
performance.
do you know whether or not the government did try to protect itself on this so-called performance record?
I have no knowledge of that because I wasn't the contracting officer.
Well, where
But
in
they should have.
Where in your recommendations will we find this statement that they were to protect themselves by a guarantee?
Sir, we were required, in addition to all of the written material, we were required to submit this exhibit here.
Right. Turn it over and get the number, please, so that the record will say.
Exhibit 89.
Yes.
We were required to file this as specifications which must be lived up to in the
General.
making of that contract.
General, then, as I understand it, if the procurement officers did not contain the stipulation that it should fulfill these specifications, particularly as to speed, you would consider they were rather seriously delinquent.
Not only that, sir, but I would say that they were completely delinquent if they didn't demand that it should meet the requirements as to speed, altitude, and range, plus the delivery date. It was vital to us that we get quick delivery dates. And if they didn't put it in, I'm making an allegation that they were seriously delinquent in their duty.
Well, now at the close of today's testimony, the charge of politics again was raised. That's the way it ended.
You don't think that this is just an investigation of you, do you?
Well, no. And I hope that it will come out as a result of this investigation that there will be improvements made. By golly, because I don't think that the procurement division employed the proper tactics in letting contracts in this case and in thousands of others.
But then how do you line that up with your statement that this committee, this investigation, is a political smear?
Sir, I am only refreshing your memory as to the newspaper coverage and the headlines that have been devoted out making allegations that not only was I guilty of conduct unbecoming an officer, but also the reason for even bringing your name in, sir, to my statement that it did have a political implication is that it seems very clear to me that records of this committee should have been released to the public press to the extent of $5,083 that was chargeable to me when I had never had the opportunity of telling the committee publicly beforehand how completely ridiculous that was.
ABC has brought you recorded highlights of today's testimony before the Senate War Investigating Committee when Elliott Roosevelt held the spotlight. Tomorrow night you will hear another report of tomorrow's hearing. This is John Edwards reporting from Washington.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Time for Reason. This afternoon, Lyman Bryson returns to Time for Reason, resuming his series of talks on international affairs after a 2-week tour of Austria. Speaking from Paris, Mr. Bryson will discuss the East End of Europe. And now to Paris and Lyman Bryson.
When you travel in Middle Europe for a week or two, as I have just been doing, and begin to have real people in your mind instead of empty symbols, you realize that what is going on in the Russian end of Europe is not so much a contest between political philosophies as it looks from a distance. The people of the Eastern European countries are not really choosing between democracy and communism, or capitalism and communism, as much as we think they are. Tremendous changes are coming into their lives. They are trying to understand them. They follow the leaders who give them what they think are the most convincing explanations. We all know that we have to put ourselves, if we can, into the places of these people in the East End of Europe and try to understand, if we can, just how things look to them. But it's a difficult thing to do. It requires an effort of the imagination and of sympathy. We have to realize the force of arguments that we don't like. We have to admit as truth, for example, that in all the East European countries that are now under the domination of Russia, there are a good many people who are not communists people who do not believe in the political principles of communism or in communist economics, but who are convinced, nevertheless, that their countries are making rapid material progress and that it is Russian influence and Russian help and communist guidance that is bringing this progress to them. One fact that makes this possible is that the progress in all these countries, for which the communist governments naturally claim all the credit, is real. They really are better off than they were. It is the natural recovery from the devastation and unproductiveness of the war years. A country of simple industrial structure, a country where most people are farmers and workers in the small crafts, where there is very little large-scale manufacturing, can usually recover quickly from a war or a depression. Now, of course, this is not the kind of country in which Karl Marx expected capitalism to develop. But that's an old story, too. It is developing there in spite of it. The industrial and business organization in a country like this is simple, and it is a simple matter to get it going again when it's smashed up. There never are and cannot be in countries like Yugoslavia and Romania the great dislocations that a war brings to a country like Great Britain or the United States or France or Germany. The men go back to the plow or to the workbench. The standard of living, which never was very high anyhow, is soon back to something like normal. I do not mean, of course, that these countries do not suffer great loss. They do. They suffer horribly in war. But they do not have the extra difficulties of a complicated machine economy, and they can more quickly get back to normal business. And the communists in these Eastern governments, backed by the immense authority of Russia, tell the people that they are getting ahead because of communist guidance and communist ideas. And the people find it very easy to believe whether or not it is true. And another thing in their favor now, these countries were all on the verge of a considerable industrial development when the Second World War broke out. How great that development would have been if there had not been a war is certainly an impossible question, and how great it can ever be is a very difficult one. I am not at all convinced that it is ever going to be possible to make a first-class industrial region out of Eastern Europe. I do not believe that Russia can set up a self-sufficient bloc against the Marshall Plan, an economic organization that would enable those Eastern countries under her direction and guidance to be self-sufficient without help, capitalization, machinery, expert guidance from the West and from America. I don't believe that. But certainly the present tendency, nevertheless, is toward an increase in power production. And the peasants of Yugoslavia or Bulgaria can easily be persuaded that under the tremendous propaganda influences that the communists can exert, can easily be persuaded that this industrial development could never have happened without communist guidance. You see, it happens in these satellite countries just as it did in Russia itself. Most Russians firmly believe that they would never have had factories and power dams and subways and electric machinery if it hadn't been for Lenin and Karl Marx. The fact that other countries have had these things for years and have more of them than the Russians have been able to get, all without the blessing of communism, doesn't matter. The fact that Germany before the war and Britain and America have much better developed industrial plants and have gotten more efficient production out of their resources than communism has as yet been able to produce in Russia doesn't matter. The Russians got industries and they got communism at the same time. So there are a good many people from Moscow to Warsaw and down to every little southern village who believe that communism brought them into the modern world of factories and of power. And each of these East European countries has now its own special problems. There's one basic problem that is common to several of them, a problem that is obscured in the political news that we get from their capital cities. We get the political news that makes dramatic headlines. We get the news of dispute and conflict. And of course that's real, and it will affect their future. But some of the slow changes that we hear very little about are probably more important in the long run. Take, for example, the land question. In many of these East European regions, the working farmers for years, for centuries even, have been trying to get possession of the land they live on. It doesn't make any difference that in Russia, where communism has had 30 years, more than a generation to develop, the land is not at all in the hands of the peasants, but is mostly combined in the great state farms run by a factory system. That doesn't matter. That doesn't worry the peasants, say, in Poland, who's got hold of his own land at last, who's been given possession of it by the government, the communist government, and who has seen that communist government break up the old baronial estates and destroy the feudal system that was a relic of the Middle Ages. Now nobody is telling him, that is, nobody in whom he has any confidence is telling him that the communists who are in control of his own government, the Polish government, are very likely to take the land away from him again and go still further in the direction of the Russian pattern. Nobody knows that they are, but it is likely, because that is the Russian pattern, and it is the communist pattern. The peasant doesn't believe it. The accidents of history have made him think that he has to choose between the old system of great estates and poor peasants as one choice, and a communist government with farmers owning and managing their own farms as the other choice. He chooses the present system, the system that gives him his land. What I've just been saying applies most fully, I think, to Poland. It is somewhat true also in Yugoslavia and Bulgaria, less so perhaps in Romania. In all these places, in varying degrees, the peasants who are convinced that the communist governments are good, and this is by no means all of them, as everybody knows, and in many regions not more than a small minority, but all those peasants who are convinced that communism is a good system for the future, are making that choice, it appears, largely because of the communist land policy. And most of these countries have a dominant peasant population. They are, and they always have been, farming countries. And that is a policy which has a tremendous appeal for them. The one country that we think of as more or less under the domination of the Russians, but which shows a strikingly different picture, is Czechoslovakia. And Czechoslovakia is the one eastern country that shows most signs of being still more or less independent. Czechoslovakia has been an important industrial country for a long time. The Czechs didn't need to wait for the Russian communists to tell them how to build factories. The factories of Prague and Pilsen, the great breweries, the great gunworks, the great shoe factories, were the heart of the industrial power of the old Austrian Empire before the First World War. And it was the loss of that industrial power when Czechoslovakia regained its independence and became again a country where Czechs could run their own affairs. It was that completely ruined the Austrian Empire. That's now more or less ancient history. And the people of Czechoslovakia seem to have forgotten that they were part of Central Europe, that part of the Central Europe where the culture of the Slavic people overlapped the culture of the Germans. They are Slavs in race and language, very proud of it. Their farming regions are Slavic in their customs. But in their cities they have had, for many generations, a good deal of the German industrial tendency and have developed industrial activity in a very German way. It's not easy to explain the fact that the Czechs rely on Russia, as we've explained it in other places, by saying that the Czech communists are clever politicians and win over the farmers by a liberal land policy, and that new industries where they exist seem to be the gifts of Marxism and Russian help. Now, the Czech reliance on Russia has to be explained in other ways, because the Czechs do not suddenly come into an industrial era now. They have been there for a long time. They're used to it. But part of their dependence on Russia, of course, is historical. They remember, better than we do, perhaps, that they were the ones who were sold out to the Germans when Chamberlain first tried to buy off Hitler by appeasement. It will take more than one generation for them to forget that, and ever again to believe very firmly in the good faith of Western powers. And their policy is based also, of course, on geography. They are living between Russia and Germany, between Russia and the Western powers. They are, in a very real sense, under the guns. In spite of this, the government of Czechoslovakia, a compromise government made up of others in addition to the communists, is stubbornly hanging on to all its connections with the Western powers. Pictures just published by the Czech government show that although international trade between Czechoslovakia and her eastern neighbors is steadily increasing, the Western powers are still her biggest customer and sell her the most goods. In total trade, Czechoslovakia did business with other countries in this order. First, Great Britain. Second, Switzerland. And after that, in order, Sweden, United States, Bulgaria, Russia, Holland, Yugoslavia, and Belgium. Note the Western powers there. In the list of countries sending goods into Czechoslovakia, Great Britain was first and the United States was second. We have a stake in this Western trade. It would greatly help the whole European situation if we could develop more trade of the same sort with other Eastern European countries. It's to our advantage whenever a country on this side of Berlin sets up a trade agreement with a country on the other side. Like, for example, the agreement now being discussed between Poland and Denmark, two countries that can profitably exchange goods and eventually, one hopes, political ideas and goodwill. Now, to say that the communist case is made out with the leaders in these eastern countries is convincing to the people is not to say that there is in all these countries any real debate of the issues. With the exception, again, of Czechoslovakia, there appears to be very little real debate in these countries and almost no free talk. The communists in power have played the old game of putting the opposition into jail or driving it out of the country. But given their tactics that are so unfair from our democratic point of view, they still do offer programs, they do act in ways that make the people think they have political reasons on their side, and they still do fill the young people with enthusiasm, because the young people have never known anything else. It is in no case a simple matter of gangster politics winning out against clearly felt and clearly expressed opposition. It's brutality plus some very good arguments, a curious combination, but not altogether new in politics in any country. When we think of these things, it is surprising that the communists, the Russians, are having any difficulty in taking any of these countries over, since they are willing to use force and threats to get rid of strong rivals, and since they are clever enough to take advantage of the political realities and to claim credit for all the favorable things that are happening. It ought really to be easier for them than it is. But of course they are at the same time making mistakes. Their occupation armies are living on the country. And they have, in their administration of these countries, mixed altogether too much fear in with their clever politics. As a consequence, the average citizen in Western Europe has a picture of Russia which is partly made by chance. He may think that Russia is wonderful. He may think that communism is wonderful. He may think that Russia is a great friend to his country. He may believe that it is the hope of the world, while at the same time he ducks when he sees a Russian soldier on the street. That is, it may be that in his personal acquaintance with Russians, in his business, or in some other contact, he's found them not too fair, perhaps a little unreasonable, perhaps positively brutal. But at the same time, he feels that the overshadowing power of Russia and the overwhelming arguments which the communists offer him are the only things he can accept. Nobody can say how much a mixed-up situation of this sort will work itself out. For Americans, the chief problem, if we want to think clearly, is to remember how complicated it is and never to forget that the Russians and their communist followers in all these countries are not fools, and they do not depend entirely on force. They have good arguments on their side. I return you now to CBS in New York.
You have just heard Lyman Bryson discussing the East End of Europe in his regular Sunday series, Time for Reason. Mr. Bryson spoke from Paris. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Juergens Journal, featuring Walter Winchell. Mr. Winchell, whose famous column appears in the New York Daily Mirror, the Paris edition of the London Daily Mail, and other newspapers with more than 25 million readers, is brought to you by Juergens, the lotion for soft, smooth, romantic hands. If you could learn the beauty secrets of a famous Hollywood star, you'd jump at the chance, wouldn't you? Well, later on, we're going to let you in on a secret of lovely June Allison, one of the stars of MGM's The Three Musketeers. Of course, it's no secret that many of the stars use Juergens lotion. It's their favorite hand care, 7-to-1. If you're not using Juergens now, do try it. You'll find Juergens is so exceptionally pleasant to use. Never oily, never sticky. Your hands never feel embarrassingly greasy after using Juergens. And because of recent discoveries, today's Juergens lotion makes hands even softer, smoother than ever, gives even longer protection. So care for your hands the Hollywood way with famous Juergens lotion. And now to the editorial room of the Juergens Journal and Walter Winchell.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. North and South American, all the ships at sea. Let's go to press. London. Radio Moscow reports that Russia has formally requested the United States, Britain, and France to convene a foreign ministers' conference before September the 15th. Chicago. The number of persons already killed on the highways coast to coast during the Labor Day weekend is 99. Washington. Secretary of the Treasury Snyder is reported at Walter Reed Hospital. Hollywood. Roberta Light, the queen of the Ringling Brothers Circus, will be married to William Ballantyne, artist and news photographer in Hollywood, September the 8th. Greenwich, Connecticut. Cornelius Vanderbilt Jr. and Patricia Wallace will be married at midnight tonight. His fifth, her second. The bride is a niece of Jeanette MacDonald. New York. The marriage plans for Tyrone Power and Linda Christian have again been postponed indefinitely by the church because of his divorce from Annabella. Boston. The services for Russell Maloney of the New Yorker magazine, who died suddenly, will be held in Boston on Tuesday next. He was only 38. New York City. It's a baby girl for Georgie Price, the star, and his wife at Doctors Hospital, New York. The mother is the former Cam Marshall, the daughter of the owner of the Washington Redskins. San Antonio. M. Levin, an editor on Look magazine, and Gina Ralph were married here yesterday. She's the daughter of the mayor of San Antone. New York. Alita Rubirosa, a Barbizon model, and kin to Doris Duke, will be married next month to Robert Musil, now in London for United Press. Hollywood. The mother of moving picture star Lauren Bacall is reported on the verge of another marriage. He is believed to have flown to the coast today. He's a New York City marshal. Around the world in a minute. Trieste. Marshal Tito's divisions are being moved to the Romanian border. He will renew his claims to Trieste, but he will not attack Italy. One of Stalin's former operators in our Middle West, an American, is now leading a secret mission to Belgrade. The object, the assassination of Tito. Cairo. The Arab League is breaking up. Transjordan and Lebanon are sending out feelers for permanent peace with Israel. In spite of all previous misunderstandings, the Israeli government will stand with the West against Russia. London. Mr. Ernest Bevan is not expected to survive the full meeting of the British Empire Conference. New Zealand, Canada, and Australia have informed London that Mr. Bevan's greatest act of public service would be his resignation. London. Number 10 Downing Street believes the chances are 100 to 1 against any full-scale war in 1948. Mr. Winston Churchill, however, and Lord Rothermere, the British publisher, are not that optimistic. British preparation for war continues on emergency basis. The Washington Ticker. As of tonight, Democratic leaders privately give Mr. Truman only 2 states north of the Ohio. Their confidential polls also indicate that Governor Dewey is leading by at least 10 million. The campaign headquarters. This is the irony of politics. Chester Bowles, fired for urging price ceilings, which Mr. Truman now wants back, is running 50,000 ahead of the president in the Connecticut polls. Selective service. Only 1 out of each 38 draft registrants is likely to be inducted. The Pentagon. The big Scotch and soda talk in Washington tonight is that Defense Secretary James Forrestal is slated for the presidency of the Texas Oil Company if the Republicans win. Mr. and Mrs. United States, this is to respectfully disagree with the President of the United States. The current spy investigation is not a red herring. Our top intelligence chiefs believe that it is a great menace, and surely their files are open to the White House. A story never made public before, but which the best newspaper people in Washington, D.C. believe is this. About a year ago, the President was on the verge of elevating a man to one of the most important international positions in the world. Our intelligence department, learning of it, rushed over to the White House at midnight and confronted the President of the United States with a report on this man. As a result, Mr. President canceled this important elevation. The person involved was recently investigated by Congress. Evidence at midnight in the White House is still evidence before Congress. The truth is that the deepest secrets of our government, shared not even by the American people, were an open book in Moscow. As far back as October the 12th, 1947, over these microphones, I revealed some of the facts sworn to under oath last Friday by James B. Carey, the Treasurer Secretary of the CIO, that the Red Fifth Column was using the very same secret weapons the Bund and the Nazis used. That is, our great Constitution, plus some of our dirtiest politicians. And that, with the help of some American labor leaders, the Russians had already captured control of these American unions. Mr. Carey testified on Friday that the United Electrical Workers Union which he once headed, quotes, was the Communist Front on many questions. Ladies and gentlemen, I tried to warn you about that and similar communist-dominated unions to the limit of the law. But our federal courts have ruled that it is libel or slander to call anyone a communist. As a result, the blindfold of justice has been twisted into a gag for the press. A reporter's report to the nation, Washington. The Saturday Evening Post recently published an article by Kermit Roosevelt which treated the notorious Grand Mufti with kid gloves. This article in the Saturday Evening Post practically cleaned him up. The Mufti, it said in effect, isn't the criminal I say he is. Well, our government is now in possession of a diary kept by the late von Ribbentrop, Hitler's foreign minister. It reveals that von Ribbentrop personally paid the Grand Mufti 80,000 marks every month. This document is now in the War Crimes File, number NG5461. NG, meaning nicht gut. The Defense Department, one of the biggest boners in all American history, was recently discovered just in time. Our newest and our biggest bombers, the B-50s and the B-36s, were built, get this, were built without provisions to carry atomic bombs. In short, while we were getting very tough with Russia, the United States had only 3 atomic B-29s, the very same planes that ended the war in Japan. How do you like that? Washington, in answer to the Moscow charge that the United States detained Mrs. Kasankina, another diplomatic bombshell is about to explode. The United States will retaliate by charging that FDR's personal representative, Raoul Wallenberg, was kidnapped in 1945 by Russian agents in Hungary, and he hasn't been heard of since. Attention all strike leaders. This is to remind all who strike that conditions aren't so bad in our capitalistic United States because the socialist government of Great Britain threatened to break the British transportation strike with the Royal Navy, and in communist Russia, all strikes are stopped at once by the firing squad. Think that over. Knoxville, Tennessee. A few years ago, at the bitterest point of our disagreement, I defended Senator Burton K. Wheeler's right of free speech after hoodlums in the West threw eggs at him. I disagreed with Henry Wallace as much as I disagreed with ex-Senator Wheeler, but I believe in his right and mine of free speech. It is both un-American and unnecessary to throw eggs at Henry Wallace. He has enough bad eggs around him already. And now, Mr. Ben Grauer for Jergens Lotion. I'll be back in a flash with a tip on the $23,000 mystery tune.
Here's that beauty secret of lovely June Allison, one of the stars of MGM's great Technicolor production, The Three Musketeers.
June told me on the set, the secret of being charming is remembering. Remembering to fulfill every part of a sensible beauty ritual every single day. Like using Jergens Lotion regularly to keep hands smooth and lovely. She said, I've used Jergens faithfully for years.
A tip from a beauty expert, the enchanting star June Allison. And, of course, she's so right. The way to be sure of charm, to know your hands will always be smooth and soft and look excitingly feminine, is to use Jergens Lotion regularly, just as the stars do. Hollywood stars use Jergens 7-to-1 over any other hand care. And Jergens is now more effective than ever, makes hands beautifully smoother, protects even longer. Still, only 10 cents to $1 plus tax. So if you care for your hands, start using Jergens Lotion tonight. And now back to the editorial room of the Jergens Journal and Walter Winchell.
Newark. The trucking companies fear a new strike of drivers in New Jersey may become statewide. Statewide. 20,000 drivers are expected to join the 10,000 already out of New York. Phoenix, Arizona. One of the wildest political campaigns in years is taking place in this otherwise peaceful desert retreat. The followers of 7 different candidates for governor are tearing down signs and using all kinds of kid stuff except shooting it out. Congressman Richard Hollis, they tell me, is reported to have the edge. Dallas, Texas. The annual Neiman Marcus Fashion Exposition, one of the most elaborate in America, starts tomorrow night in Dallas. The funds will be turned over to the Damon Runyon Cancer Fund. The orders for tickets were so great, the big show will also be given on Tuesday night next. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Dallas. And now for some tips of the papers. International news. Tokyo Rose will go before a federal grand jury the day after she lands in San Francisco, September 27. Her former disc jockey, a Filipino, is now a student at Vanderbilt University. My office will supply his name. New York Mirror. They are sitting on a very big story at the Atomic Energy Commission. 2 of the Nazi scientists brought here from Germany have disappeared. They were working last on research at Princeton. New York Journal American. The big story in the current truckman strike concerns the 20 men allegedly working for Russia who are responsible for all the trouble. This Teamsters Union, ladies and gentlemen, are 9,000 strong, are decent, good Americans, as are all their leaders. The 20 I mentioned are not leaders. AP. The shortage of officers in the United States Army is desperate. The Army urges both officer and enlisted reservists to go on short or extended tours of active duty. AP, please copy. United Press. The writ of habeas corpus will be issued to save all Russians in the United States who do not wish to return to the Soviets. Our government will not issue the writ, but under the Bill of Rights, it is beyond the power of our government to stop private citizens from doing so. To the listeners of the Stop the Music program, some newspapers in New York have erroneously reported that the mystery tune is called The Arkansas Traveler. Other newspapers have guessed wrong when they reported that it was called I Am a Fisher Maiden. All I can tell you now as a clue is this. It deals with one of our biggest holidays. And that, ladies and gentlemen, winds up another Juergens Journal until next Sunday night at the very same time. Until then, and with lotions of love, I remain your New York correspondent, Walter Winchell, who can't feel sorry for Hitler's girlfriend, Axis Sally. She wails now. She wails in her cell that she's fighting for her life. Well, now she knows how the GIs felt when they were fighting for theirs. Good night.
Wishing won't make your skin softer, and dreaming won't make it smoother. But Vitone-enriched Jergens face cream will. Doctors' tests show that 8 out of 10 complexions are softer, smoother, fresher when cared for with Jergens face cream, now enriched with Vitone. A skin smoother called finer than lanolin itself. What's more, you get a complete facial in one jar of Jergens face cream. All-purpose Jergens face cream is a cleanser, a softener, a dry skin cream, and a powder base. Yet Jergens face cream enriched with Fresh's Vitone costs no more than ordinary creams. 15 cents to $1.25 a jar plus tax. So get your jar of Jergens face cream today and start having the kind of skin women envy and men love. Next week, another edition of the Juergens Journal with Walter Winchell. And now be sure to remain tuned for Luella Parsons' 15-minute program featuring as guest Gary Cooper, which follows immediately. This is Ben Grauer speaking.
The Juergens Journal featuring Walter Winchell. Mr. Winchell, whose famous column appears in the New York Daily Mirror and other newspapers with more than 25 million readers, is brought to you by Juergens, the lotion for soft, smooth, romantic hands.
And they said, wouldn't you like this jar of new Dryad deodorant free? A jar of Dryad deodorant free? Did they mean it?
Indeed, we do mean it. A regular 25-cent jar of new Dryad deodorant is offered to you free now when you buy a 50-cent bottle of your favorite Juergens lotion. Pay the usual 39 cents plus tax for Juergens lotion. Accept the jar of new Dryad deodorant as a gift. A lovely gift. New Dryad is the cream deodorant doctors, leading skin specialists approve. And Juergens lotion is the lovely hand care the Hollywood stars use. And it's finer than ever today. Save some money. Buy Juergens gift combination. Use today's Juergens lotion for just 2 weeks. If you aren't delighted, mail it back to the Andrew Juergens Company, Cincinnati 14, Ohio, and they'll return your money. You keep the jar of creamy new Dryad deodorant as your free gift. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Walter Winchell.
Attention, Mr. and Mrs. United States. The Russian delegation lost its fight to have the United Nations pass a resolution to jail all warmongers. Instead, the United Nations agreed to denounce and condemn warmongering. What is a warmonger? Was Paul Revere a warmonger? History doesn't call him that. Although if Paul hadn't made his ride that night in 1775, there certainly wouldn't have been any fighting. There wouldn't have been any United States either. The rest of this, ladies and gentlemen, is respectfully directed to Mr. Trigby Lee and the others at the United Nations, who nearly every Monday morning request copies of my remarks of the night before. It is very important to me that they listen carefully, because I may be denounced and condemned by the United Nations for what I will now say. Your Excellency and members of the UN assembled at Lake Success, when do I stop being a reporter and an American and become a warmonger? If some potential enemy or unfriendly foreign visitor is planning to hurt my country from the air or underground, and I know it, should I forget it or risk being held up to scorn and public ridicule by you of the United Nations? You may say to me, no, don't forget it. Just send what you have along to Washington. Someone you know in Congress, the Senate, the White House, the State Department, or the Department of Justice. But, Walter, don't get so excited and frighten the people of 48 states by telling them the truth. Well, Your Excellencies, I guess you'd better start practicing your very first warmonger condemnation. Because I am going to tell what I hear and know to the American people and not to anybody in official Washington. I'm tired and I'm done taking that 5 minutes after 4 o'clock every morning New York to Washington train without sleep to report things against the security of our country. I did that for a dozen years, and I tell you, most of the time, nothing ever came of it. Because there are too many men and women in and out of the White House, the State Department, Congress, and the Department of Justice who are either left, right, or indifferent. Therefore, I shall continue to report directly to the people and let the people take it from there. Mr. and Mrs. North and South America and all the ships at sea, is this news or warmongering? Let's go to press. Lake Success, the current issue of the magazine called United Nations World, contains a most enlightening article by Admiral Zacharias. He reports that weapons now exist which could wipe off the earth every human being, animal, and all vegetable life. This American admiral, who distinguished himself during the war, added as follows, quotes, "These weapons are being manufactured right now. They are not an American monopoly. Several nations are known to have them. They are," Admiral Zacharias continues, "of a bacteriological and biological nature," end quotes. That, ladies and gentlemen, confirms in part what I reported a few broadcasts ago and for which some sources denounced me. Tokyo. The reason behind the Russian government's offer for withdrawal of all troops from Korea is simple. A packaged revolution is all ready. Communists would seize the Korean government within a month. Mexico City. The Comintern will open a big drive in Latin America, charging the United States with mistreating American Indians on U.S. reservations. The fact is that our Indian affairs badly need correction. Washington. The State Department is deeply concerned about the activities of the Polish and Yugoslavian culture representatives now touring the United States. Stockholm. Sweden, it appears, bet on the wrong horse. Expecting an American depression, Sweden tied herself up with Russian economy, and now Sweden needs American help to fill her Soviet orders. Belgrade. The biggest double talk and laugh, perhaps, of the week was this. Two top Russian leaders flatly contradicted each other. In Moscow, Mr. Molotov told the anxious, helpless Russian people that the atomic bomb was no longer a secret. In Belgrade, Russia's Mr. Zadnov told a Cominform meeting that America had a monopoly. Obviously, there is no monopoly in Russia on lying. Moscow. Last Sunday night, I told you how to recognize a communist over here. Because, among other ways, I said a commie believes that Stalin is infallible. The other day, according to the dispatches in all the newspapers, 26 million Russian youths not only thanked Stalin for their lives and education, but they said the son should be called Joseph Stalin, quote, because Stalin is the son of the earth. Son of the what? Buenos Aires. Dictator Perón's plan of courting Italian emigration has turned into a laughable international scandal. The first boatload of so-called laborers there turned out to be very wealthy Italians disguised in overalls. Dictator Perón, who shuts down independent newspapers and jails liberal university profs and students, met these phonies at the pier. The Washington ticker. The State Department has turned down the request of a dozen Harvard students to visit Yugoslavia. These students are boiling as no reason was given. I assume they wanted to see for themselves what the newspapers have stated about Tito and his alleged no-commie alliance. The Navy Department. When Admiral Nimitz retires, his successor as Chief of Naval Operations will be Admiral D.C. Ramsey. He's an airman, too. Washington. The Civil Rights Committee. Members are privately applauding John Edgar Hoover, the G-Man, for a magnificent job of protecting civil rights. Why privately? The White House. The Inner Circle and Congress will clash on the administration of the Marshall Plan. The White Houses want a government agency. The Republican leaders want a corporation. There will be voted, I am told, interim aid for Europe. Mr. Winthrop Aldrich, the chairman of Chase National Bank, is a very big factor behind the scenes. Washington. The administration will demand universal military training in the January session. Arlington. The price of our free press, the American newspaper, which reminds you that Tuesday next is Armistice Day, is usually a nickel or 2 cents. Plus 1.5 million wounded Americans and 350,000 Americans killed in action. To every young American, your country is quietly calling for help. See the Enlistment Bureau in your community for details. Mr. Juergens, the front page story in today's New York Herald Tribune that a German army of 1.5 million men was organized in Russia was reported by the Juergens Journal editor about a year ago.
Pardon me, Mr. Winchell. I'd like to insert something in the classified columns of the Journal.
Henry Morgan, I've heard you on the radio.
Thanks a lot. I'd like to read this if you don't mind. Situation wanted male. Young comedian will be unemployed December 3rd. Prospective sponsors, please contact Henry Morgan, care of the Juergens Journal. Thanks very much.
Well, I hope you get a sponsor, Henry. And now, Mr. James Banner for Juergens.
I wonder, after I get married, should I keep on with my job?
Well, that is a problem. It takes some doing to manage a household and a job, but one thing is sure. You can do dishes and laundry and your housework and still have lovely hands. Depend on Juergens Lotion. Today's Juergens Lotion protects your hands longer than ever against kitchen work roughness. And thanks to recent skincare research, today's Juergens Lotion makes your hands feel softer and look smoother than ever.
Then I guess lots of married girls use Juergens Lotion.
They certainly do. Young marrieds use Juergens Lotion nearly 4 to 1 over any other hand care in the world.
I know. My married sister always uses Juergens. She keeps an extra bottle in her kitchen.
That's a smart idea. Saves time and reminds you to use your Juergens Lotion regularly. That's the secret of nice, soft hands. Regular use of today's Juergens Lotion. Still 10 cents to $1 plus tax. Don't disillusion that young husband of yours. Have the dearest, softest hands like other smart young marrieds. Always use Juergens Lotion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Walter Winchell.
Ladies and gentlemen, husbands, wives, sweethearts, and boys and girls. Here's your chance to get your mother, wife, or yourself a $10,000 mink coat, brand new. The $10,000 mink coat is a gift to the Damon Runyon Memorial Fund by the Associated Fur Manufacturers Incorporated. Just send $1 to help the Runyon Committee fight cancer and submit an original definition of a communist in 20 words or less. The Runyon Fund Committee is the final judge of the best and original definition of a communist in this contest of skill. The contest closes Saturday midnight, December the 13th, 1947. And the person submitting the best definition of a communist will be announced by Santa Claus on my broadcast of Sunday night, December 21st. 1947. Just in time to give your mother, wife, sweetheart, or yourself a merrier Christmas. Now listen carefully, please, to the address. Runyon Cancer Fund, care Postmaster, New York City. Please, don't disqualify yourself and don't send it to me or any radio station or newspaper, because that will disqualify your entry. Send $1 to help fight cancer and your definition of a communist only to the Runyon Cancer Fund, Postmaster, New York City. To the Los Angeles Herald Express, Jack Briskin, the head of the Revere Camera Company of Chicago, sent me $25,000 yesterday for the Runyon Cancer Fund. He is Betty Hutton's father-in-law. Thank you very much, Mr. Briskin. Attention, Oregon, West Coast shipping. Astoria, Oregon. 2 more Japanese mines have washed ashore on Oregon beaches. The commandant of the 13th Naval District warns all coast shipping to be on the alert while in Pacific Northwest coastal waters. And that, ladies and gentlemen, winds up another Juergens Journal. Until next Sunday night at the very same time. Until then, and with lotions of love, I remain your New York correspondent, Walter Winchell, who leaves you with this. Russia keeps cursing Americans for being capitalists. They'd sure be in a heck of a fix if we were paupers. Good night.
Everyone is talking about the new look in fashion, a soft, ladylike look. And Juergens meets this fashion trend with a new, frankly feminine makeup color, pink frosting in Matchmates. Do try pink frosting powder. You'll be amazed at how a soft undertone of pink brings instant enchantment to your complexion. And try pink frosting lipstick across your lips. It's the new bright light shade for the new look. It's a wonderful makeup shade for the colors in fashion this fall and winter. You'll find pink frosting powder and lipstick together in the large Matchmates box at $1. Or try pink frosting powder in the 10-cent and 25-cent sizes. Yes, have the romantic new look with pink frosting. Next week, another edition of the Juergens Journal with Walter Winchell.
In Montreal this week, there is a man who dictates to women. He is Hardy Ames, a famous London fashion designer and the London instigator of the new look in women's clothes. Despite the fact that the new shoulder line and lower hemline are causing a boom in the world's dress industry, according to Mr. Ames, the new look is just another maneuver to help a woman get her man. Miss Rita Greer, who interviews Mr. Ames, takes issue with this.
Now, surely, Mr. Ames, there's an easier way to go about it. Honestly, I can't see that these new drooping shoulder lines and skirts that flap around your calves are likely to even catch a man's eye, let alone the man himself. After all, you yourself, didn't you earn your reputation making tailored clothes?
Yes, but what reputation I've achieved has been because I have tried to feminize tailored women's clothes.
Oh, I see. How?
Why? By making them do away with what I call that coat hanger look in their shoulders.
You mean the padded shoulders?
Yes, and making them proud of their busts.
Yes.
Making them proud of a small waist and not be frightened of the fact that God made them have wider hips than men.
And what about the longer skirt?
Well, the longer skirt is just a completion of that picture.
I see, in order to make it well-balanced?
Make it well-balanced and to give you a bigger canvas in which to carry out those changes that I mentioned.
Well, also, I should imagine the dress industry itself had something to do with it. Has it not made a boom in the English dress industry?
I wouldn't know about that.
You're quite away from there.
My business has been busy, thank goodness, without those commercial attractions that you mentioned.
And yet, the government, I believe, does help you designers, does it not? It does.
Oh, yes. They say that we have a high convertible rate. That's to say
what does that mean?
That means to say that for the expenditure of a few shillings of raw wool, which is transferred into cloth, yes, which we again transfer into very expensive dresses.
I see, yes.
That there is something which has a high convertible rate.
Which you then sell on the export market?
Which we then sell on the export market.
And it brings dollars back into England?
And it brings dollars back to England.
Yes.
And I think a train of business, the accessories and so on, which are all part of the fashion picture.
I see. And yet, the more designs the designers do, the lower the hemlines seem to drop. Won't there be any limit to it at all, Mr. Ames?
I think they'll go as low as is practical.
I see. So that you still can get on
Oh, yes. I mean, it's a question, half an inch is a very important thing in a skirt.
Of course. And so what is the silhouette for this winter?
Oh, the silhouette for this winter is what is roughly called a pyramid silhouette.
Yeah, and what is that?
That is to say, narrow shoulders, tight waist, and fullness at the bottom of the silhouette.
And that is the silhouette for this winter, straight from the mouth of a great designer himself. Thank you, Mr. Ames. This is Rita Greer reporting from Montreal.
Here it comes. It's here right now. It's new Rinso. It's amazing, and here's why. New Rinso contains Solium. Solium. Solium, the marvelous sunlight ingredient. New Rinso with Solium was developed in the world-famous laboratories of Lever Brothers Company. New Rinso with Solium washes white clothes whiter than new. I repeat that. White clothes come out whiter than brand new. And furthermore, New Rinso with Solium makes washable colors look brighter than new. And I repeat that. Washable colors look even brighter than brand new. No other soap in the world can make these claims because no other soap contains Solium. New Rinso is so safe for clothes, so kind to hands. Don't delay. Get it right away. New Rinso with Solium.
Hello, this is Alan Prescott. What are you doing tonight? Well, you could spend your time thinking about going on a diet. As long as you only think about it, it's all right. Don't do what I did. I went on a diet on Monday, and here it is Wednesday, and I've lost every close friend I ever had and very little poundage. My life is surrounded with grapefruit and black coffee. Well, anyway, before we get into our records and transcribed commercials, leave me toss a few happier suggestions your way. In the music department, we have Hilda Summers, a pianist who's ready and willing to run up and down her scales at 8:30 at Carnegie Hall tonight if you want to go. If you'd rather go at the movies, Green Dolphin Street with Lana Turner and Van Heflin open today at the Criterion Theater. I'll tell you more about that tomorrow. If you'll admit to being over 29 and a half, and I bet you will, there's an item that'll bring tears to your eyes. Rudolph Valentino is back on the screen. Valentino's picture, The Son of the Sheik, is playing at the Old Knickerbocker Music Hall on 2nd Avenue at 54th Street. They tell me that they've put a special musical soundtrack with it, and you can supply your own flapper or finale hopper sounds because that's what you were the first time you saw it. By the way, speaking of sounds of adoration, I've noticed in a certain midtown street that there's a gathering of little girls in the front of a building. They're there at noontime, and they're still there when I come over to the studio, and they're still there when I go back. Last night, I asked the doorman across the street what they were doing there, and with a curl of his lip, he told me that Frank Sinatra lived in that building, and that those youngsters just waited all day and most of the night to get a glimpse of him. You know, I think that's sad. I think it's sad for the youngsters, and it must drive Sinatra slowly crazy. Oh, that was not among my suggestions for you to do tonight. In fact, the rest of my suggestions are for tomorrow. There's an auction at the Park Benair Galleries of Egyptian prehistoric and dynastic art, in case you want some for your antimacassar, at 2 p.m. And at 1 o'clock, you girls can run over to the Plaza Terrace room and pay for lunch and look at a lot of new hats. Boo. Right now, however, here's a suggestion for the moment.
Al Jolson, the famous singing star, says, Schaefer is the finest beer I ever tasted. Al Jolson is just one of the many folks everywhere who say that Schaefer beer is
the finest beer I ever tasted.
And we say it's
the finest beer we ever brewed.
In Hartford, Bridgeport, and New Britain, this finer Schaefer is what they're getting.
Bronxville, Crestwood, Tuckahoe.
Schaefer is the beer to know.
It's that finer taste by heck that sold us in Mamaroneck.
The folks up in Schenectady say Schaefer is the beer for me.
On the level, folks, every day, everywhere, more people are saying the Schaefer beer we are brewing is the finest beer they ever tasted. But don't take my word for it. Try a glass of Schaefer and see for yourself. Compare it to any other beer, domestic or imported. But just try it.
Finest beer I ever tasted. Finest beer we ever brewed.
That's Schaefer. Try it.
If you enjoyed that, it was sweetheart. Have you any idea what week this is? Well, it's National Letter Writing Week, so help me. If you write one letter a year, I suppose this is the week to do it. I don't know why we have to have a National Letter Writing Week, in that most people seem frantic about writing letters any week in the year. But anyway, I thought you ought to know that that's what this week is. You know, I'll be glad to write anybody a letter. In fact, I bet I have, and I'll be glad to do all the things designated by various groups if they'll only leave me one day which doesn't have to be celebrated. Do you feel that way? We have National Laugh Week, Donut Week, Mother's Day, Father's Day, and so help me, Miss Catherine Smith has recently demanded that we dedicate a day to Grandmother. I wonder when we'll have Standing on Your Head Day, or Standing on Your Head early in the morning and Sitting Down all afternoon Day. How long can it go on, do you suppose? Conversation about engagements will run like this. Hello, Minnie. I'd like to see you on Wednesday. Minnie will say, can't Wednesday. It's Pretzel Day, and I'm looking for a new angle. Thursday? No, that's Bird Day. I'm taking a whistling lesson. Friday? Well, you see what I mean. If this day and week business keeps up, I'm going to start a campaign for Just For Me Week, when none of us have to do anything or celebrate anybody, just because somebody has an axe to grind. Not to switch too fast, but are you colorblind? I know it's none of my business, but in the Navy they told me that I was red and green blind. Of course, I knew that was silly because they tested you with a Japanese color chart, and I'm sure that my red and green blindness was just another plot on the part of the Japanese. Anyway, the reason I mention this at the moment is that I've been reading a book by Louis Cheskin, Cheskin, and it's called Colors, What They Can Do For You. Do you know what colors can do for you? Well, they affect your appetite, your disposition, and even whom you marry, well, one way or the other. In fact, there's a definite established fact that black horses have been found to be affected by heat more than horses of any other color. The white horse suffers from heat least of all. You see, black absorbs heat and white reflects it. Color preference tests have demonstrated that reds, violets, blues are liked much better than oranges, yellows, and greens. Among men, blue is the first choice. That was a surprise to me, and the girls' favorite color is red. I thought it was the other way around, didn't you? Mr. Cheskin demonstrates in his book how color affects the work you're able to do in a certain room, the pleasure you take in living in another room, how it affects your health and disposition. He shows how important color is in merchandising, you know, how they make the packages, and how you can actually mark the difference between success and failure with color. I should think housewives and businessmen would be tremendously interested in this book. Of course, I was interested particularly and found out that it's already changed my life. You see, last Tuesday, I had a singular lack of success socially. I thought I was charming. I spent a great deal of money. I even told a story that was rather witty. Well, fairly witty, but I was not a success. Know why? Necktie, wrong color. Oh, just a second. I want you to listen to this.
Everybody needs a holiday. So come along with the November issue of Holiday Magazine to the old line state of Maryland.
See all of its attractions, from the stately mansions of the Eastern Shore to the bustling highlands of the Cumberland Gap.
Visit aristocratic Baltimore, a city which trades with Yankee shrewdness but lives with Southern grace.
See the capital city of Annapolis, the Athens of America, a quaint village whose quiet streets are still lined with picturesque 18th century homes.
Enjoy the colorful, pulse-quickening spectacle that is the United States Naval Academy, imposing home of brave traditions and 2,400 precision-drilled midshipmen.
See every nook and cranny of beautiful Maryland in the latest Holiday Magazine. 38 lively pages, 120 eye-filling photographs, many in breathtaking full color.
Enjoy it along with the many other exciting features in the November issue of Holiday Magazine, now on your newsstand. Get
Hollywood fights back.
This is Charles Boyer. The reason why parts of this program are transcribed is that 14 of the 50 stars you are about to hear are at this moment in a special plane flying to Washington to carry on in person the fight for our rights as American citizens. If it weren't for studio commitments, all of us here today, and dozens more, would be in the air as well as on it.
This is Judy Garland. Have you been to a movie this week? You going to a movie tonight? And maybe tomorrow? Look around the room. Are there any newspapers lying on the floor? Any magazines on your table? Any books on your shelves? It's always been your right to read or see anything you wanted to. But now it seems to be getting kind of complicated. For the past week in Washington, the House Committee on Un-American Activities has been investigating the film industry. Now, I have never been a member of any political organization, but I've been following this investigation, and I don't like it. There are a lot of stars here to speak to you. We're show business, yes, but we're also American citizens. It's one thing if someone says we're not good actors. That hurts, but we can take that. It's something else again to say we're not good Americans. We resent that.
This is Gene Kelly. The House Un-American Committee has called down on the carpet some of the people who have been making your favorite movies. Did you happen to see The Best Years of Our Lives? The picture that won 7 Academy Awards? Did you enjoy it? Well, the producer of that film, Samuel Goldwyn, has been subpoenaed. I understand supporters of the Un-American Committee didn't like that film. Did you like it? Oh, were you subverted by it? Did it make you un-American? Did you come out of the movie with a desire to overthrow the government?
This is Lauren Bacall. Have you seen Crossfire yet? Good picture. It's against religious discrimination. It's one of the biggest hits in years. The American people have awarded it 4 stars, but the Un-American Committee gave the men who made it 3 subpoenas.
This is Joe Cotton. How often do you go to the movies? Once a week? Chances are you've probably seen The Farmer's Daughter or The Jolson Story or Pride of the Marines. And do you remember Objective Burma, Kitty Foyle, How Green Was My Valley, 30 Seconds Over Tokyo, and such great classics as All Quiet on the Western Front? Actors, directors, writers, and producers who gave you those pictures have been attacked and smeared as un-American for putting subversive propaganda into their pictures.
This is Peter Lorre. I hope you know what this amounts to. It amounts to this. If you liked any of the pictures made by any of these accused artists, then you're not supposed to know what is un-American and what is not. See, that's like saying you're stupid. Well, we don't think you are.
This is June Havoc. You know, we're not experts on politics. We've been taking American freedom for granted and not worrying about somebody taking it away from us. So we've had to ask questions to get the facts. Who is judging us? Who makes charges about our pictures degrading America? Who is the House Committee on Un-American Activities?
This is John Houston. The House Committee, we found out, has been in existence for about 9 years. It has spent millions of dollars of taxpayers' money investigating what it calls subversive activities. The idea was that the committee would come up with legislation to counteract anything subversive. Well, in 9 years, it has proposed exactly one piece of legislation, and that was rejected as unconstitutional, along with a scathing denunciation by the United States Supreme Court.
This is Danny Kaye. We found out that the committee has been making friends and enemies during all these years. Here are some of the people who didn't like it. As far back as 1938, when the committee began, Franklin D. Roosevelt saw what it was up to. He said, quote, "Most fair-minded Americans hope that the committee will abandon the practice of merely providing a forum to those who, for political purposes or otherwise, seek headlines which they could not otherwise obtain." Unquote.
This is Marcia Hunt. Of course, there are some of us who didn't happen to vote for Roosevelt. Some of us took the other side and voted for Wilkie. But Mr. Wilkie had something to say about the committee, too. He said, quote, "The committee uses methods that undermine the democratic process. They ruin reputations by publicity, inference, and innuendo, while denying the protection of counsel." Unquote. Well, that was in 1940. And apparently they haven't changed since then.
They certainly haven't changed. This is Walter Wanger. A few days ago, there was an editorial in the New York Times. It said, quote, "There is an obvious danger that the present investigation, as it is now being conducted, may succeed in identifying as communist any element of criticism or protest in the films against any aspect of American political, social, or economic life. We do not believe that the committee is conducting a fair investigation. We think the course on which it has embarked threatens to lead to greater dangers than those with which it is presently concerned." End quote. This from the New York Times.
This is Cornell Wilde. Another man who doesn't like the committee is Scripps Howard columnist and Pulitzer Prize winner Thomas L. Stokes. Last week he said that the investigation had the ring of hypocrisy. He added, quote, "The Inquisition becomes the concern of everybody who believes in freedom of expression, in writing, and the arts. Moreover, the fright technique has been chosen for this job. It does all seem confused and quite strange to be happening here." Unquote.
This is Melvin Douglas. During 3 sessions, even members of Congress have denounced the committee. Representative Adolph Sabath, chairman of the House Rules Committee, said, quote, "In all my congressional experience of 32 years, I know of no committee so broadly condemned because of its conduct by people in all stages of life and from all parts of the nation." Unquote.
This is Richard Conte. It wouldn't be fair just to quote the people who do not like the committee. We believe in free speech and in presenting both sides of the question. So we looked up some of the committee's real friends. Here they are. William Dudley Pelley said, quote, "I founded the Silver Legion to propagandize the same principles that the committee are now engaged in prosecuting." Unquote. Of the committee chairman, Pelley said, quote, "Congressman Thomas is a great American patriot." Unquote. And who is this William Dudley Pelley? He organized a Nazi-like gang called the Silver Shirts.
This is Evelyn Keyes. James Colescott said, quote, "The Un-American Committee program so closely parallels the program of the Klan that there is no distinguishable difference between them." Unquote. And who is James Colescott? The imperial wizard of the Ku Klux Klan.
This is Burt Lancaster. Gerald L.K. Smith says, and I quote, "You have seen the newspaper accounts of the plan to investigate the traitors of Hollywood, who are attempting to use the great film industry to undermine our American government. Be sure to write a letter to Congressman John Rankin congratulating him and his committee." Unquote. Who is Gerald L.K. Smith? He is a rabble-rouser, a professional anti-Semite, and one-time speaker for the German-American Bund.
This is Paul Henry. Another friend of the committee said, I quote, "I have the highest respect for the committee and sympathize with its program." Unquote. This was said by Sylvester Virek, convicted Nazi agent now in jail. Here is another quote. "I'm in favor of the committee to be appointed again and wish them to get more money." That was said by Fritz Kuhn, German-American Bund leader who was later jailed and deported.
This is William Holden. That's quite a bunch of friends. We don't envy the committee, they're friends. Well, who's running the committee? Its chairman is J. Parnell Thomas of New Jersey, and the senior minority party member is John Rankin of Mississippi. We're not going to attack the political records of Chairman Thomas or Mr. Rankin or any other member of the committee. They made their records by their votes, and we respect their right to vote any way they please.
This is Robert Ryan. What we are going to tell you about is how they conduct these un-American hearings of theirs. President Roosevelt called the Un-American Committee a sordid procedure, and that describes it pretty accurately. Decent people dragged through the mud of insinuation and slander. The testimony of crackpots and subversives accepted and given out to the press as if it were the gospel truth. Reputations ruined and people hounded out of their jobs.
This is Florence Eldridge. Here are some names that have been dragged into these hearings. Mr. Justice Murphy of the Supreme Court, Mrs. Franklin D. Roosevelt, Ambassador Joseph E. Davies, William Allen White, Dean Acheson, college presidents, judges, writers, historians, ministers, and priests. The moving picture people who are being slandered today are in pretty good company.
This is Myrna Loy. Let's be clear about one thing. Congress has a right to investigate, to make laws. But we question the right of any official to abuse citizens in order to make headlines. We question the right of Congress to ask any man what he thinks on political issues. We believe that the First Amendment forbids any legislation in the very field in which this committee is acting. We think a lot of our freedom. We've become accustomed to it. But it was a brand new idea when Thomas Jefferson and James Madison and Benjamin Franklin wrote it into our Constitution. The other idea, the Un-American Committee's idea, is as old as history.
This is Robert Young. The Un-American Committee is not a new idea. It goes back for centuries. There was a similar committee on un-Italian activities which subpoenaed Galileo, and a committee on un-French activities which subpoenaed Joan of Arc, and a committee on un-New England activities 300 years ago which burned old women in a witch hunt at Salem and hounded Roger Williams for saying, "I plead the cause of truth and innocence against the bloody doctrine of persecution for cause of conscience." Out of 2,000 years of men fighting and dying to think free came an idea of justice, came a document called the Bill of Rights.
This is Lucille Ball. All of us agree that the Constitution of the United States must be defended. But the way to do this is not by shutting up the man you disagree with. You must fight for his right to speak and be heard. All civil liberties go hand in hand. And when one goes, the others are weakened, just as the collapse of one pillar in a house would endanger the whole structure. Do you remember your school teacher reading these words? Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridge the freedom of speech or of the press. Let me repeat those words, and listen carefully. Think about these words, which are the cornerstone of your American freedom. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridge the freedom of speech or of the press.
This is Van Heflin. You have just heard Article 1 of your Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights is part of a long heritage of justice, a heritage which gives you the right to speak your mind without fear, which gives an accused man the right to answer his accusers, the right to be protected from slander and misstatements of fact. In no court in this land is action taken on the basis of hearsay or personal opinion. Now let Henry Morgan and Keenan Wynn give you some examples of the kind of hearsay and opinion that in Washington today is being presented as testimony, written into the official records and reprinted in the newspapers. Now get this.
He acted like a communist, but I couldn't prove he was one.
I remember hearing some pinko mouthings, but I can't recall just what.
I turned down several communistic scripts, but can't remember any of them. I couldn't give you any specific examples.
I don't know for sure personally, but I heard from a reliable source that...
I don't have any proof, but I can tell from the way he acts.
I was a guest at his house for dinner, and I overheard someone say...
I couldn't give you any specific examples.
Everyone knows that. I guess...
The danger is that an actor, writer, or director can subvert a role by a look or an inflection of the voice and turn it into communistic propaganda.
This is Humphrey Bogart. Is democracy so feeble that it can be subverted merely by a look or a line, an inflection, a gesture? There was an editorial in the New York Herald Tribune which says it perfectly, and I quote, "If the moving pictures are undermining the American form of government and menacing it by their content, it might become the duty of Congress to ferret out the responsible persons. But clearly this is not the case. Not even the committee's own witnesses are willing to make so fantastic a charge. And since no danger exists,
The beliefs of men and women who write for the screen are, like the beliefs of any ordinary men and women, nobody's business but their own, as the Bill of Rights mentions. Neither Mr. Thomas or the Congress in which he sits is empowered to dictate what Americans shall think.
This is John Beale. There's not a court in the land where even a man suspected of murder cannot have his attorney rise to say, "I object." And yet in the Un-American Committee hearings room in Washington, the lawyer who said, "I object," was forcibly removed from the hearing.
This is Edward G. Robinson. It has been broadly suggested that Hollywood pictures are un-American when they make a villain of a landlord, a banker, or a man with a fancy vest. Well, long before people were being slandered by being called communists, William S. Hart was galloping across a movie screen like a ball of fire to pay off the mortgage on the old homestead. And the villain was the town banker, or a reasonable facsimile, the old scoundrel. By this definition, East Lynne was subversive propaganda, and the American kids who cheered all that hard writing in the sixth reel were wickedly undermined, and they all grew up to be criminals, anarchists, and overthrowers of the government by force. Bang, bang!
This is Paulette Goddard. There's not a court in America which will admit questions that put words or opinions into the mouths of witnesses or that indicate exactly what answer is wanted. Yet members of this un-American committee have repeatedly done this in the examination of witnesses. Time after time, they've asked questions which began, "Is this what you mean to say?" Or, "Does this sum up your feelings?" Or, "In other words, would you say that..." In spite of this handy technique of putting words into the mouths of witnesses, to this day, no one has been able to point to any character, any scene, or any line from any picture which can be understood to advocate the overthrow of our government.
This is Norman Corwin. Whenever an investigator in this country challenges a man's right to think his own thoughts, he is discrediting every fighting veteran of World War II. For, among other things, that war was fought to get rid of fear and intimidation. Here now is one of the famous veterans of that war, America's most decorated soldier, Audie Murphy.
You know, during the war, every guy in uniform dreamed of the day when he could stop squeezing triggers and come home. It gets so fed up when fighting that you never want to do it again. There's one kind of fighting that has to go on always. You can't ever take a furlough from the fight to preserve human liberties. I think the methods used by the Thomas Rankin Committee are a challenge to those liberties. And I think we should use every fair and constitutional means to fight those methods.
This is William Wyler. I'm a movie director, and I'm convinced I wouldn't be allowed today to make the best years of our lives as it was made a year ago. That is directly the result of the activities of the Un-American Activities Committee. They are making decent people afraid to express their opinions. They are creating fear in Hollywood. Fear will result in self-censorship. Self-censorship will paralyze the screen, and in the last analysis, you will suffer. You will be deprived of entertainment which stimulates you, and you will be given a diet of pictures which conform to some people's arbitrary standards of entertainment and Americanism. I hope to direct many more pictures like The Best Years of Our Lives. That's why I'm here today.
This is Frederick March. Who do you think they're really after? Who's next? Is it your minister, who will be told what he can say in his pulpit? Is it your children's school teacher, who will be told what she can say in the classroom? Is it your children themselves? It is you, who will have to look around nervously before you say what's on your mind. Who are they after? They're after more than Hollywood. This reaches into every American town and city. We take you now to New York.
This is John Garfield. There is no guarantee that the committee will stop with the movies. Already the American theater has been attacked. Already a witness friendly to the committee has assured us that 44% of the plays on Broadway in the last 10 years have been subversive. That's news to Broadway and to the millions of playgoers who have seen these plays. Once they get the movies in Broadway throttled, how long will it be before the committee goes to work on the freedom of the air? How long will it be before we're told what we can and cannot say into a radio microphone? If you make a pitch on a nationwide network For the underdog, will they call you subversive? Will we have to think Mr. Rankin's way to get into the elevator at Radio City? Are they going to scare us into silence? If this committee gets a green light from the American people now, will it be possible to make a broadcast like this a year from today?
This is James Taylor. You know, it seems as if some people were bent on setting fire to Hollywood celluloid. You know how easy it is for a fire to spread to the lines of a Broadway play, and after that to books and magazines, until we have the biggest blaze of censorship you ever saw. The worst thing about a fire like that is so hard to stop it. It can even invade the laboratories of our scientists.
This is Dr. Harlow Shapley of Harvard College Observatory. I should like to read to you what the Supreme Court of the United States had to say about all this. If there is any fixed star in our constitutional constellation, it is that no official, high or petty, can prescribe what shall be orthodox in politics, nationalism, religion, or other matters of opinion, or force citizens to confess by word or act their faith therein. Now, unless we fight any attempt to weaken that constitutional right, science will find it more difficult to bring peace and truth to the world.
This is Artie Shaw, warning you of a crime wave that has sprung up in America. The crime of disagreement. It seems if you disagree with certain people on certain matters, you can get your name on a secret file and wind up facing an investigating committee. This crime, disagreement, is no new thing. Among others, Hitler and Mussolini used it. Is it asking too much of us to learn a few things from the tragic lessons of the past 20 years? Can it be that the lashing of whips and the screamings of citizens have left no impression on us? Mr. Arthur Garfield Hayes, the eminent attorney and director of the American Civil Liberties Union, has his point of view to present.
This is Arthur Garfield Hayes. This exhibition in Washington is ludicrous but understandable. I don't think Thomas, Rankin, and others of the committee are communists, although they build up the Communist Party with a vast publicity. I don't think they are fascists, though they use the Hitler and Mussolini technique of stirring up a Red Scare and would suppress liberty in order to save us from ourselves. They may not be communists or fascists, but they are dangerous men afraid of freedom and lacking faith in the intelligence of the American people. And now for a word from our nation's capital.
This is Senator Albert D. Thomas of Utah. I was for a long time a teacher of the Constitution. To me, the Constitution of the United States is a sacred document. The rights and privileges it guarantees are sacred and labeled as unholy. Any methods pursued by anyone in trying to establish arbitrary values of what some call Americanism. If there be men guilty of subversive activity, let the evidence be presented and their guilt duly established. But at all costs, we must avoid persecution in the name of investigation.
This is Senator Harvey Kilgore of West Virginia. I'd like to say a word about congressional investigations. I've had a hand in one or two myself, and I know how they work. There are lots of ways of running the show. You can ask questions because you want answers, or you can ask questions because you don't want answers. You can walk into the hearing with a bucket of whitewash or a barrel of red paint. You can call a man any name and accuse him of anything without being sued for libel and without fear of him answering back. Think of that when you read the papers these days. Remember, it's easy to splash red paint on someone, and it's pretty tough to wipe it off.
This is Archibald MacLeish. No issue was ever clearer than the issue the Thomas Committee has tossed into the faces of the American people. The most American of all American rights is the right of any man to think as he pleases and to say what he thinks. That right is protected against congressional interference by the American Constitution. The question before the country is, can a committee of Congress do indirectly, by inquisition into a man's beliefs, what the Constitution forbids Congress to do directly? And if it can, what is left of the Constitution and the freedom it protects?
We return you now to New York to Senator Claude Pepper of Florida.
This is Senator Claude Pepper of Florida. Today, some men in America are trying to rewrite our Pledge of Allegiance. Instead of having it end with liberty and justice for all, they want it to end with liberty and justice for some. That is not the American principle. Let us forever keep liberty and justice for all. And now this program returns to Hollywood, where you will hear the voice of my colleague, Senator Glenn Taylor of Idaho.
This is Senator Glenn Taylor. I'm from Idaho. The folks from my state don't like anyone to put fences around our thinking. I'm climbing on a horse this afternoon, and I'm going to ride. I want to get the attention of the people. I know that the penalty for doing your own thinking nowadays is to be labeled red, but I think it's time for somebody to speak up for peace. And while I'm doing that, I intend to battle this un-American committee to a standstill. Americans have always been able to speak out free and easy, whether it's on celluloid or on your own front porch. As a United States Senator, I want to see that it stays that way.
This is Judy Garland again. Okay, there it is. We've heard from Hollywood, New York, and Washington. Now it's time to hear from you. If you agree with us, if you feel there is something going on here that would make Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, Franklin Roosevelt, and Wendell Willkie fighting mad, please do something about it. This investigation hit us in show business pretty close to home. We're doing something about it right now. Before every free conscience in America is subpoenaed, please speak up. Say your piece. Write your congressman a letter. Airmail special. Let Congress know what you think of its un-American committee. Tell them how much you resent the way Mr. Thomas is kicking the living daylights out of the Bill of Rights. I ask you, when they put words in concentration camps, how long will it be before they put men there, too?
This is Vincent Price. We didn't have time in a single half hour to bring you every Hollywood star who shares our views. There are many more, including John Payne, Ava Gardner, Bill Leith, Gene Kelly, Geraldine Brooks, Ellen Drew, Johnny Green, Frank Sinatra, Henry Fonda, Paul Draper, Howard Da Silva, Larry Adler, Eddie Cantor, Katharine Hepburn, Benny Goodman, Rita Hayworth, Canada Lee, Margot, Gregory Peck, and many more than we have time to mention. We want to add your name to this list. We want you to join this fight. There is one more thing that should be made clear. The Committee for the First Amendment sponsored this program, and it was paid for by the people you heard speak, as was the chartered airplane now carrying many of them to Washington, where they will appear in protest in the nation's capital. We are not a political organization, and we campaign for no political party, but only for honesty, fairness, and the accepted rights of any American citizen.
Hollywood fights back.
This is Frederick March. So they adjourned those hearings in Washington. Why? A member of the House Un-American Committee said the game was postponed on account of a threatened communist invasion of Washington. Over what roads was the invasion to come, Mr. Thomas? By rail, ship, airplane, armored car, and droshky? Did you get hold of the secret road maps and the timetable of this invasion? If so, why didn't you give the details to the public? And if so, why did you close up shop in such a hurry?
This is Myrna Loy. Was it really the threat of a communist invasion army closing in on Washington? Or was it a rising tide of protest and indignation from the American people, pouring in on the committee via angry letters, telegrams, editorials, columns, and radio commentators? Last week, a non-political group of stars, writers, directors, producers, together with scientists, senators, and men of letters, sprang into existence overnight to combat the menace of the Un-American Committee. We thought we were merely a few hundred people fighting for freedom of speech and conscience. But in the week that followed, we found out that we were part of a landslide of opinion against what was going on in that hearing room in Washington.
This is Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. You don't have to live in Hollywood to be aroused by the proceedings of the Un-American Committee and to come out fighting. In thousands of communities throughout America, people who weren't familiar with the history and tactics of this committee watched the big show, at first with curiosity, then amazement, and then rising anger. One of the most dramatic examples of the way opinion took shape came from the city of Detroit. You readers of the editorial page of the Detroit Free Press last Sunday found support for J. Parnell Thomas and his Un-American Committee. But on the following day, after another round of hearings, well, let Rita Hayworth tell you what Detroiters found on the same editorial page of the same Detroit Free Press. Quote,
"The most un-American activity in the United States is the conduct of the Congressional Committee on Un-American Activities. It is so viciously flagrant a violation of every element of common decency associated with human liberty that it is foul mockery on all that Jefferson and Lincoln made articulate in their dreams of a cleaner and finer order on earth. The hypocritically named Committee on Un-American Activities should be abolished at the earliest possible moment by the United States Congress, and so deeply buried that no other group of publicity-mad zealots could ever be allowed to tarnish with their stench the greatest institution of our democracy, our halls of legislation."
This is Florence Eldridge. Pick a city on the map. Miami, Chicago, Charleston, West Virginia. This is what the Charleston Daily Mail had to say. Quote, "The proof of a communist menace in Hollywood would lie in the pictures produced, not in the opinion of one director concerning another's political and economic views. Hollywood, like the rest of the United States, is entitled to the widest range in political views."
This is Lauren Bacall. Right smack in the heart of the nation, you people in Des Moines, Iowa, read this in the Register. "The Un-American Committee is determined to put the thinking and writing and the performing in Hollywood in such narrow intellectual shackles that no view can possibly be expressed except those which accord with the deadening dogmas and timid mentalities of the most reactionary fringe."
This is Anne Revere. Right on the home grounds of the committee's hearings, the Washington Post took a mighty swipe at Shouting Thomas. Quote, "Mr. Thomas and his colleagues have been guilty of blasting individual reputations without regard of individual rights. The spectacle of Hollywood writers and players denouncing their colleagues in an orgy of self-righteousness has only been slightly less degrading than the spectacle of a congressional committee fostering this brutal contempt for the elementary principles of fair play." Unquote.
This is Lon McAllister. The Chicago Times lashed out at the committee. Ditto the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and the Kansas City Star. Ditto the Miami Herald. Ditto the New York Times and the Herald Tribune and the Richmond News Leader. And on and on and on.
This is Bert Lancaster. Do you read the columnists? Maybe you saw Dorothy Thompson's blast. Quote, "So far, the evidence produced in the hearing is as unreliable as that of gossip writers' merchandising hearsay. No one has been proved to be a communist." Unquote. And columnist Eleanor Roosevelt, quote, "What is going on in the Un-American Activities Committee worries me primarily because little people have become frightened, and we find ourselves living in the atmosphere of a police state, where people close doors before they state what they think, or look over their shoulders apprehensively before they express an opinion." Unquote. The Un-American Committee found itself under attack from many other columnists, including Pulitzer Prize winner Thomas L. Stokes, Samuel Grafton, William Shirer, and Quentin Reynolds. We're only sorry that there isn't time to quote them all.
This is Danny Kaye. What you've just heard is a sampling of the way Americans coast to coast responded to the alarm. Well, last week, 26 of us from Hollywood got a sampling of our own when we chartered a plane and flew across the country to Washington. We had the chance to talk to people in Kansas City, St. Louis, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and New York. We stuck our necks out on this trip because we expected to be called defenders of communism. We told them that we didn't defend communism. And if anyone could sit in that caucus room and hear what went on, he'd never go for any kind of dictatorship or police state.
This is Evelyn Keyes. The committee room reminded me of a studio set. There were Klieg lights and 2 or 3 movie cameras directed on the committee members. And there were spotlights attached to the great crystalline chandeliers that hung from the high ceiling. At first it was unreal. I had a hard time believing that this was an actuality instead of a scene on a stage. It didn't take me long to see that the Un-American Committee was making a production of an inquisition and that they were asking questions to which they had already decided the answers.
This is Paul Henreid. Chairman Thomas accepted statements from all the friendly witnesses, but refused to let all but 2 of the so-called unfriendly witnesses read their prepared statements. Protests were gavelled down. After one witness was escorted by police from the stand, I heard Mr. Thomas say something to this effect, quote, "You've heard the record of this witness, and you've heard him cite the Bill of Rights. Now that's just following the Communist Party line, and the evidence clearly indicates that he is a communist." And I got to thinking, if I talk about the Bill of Rights, am I a communist? And suddenly I felt just as hemmed in as some of the witnesses must have felt. And when I walked out of the hearing room, I felt less of a free man than when I walked in. But I will continue to believe in the Bill of Rights more strongly than ever, and I will say so to anyone, anywhere.
This is June Havoc. Mr. Thomas says his committee is an impartial, fact-finding body. Well, here are Groucho Marx and Keenan Wynn to demonstrate for you the impartiality of the chairman to his witnesses, as we heard it in Washington. Said the chairman to a friendly witness.
You may read your statement.
Said the chairman to an unfriendly witness.
You may not read the statement. I read the first line.
To a friendly witness.
Will you tell us, in your opinion...
To an unfriendly witness.
If you want to make a speech, we'll find you a street corner.
Friendly.
Thanks for coming. Now you may go back and make enough money to pay off that libel suit.
Unfriendly.
Stand away from that chair. Stand away from that chair.
Friendly.
Sir, would you say that he is a communist?
Unfriendly.
You will not accuse anybody.
Friendly.
Surely your memory isn't that bad. Can't you think it over and give us a list?
Unfriendly.
How long will it take you?
Friendly.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Unfriendly.
You will not ask anything.
Friendly.
Do you think, sir?
Unfriendly.
We'll determine when it's proper.
Friendly.
Thank you.
And the following sentence of 14 words by actual count, shouted by the chairman at an unfriendly witness.
No.
This is Humphrey Bogart. We sat in the committee room and heard it happen. We saw it. We said to ourselves, it can happen here. We saw American citizens denied the right to speak by elected representatives of the people. We saw police take citizens from the stand like criminals after they'd been refused the right to defend themselves. We saw the gavel of a committee chairman cutting off the words of free Americans. The sound of that gavel, Mr. Thomas, rings across America. Because every time your gavel struck, it hit the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States.
This is John Houston. One thing must be made clear. We went on this trip to Washington. We who went were not supported by any other group or committee. We chartered our own plane and paid our own way. And at no time were we represented by legal counsel. We acted as representatives of the hundreds of people in Hollywood who feel as we do and hold no affiliation with any political organization. As free American citizens, we observed the proceedings at the hearings in the House Un-American Committee Room. And then we filed a petition with the clerk of the House of Representatives, a petition for redress of grievances, and was signed by all of us and by all who have joined the Committee for the First Amendment.
This is Marcia Hunt. The petition said in part, "We, the undersigned citizens of the United States, residing in the state of California, do hereby respectfully petition the Honorable Joseph W. Martin, Jr., and our representatives in Congress for redress of our grievances, as we are privileged to do by the First Amendment of the Constitution. In our opinion, the procedures adopted by the House Committee on Un-American Activities have persistently violated the civil liberties of American citizens, to the end that today no citizen is secure from informers, spies, invasions of privacy, and other violations that are common usually to dictatorships and police states. As citizens of the first and greatest democracy, we believe that every social problem can be solved by the democratic process, provided that the ballot remains secret and inviolable, and provided that all media of expression remain free of intimidation or coercion by any agency of the government.
This is Hurd Hatfield. In the midst of a rising tide of protest, the hearings are suddenly called off. The long-awaited sensational evidence of a Hollywood spy ring turns out to be, or is alleged to be, A man who is alleged to know somebody, who allegedly knew somebody, who allegedly knew somebody in Hollywood. Chairman Thomas announces the first phase of the investigation is over. But it is not over. Not by a long shot. It is just beginning. You can't dump a bucket of red paint over a city and its citizens and run off like a bunch of Halloween pranksters. There are still a lot of questions that demand answers. Here are some.
This is Peter Lorre. Why, if these hearings were so important to the security of America, were they attended only by a fraction of the committee's total membership? And why was John Rankin, co-chairman of this committee, and you know who he is, absent from all the hearings? Why?
This is Burl Ives. Why, if the hearings were conducted impartially, did a friendly witness pose for pictures with two children of committee members sitting on his lap? And why, if these hearings were conducted impartially, did Chairman Thomas take friendly witnesses aside to confer with them in whispers and congratulate them, as reported by Drew Pearson?
This is Geraldine Brooks. Why were all friendly witnesses allowed to make statements, and a majority of so-called unfriendly witnesses denied this right? A right given even to rabble-rouser Gerald L.K. Smith, whom the committee excused with a polite thank you. And why was the committee unable to point to any specific character, any single line, scene, or even so much as a word of any picture which was un-American?
This is Jane Wyatt. On the plane trip back from Washington, the people we met asked more questions. Some of them asked, why didn't the witnesses answer yes or no the way the committee wanted them to answer? Why did they keep talking about the Bill of Rights? Now, I don't know the fine points of law, but if anybody in this land knows them, it should be the justices of the Supreme Court of the United States. Well, on the day we left Washington, Supreme Court Justice William O. Douglas spoke to an audience in Providence, Rhode Island, and said that men who insist on the protection of constitutional rights are often severely criticized. He said, quote, they are, in fact, frequently dubbed communists, fellow travelers, or other subversive agents. Certainly he who maintains that the Bill of Rights should be enforced with vigor is championing the democratic scheme of things, not communism or fascism, unquote.
This is Vanessa Brown. Everybody in the country seems to want to know the legality of the issue at stake. To give you an authoritative answer, we take you now to Washington to hear from the former Assistant Attorney General of the United States, Thurman Arnold.
This is Thurman Arnold speaking. The Committee on Un-American Activities is engaged in an inquisition of the motion picture industry designed to spread suspicion, distrust, and intolerance. It violates the spirit of the First Amendment to the Constitution, which guarantees to every American the sacred right of either disclosing his opinions and his affiliations or keeping them to himself. Without shadow of proof that motion pictures have been made the vehicles of communist propaganda, they are inquiring into the trade union memberships and political affiliations of the men who make these pictures. If this sort of inquisition can go on in America, our great personal freedoms of speech, religion, and political association are in grave danger.
This is Frank Gervasi. The atmosphere in the room where the Committee on Un-American Activities interrogated those Hollywood people was familiar. It was not physically familiar, but it was spiritually familiar. I thought for a moment. Suddenly I remembered. I had seen it all before in Mussolini's Rome and Hitler's Berlin. Here, as in the capitals of totalitarian nations, men were pushing other men around, trying to tell them what to think. Who's next? The newspapers? The magazines? The radio?
This is Arthur Webb, Washington correspondent of the London Daily Herald. I should like to quote from an editorial of my paper published last Monday. Damage has already been done to the reputation of the United States as a democracy by the antics of the Congress Committee on Un-American Activities. When we in this country read of Hollywood personalities being accused of dangerous thinking, we begin to wonder what is happening today in the United States. Has political thinking become an offense in the country that boasts of being the world's greatest democracy? In Britain, anyone is free to hold or preach whatever political views he likes. May that right ever remain undisturbed.
We take you now to New York and a man who only recently left Washington.
This is Gene Kelly. Last week at this time, I spoke to you as I was leaving for Washington. You've already heard from others who were on the trip a little of what we found and what people along the way had to say about things. I wanted to tell you more, But yesterday in Philadelphia, an 81-year-old former United States attorney expressed the feelings of all of us as he was under violent physical attack while addressing a meeting in Independence Square. He said, "We are standing in front of the Hall of Independence, a symbol of liberty won for the United States generations ago. I should remind the members of this generation that the liberty of the United States is in danger if intolerance is permitted. If a person won't tolerate differences of opinion, there will be liberty no more in the land."
This is Herbert Lehman. No one questions the right of Congress to investigate violations of law and threats to our form of government. It has that right, certainly. But in our representative democracy, rights also impose duties. The power to investigate carries with it the duty to avoid injustice and intimidation and to protect every man in the rights guaranteed him under our Constitution and statutes. Anyone publicly accused must have the right to defend himself and his point of view. That seems to me to be the very essence of democracy. The committee, throughout its much publicized investigation, has obviously refused to recognize that right and has constantly flouted the Constitution under which it serves.
This is Leland Stowe. "What does Congressman Thomas mean?" says my taxi driver. "You mean a guy can accuse me of anything, and I get no chance to defend myself? If that's American, I'm Hitler." The taxi driver spoke for millions of Americans, for freedom to think, for the American right to talk back, the right to talk back in self-defense. When congressmen preserve that, they'll be acting American.
This is George Kaufman. This past week, we have seen government by gavel. We've seen 1,000 years of common law overridden by a congressional committee. We've seen the beginnings of a shabby melodrama with Mr. Thomas playing the part of prompter. Surely in this country we don't need a prompter to give us our political views. We must see to it that this un-American spectacle does not become a continuous performance.
This is Moss Hart. A few months ago, I also worked in Hollywood. I did the screenplay on Gentleman's Agreement. I was very proud to work on such a project. I was very proud that Hollywood had the courage to make a film showing the truth about that insidious disease, religious bigotry. Perhaps I was fortunate to finish that project before Mr. Thomas began his fantastic hearings, since there seems to be evidence that a motion picture which tells the truth about our country, right or wrong, is considered heresy by the Committee on Un-American Affairs.
This is Richard Rogers, who dislikes communism as much as witch hunts. Well, the witch hunt is off, temporarily. In the meantime, you and I must ask ourselves this question. Are we Americans trading our soapbox for the hooded sheet? Are we being frightened out of our constitutional right to sound off? Do we really believe in the method of the ballot box? It's pretty obvious that the men who are running this investigation, and a lot more men, are silently nodding their approval. Would like a country where only one point of view is tolerated. You and I are the only ones who can answer these men. I suggest we think it over.
This is Leonard Bernstein. That most un-American of all committees has sent out its investigators. There has been great fanfare. They have promised sensational exposés of underground plots and spy rings. Well, they have uncovered a poem, a sheet of music, the fact that a composer and a playwright had a quiet evening together, playing chess. The next step is to have our music examined measure for measure. I, for one, confidently await this examination. Gentlemen of the committee, the subversiveness of my Jeremiah Symphony awaits your judgment.
This is Bennett Cerf. The ostensible purpose of the House Committee on Un-American Activities investigation of Hollywood was to expose its alleged domination by communist elements. What the committee succeeded principally in accomplishing, however, was to give the American public a graphic picture of fascism in action. It was a warning that will not go unheeded. If Hollywood can be bullied into producing only the kind of stories that fall in with this committee's opinions and prejudices, it seems obvious to me that the publishers of books, magazines, and newspapers will most certainly be next on the agenda.
This is Clifton Fadiman. The central objection to the Thomas Committee is simple. Its methods tend to encourage the totalitarianism it claims to fight. Because I am opposed to all forms of totalitarianism, I regret its proceedings. It may help to make martyrs out of a small group. Surely that cannot be your object, Mr. Thomas. But it may also help to dishearten the large group of decent and useful men and women of the motion picture industry. Surely that cannot be your object, Mr. Thomas. Tyrannies feed on fear, and your committee is spreading fear. That may not be its object. It is, however, its effect. And now we take you to Hollywood for the voice of the world-famous novelist Thomas Mann.
This is Thomas Mann speaking. I have the honor to expose myself as a hostile witness. I testify that I'm very much interested in the moving picture industry, and that since my arrival in the United States 9 years ago, I have seen a great many Hollywood films. If communist propaganda had been smuggled into any of them, it must have been most thoroughly hidden. I, for one, never noticed anything of the sort. I testify, moreover, that to my mind, the ignorant and superstitious persecution of the believers in a political and economic doctrine, which is, after all, the creation of great minds and great thinkers, and which has its adherents everywhere on earth, I testify that this persecution is not only degrading for the persecutors themselves, but also very harmful to the cultural reputation of this country. As an American citizen of German birth, I finally testify that I am painfully familiar with certain political trends. Spiritual intolerance, political inquisition, and declining legal security. And all this in the name of an alleged state of emergency. That's how it started in Germany. What followed was fascism, and what followed fascism was war.
This is Dana Andrews. The Un-American Committee have recessed because they think they got what they were after. Censorship, blacklists, people fired from their jobs, and a blanket of fear smothering free speech, free thought, and free motion pictures. Mr. Thomas's last words were a threat. Quote, "Hollywood better clean house. We're not through." Unquote. But far from intimidating Hollywood, Mr. Thomas got these ringing words from Mr. Samuel Goldwyn, executive producer of the picture The Best Years of Our Lives. Quote, "I defy anyone to point out a single thing in any picture I have ever made which could justifiably be called subversive or un-American by anyone, even including various publicity-hungry, self-righteous, would-be thought censors who have appeared before the committee. While many of us have been trying to build up an appreciation of America through this far-reaching medium of entertainment, I regret to say that the committee seems to have been doing its very best to undermine and destroy these efforts of our industry." Unquote.
This is Helen Gahagan Douglas. As a member of the House of Representatives, I have consistently voted to abolish the Committee on Un-American Activities, because I believe that the committee as set up cannot avoid violating our guaranteed liberties. The committee establishes arbitrary standards of Americanism based upon the personal prejudices and whims of its members, rather than upon a specific and legal interpretation of subversiveness. This method of procedure opens the floodgates to intolerance and persecution. I believe that we weaken our democracy by adopting measures which are foreign to our traditional concepts of justice and fair play.
This is Gregory Peck. In the midst of the Un-American Committee hearings came a long-awaited report from the President's Commission on Civil Rights, headed by Charles E. Wilson of General Electric, and including among its members the Right Reverend Henry Knox Sherrill, Bishop of the Episcopal Church of Boston, and President Frank P. Graham of the University of North Carolina. The President's Commission warned the nation sharply that, quote, "a state of near hysteria over so-called communists in this country threatens the freedom of other citizens," unquote. And as an ominous punctuation to that report, yesterday a mob broke up a peaceable meeting, not in the city of Munich, but in the city of Philadelphia, in Independence Square, ironically in the shadow of our Liberty Bell. So the Un-American Committee bears its tragic fruit. A word flung hysterically in a hearing room becomes a stone flung deliberately in a public square.
This is Dorothy McGuire. For 175 years, men have worked in this land to shape the nation. Freedom didn't just come down to us like the rains. We fought for it. And once we had our freedom, we had to learn that it wasn't something a man could put away and forget about. Freedom has to be brought in again each year like a new crop. Freedom has to be watched over. There is more than one way to lose your liberty. It can be torn out of your hands by a tyrant, but it can also slip away day by day while you're too busy to notice. In another time of crises, a president and a soldier named Abraham Lincoln carved these words into the history of our country. Trample on the rights of those around you, and you have lost the genius of your own independence and become the fit subjects of the first cunning tyrant who rises among you.
This is Richard Conte. In the past 30 minutes, you have heard a broadcast bought and paid for by American citizens who have come on the air to protest against the abuse of American democratic rights. Mr. Thomas has said that his committee will be back. When he comes back, we will be back. And in the meantime, we hope that you, wherever you are, will join the swelling ranks of those who demand that the Un-American Committee, which has aroused such indignation and unrest across America, be abolished. Not merely reshuffled, but voted out of existence. Write to the Speaker of the House, Joseph Martin, Washington, D.C., and tell him so. Do it now. And if you wish to join your efforts with us in the fight for the America we love, write to us, the Committee for the First Amendment, Hollywood, California.
The Juergens Journal, featuring Walter Winchell. Mr. Winchell, whose famous column appears in the New York Daily Mirror and other newspapers with more than 25 million readers, is brought to you by Juergens, the lotion for soft, smooth, romantic hands.
And they said, wouldn't you like this jar of new Dryad deodorant free? A jar of Dryad deodorant free? Did they mean it?
Indeed, we do mean it. A regular 25-cent jar of new Dryad deodorant is offered to you free now when you buy a 50-cent bottle of your favorite Juergens lotion. Pay the usual 39 cents plus tax for Juergens lotion. Accept the jar of new Dryad deodorant as a gift. A lovely gift. New Dryad is the cream deodorant doctors, leading skin specialists approve. And Juergens lotion is the lovely hand care the Hollywood stars use. And it's finer than ever today. Save some money. Buy Juergens gift combination. Use today's Juergens lotion for just 2 weeks. If you aren't delighted, mail it back to the Andrew Juergens Company, Cincinnati 14, Ohio, and they'll return your money. You keep the jar of creamy new Dryad deodorant as your free gift. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Walter Winchell.
Attention, Mr. and Mrs. United States. A Russian delegation lost its fight to have the United Nations pass a resolution to jail all warmongers. Instead, the United Nations agreed to denounce and condemn warmongering. What is a warmonger? Was Paul Revere a warmonger? History doesn't call him that. Although if Paul hadn't made his ride that night in 1775, there certainly wouldn't have been any fighting. There wouldn't have been any United States either. The rest of this, ladies and gentlemen, is respectfully directed to Mr. Trigby Lee and the others at the United Nations, who nearly every Monday morning request copies of my remarks of the night before. It is very important to me that they listen carefully, because I may be denounced and condemned by the United Nations for what I will now say. Your Excellency and members of the UN assembled at Lake Success, when do I stop being a reporter and an American and become a warmonger? If some potential enemy or unfriendly foreign visitor is planning to hurt my country from the air or underground, and I know it, should I forget it or risk being held up to scorn and public ridicule by you of the United Nations? You may say to me, no, don't forget it. Just send what you have along to Washington. Someone you know in Congress, the Senate, the White House.
the State Department, or the Department of Justice. But, Walter, don't get so excited and frighten the people of 48 states by telling them the truth. Well, Your Excellencies, I guess you'd better start practicing your very first warmonger condemnation. Because I am going to tell what I hear and know to the American people and not to anybody in official Washington. I'm tired and I'm done taking that 5 minutes after 4 o'clock every morning New York to Washington train without sleep to report things against the security of our country. I did that for a dozen years, and I tell you, most of the time, nothing ever came of it. Because there are too many men and women in and out of the White House, the State Department, Congress, and the Department of Justice who are either left, right, or indifferent. Therefore, I shall continue to report directly to the people and let the people take it from there. Mr. and Mrs. North and South America and all the ships at sea, is this news or warmongering? Let's go to press. Lake Success, the current issue of the magazine called United Nations World, contains a most enlightening article by Admiral Zacharias. He reports that weapons now exist which could wipe off the earth, every human being, animal, and all vegetable life. This American admiral, who distinguished himself during the war, added as follows, quotes, "These weapons are being manufactured right now. They are not an American monopoly. Several nations are known to have them. They are," Admiral Zacharias continues, "of a bacteriological and biological nature," end quotes. That, ladies and gentlemen, confirms in part what I reported a few broadcasts ago and for which some sources denounced me. Tokyo. The reason behind the Russian government's offer for withdrawal of all troops from Korea is simple. A packaged revolution is all ready. Communists would seize the Korean government within a month. Mexico City. The Comintern will open a big drive in Latin America, charging the United States with mistreating American Indians on U.S. reservations. The fact is that our Indian affairs badly need correction. Washington. The State Department is deeply concerned about the activities of the Polish and Yugoslavian culture representatives now touring the United States. Stockholm. Sweden, it appears, bet on the wrong horse. Expecting an American depression, Sweden tied herself up with Russian economy, and now Sweden needs American help to fill her Soviet orders. Belgrade. The biggest double talk and laugh, perhaps, of the week was this. Two top Russian leaders flatly contradicted each other. In Moscow, Mr. Molotov told the anxious, helpless Russian people that the atomic bomb was no longer a secret. In Belgrade, Russia's Mr. Zadnov told a Cominform meeting that America had a monopoly. Obviously, there is no monopoly in Russia on lying. Moscow. Last Sunday night, I told you how to recognize a communist over here. Because, among other ways, I said a commie believes that Stalin is infallible. The other day, according to the dispatches in all the newspapers, 26 million Russian youths not only thanked Stalin for their lives and education, but they said the son should be called Joseph Stalin, quote, because Stalin is the son of the earth. Son of the what? Buenos Aires. Dictator Perón's plan of courting Italian emigration has turned into a laughable international scandal. The first boatload of so-called laborers there turned out to be very wealthy Italians disguised in overalls. Dictator Perón, who shuts down independent newspapers and jails liberal university profs and students, met these phonies at the pier. The Washington ticker. The State Department has turned down the request of a dozen Harvard students to visit Yugoslavia. These students are boiling as no reason was given. I assume they wanted to see for themselves what the newspapers have stated about Tito and his alleged no-commie alliance. The Navy Department. When Admiral Nimitz retires, his successor as Chief of Naval Operations will be Admiral D.C. Ramsey. He's an airman, too. Washington. The Civil Rights Committee. Members are privately applauding John Edgar Hoover, the G-Man, for a magnificent job of protecting civil rights. Why privately? The White House. The Inner Circle and Congress will clash on the administration of the Marshall Plan. The White Houses want a government agency. The Republican leaders want a corporation. There will be voted, I am told, interim aid for Europe. Mr. Winthrop Aldrich, the chairman of Chase National Bank, is a very big factor behind the scenes. Washington. The administration will demand universal military training in the January session. Arlington. The price of our free press, the American newspaper, which reminds you that Tuesday next is Armistice Day, is usually a nickel or 2 cents. Plus 1.5 million wounded Americans and 350,000 Americans killed in action. To every young American, your country is quietly calling for help. See the Enlistment Bureau in your community for details. Mr. Juergens, the front page story in today's New York Herald Tribune that a German army of 1.5 million men was organized in Russia was reported by the Juergens Journal editor about a year ago.
Pardon me, Mr. Winchell. I'd like to insert something in the classified columns of the Journal.
Henry Morgan, I've heard you on the radio.
Thanks a lot. I'd like to read this if you don't mind. Situation wanted male. Young comedian will be unemployed December 3rd. Prospective sponsors, please contact Henry Morgan, care of the Juergens Journal. Thanks very much.
Well, I hope you get a sponsor, Henry. And now, Mr. James Banner for Juergens.
I wonder, after I get married, should I keep on with my job?
Well, that is a problem. It takes some doing to manage a household and a job, but one thing is sure. You can do dishes and laundry and your housework and still have lovely hands. Depend on Juergens Lotion. Today's Juergens Lotion protects your hands longer than ever against kitchen work roughness. And thanks to recent skincare research, today's Juergens Lotion makes your hands feel softer and look smoother than ever.
Then I guess lots of married girls use Juergens Lotion.
They certainly do. Young marrieds use Juergens Lotion nearly 4-to-1 over any other hand care in the world.
I know. My married sister always uses Juergens. She keeps an extra bottle in her kitchen.
That's a smart idea. Saves time and reminds you to use your Juergens Lotion regularly. That's the secret of nice, soft hands. Regular, but regular use of today's Juergens Lotion. Still 10 cents to $1 plus tax. Don't disillusion that young husband of yours. Have the dearest, softest hands like other smart young marrieds. Always use Juergens Lotion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Walter Winchell.
Ladies and gentlemen, husbands, wives, sweethearts, and boys and girls. Here's your chance to get your mother, wife, or yourself a $10,000 mink coat, brand new. The $10,000 mink coat is a gift to the Damon Runyon Memorial Fund by the Associated Fur Manufacturers Incorporated. Just send $1 to help the Runyon Committee fight cancer and submit an original definition of a communist in 20 words or less. The Runyon Fund Committee is the final judge of the best and original definition of a communist in this contest of skill. The contest closes Saturday midnight, December the 13th, 1947. And the person submitting the best definition of a communist will be announced by Santa Claus on my broadcast of Sunday night, December 21st, 1947. Just in time to give your mother, wife, sweetheart, or yourself a Merry Christmas. Now listen carefully, please, to the address. Runyon Cancer Fund, Care Postmaster, New York City. Please, don't disqualify yourself and don't send it to me or any radio station or newspaper, because that will disqualify your entry. Send $1 to help fight cancer and your definition of a communist only to the Runyon Cancer Fund, Postmaster, New York City. To the Los Angeles Herald Express, Jack Briskin, the head of the Revere Camera Company of Chicago, sent me $25,000 yesterday for the Runyon Cancer Fund. He is Betty Hutton's father-in-law. Thank you very much, Mr. Briskin. Attention, Oregon, West Coast shipping. Astoria, Oregon. 2 more Japanese mines have washed ashore on Oregon beaches. the Commandant of the 13th Naval District warns all coast shipping to be on the alert while in Pacific Northwest coastal waters. And that, ladies and gentlemen, winds up another Juergens Journal. Until next Sunday night at the very same time. Until then, and with lotions of love, I remain your New York correspondent, Walter Winchell, who leaves you with this. Russia keeps cursing Americans for being capitalists. They'd sure be in a heck of a fix if we were paupers. Good night.
Everyone is talking about the new look in fashion, a soft, ladylike look. And Juergens meets this fashion trend with a new, frankly feminine makeup color, pink frosting in Matchmates. Do try pink frosting powder. You'll be amazed at how a soft undertone of pink brings instant enchantment to your complexion. And try pink frosting lipstick across your lips. It's the new bright light shade for the new look. It's a wonderful makeup shade for the colors in fashion this fall and winter. You'll find pink frosting powder and lipstick together in the large Matchmates box at $1. Or try pink frosting powder in the 10-cent and 25-cent sizes. Yes, have the romantic new look with pink frosting. Next week, another edition of the Juergens Journal with Walter Winchell. And now be sure to remain tuned for Luella Parsons' 15-minute program featuring his guest, Joan Crawford, which follows immediately. This is Jim Bannon speaking.
Ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to you. This is John Cameron Swayze in the NBC Newsroom in New York. Today we'll have direct reports from world capitals, from our own, from Paris, where there is continued communist trouble, from London, a summary of the top headlines, and a story from Berlin. There's news to be reported from this point, news of the prices we pay for essentials, of a probable new demand that they come down. But before we get into that, here for a moment is your announcer.
While the approach of winter heralds a worse food crisis than ever for Europe, thanks to nature's toll of basic food crops last year, we Americans are eating better than ever before. You and I have yet to experience what has become an everyday occurrence for men, women, and children in France, Italy, Holland, and other Western European countries. Namely, the feeling of being hungry all the time, tired all the time, because you don't get enough to eat. Unless we go all out to share our food with Europe this winter, actual starvation of thousands may be the consequence, and with it, riot, revolution, and destruction of such free governments as still remain intact on the continent. That's why the Citizens Food Committee is asking you and me to conserve grain, meat, and poultry products. Remember, save wheat, save meat, save the peace. Now, back to the NBC Newsroom.
Those who profess to know say that President Truman, in his message to the special session of Congress on Monday, may seek authority to help other nations fight inflation and, at the same time, make a suggestion for halting the rising cost of living at home. According to government figures, that cost, as you may have noticed, has taken another rise on the wholesale level, those prices in the last few days having gone almost as high as during the post-war peak set in September. And in Chicago, all livestock price records for prime beef have been broken. A carload of steers sold for $38 a hundredweight, or if you like, 38 cents a pound. Previous high was set last October at 37. Incidentally, grains dropped yesterday as some needed rain fell in the southwest. In all probability, Congress is going to be called on by one large labor group to take action to force prices down. That's one of the results expected from the overwhelming sweep of the forces of Walter Reuther at the convention of the United Auto Workers, which adjourned last night at Atlantic City. The Reuther faction won 18 of the 22 posts on the executive board. The union is not expected to ask for more wages now, but to demand Congress do something about the high cost of living. In Schenectady, New York last night, Henry Ford II said he personally did not know how prices could be lowered by a general 12% reduction, the figure UAW President Reuther has mentioned. Incidentally, Ford also estimated it would be about 2 years before you and I can walk into an automobile showroom, buy and get delivery of a new car on the spot, as was the practice in pre-war years. Getting back to the high cost of daily essentials, there is also on the record today the plan to cut taxes on low incomes, stretch the work week into more hours, and perhaps restore some controls. This has been put before the Republican leadership, but the GOP bigwigs haven't announced whether they'll sponsor it. As Republicans, make it clear that aid to Europe will have top priority with them, as with the Democrats when Congress meets Monday, Harold Stassen has had something to say about foreign policy. He has called for an embargo on shipment of any hard tools and electrical equipment to Russia until a definite agreement has been reached with the Soviet on the rebuilding of Europe. He went on to attack what he said was the secrecy that surrounded too many negotiations and dealings with Russia. Meanwhile, the friendship train is 104 cars long, rolling eastward in two sections with its food for Europe. Along this line, another item about the town of Dunkirk, New York, 20,000 population. On Thanksgiving Day, the Italian ambassador will head a party accepting a big donation of essentials, clothing, food, medical supplies, all contributed by the people of the Dunkirk vicinity for ex-enemies, the people of Anzio, beachhead of the Allied invasion of Italy. Essentials given, as the Dunkirk folk put it, to establish a beachhead of peace, where the city's own sons once took part in establishing a beachhead for invasion. Overseas, NBC monitors have heard a report that police have arrested 82 persons and are holding 1,000 for investigation in the communist outbreaks in Marseille. In Italy, there has been more of the same kind of political violence overnight, large-scale, communist-inspired public disorders. In Palestine, the 3-day casualty toll in the violence between the Jewish underground and the British troops stands at 16 killed and 32 wounded. And NBC monitors have just heard that 3 ships, reported to carry 11,000 Jewish immigrants, are reported nearing the Palestine coast. Now for our morning global tour to get direct reports. Let's hear about that French situation from NBC in Paris.
Events in France and Italy today can be drawn in parallel with the Italians a few jumps ahead of the French. Threats of civil war have been hurled across the floor of the Italian Parliament. In Paris, we haven't reached that point yet. But the communists in the Assembly use every opportunity to scream maledictions on their opponents, and the break between their party and the rest of the French is widening from day to day. Throughout Italy, street fights, looting, and the plundering of political party offices continue, with a new flare-up in Sicily this morning. Italian leftists now demand that the government dissolve neo-fascist organizations and that it prevent the publication of rightist newspapers. In France, the situation is tense. The government is uncertain of carrying on much longer, since political circles agree that it must be strengthened to include not only the center but some rightist groups. Premier Ramadier is giving a dinner to group leaders tonight, and important decisions are expected on that score. Even now, the cabinet is taking action as a result of riots in Marseille last Wednesday. 2 companies of Republican security guards were dissolved by official decree this morning. Officers and men are discharged without pension because their attitude during the riots was one of sympathy for the mob. Several state functionaries in Marseille have been suspended for the same reason, and today a mass roundup of doubtful characters is going on in the Mediterranean port, and a number of foreigners have been corralled and will be expelled from the country. But even ill winds can bring some good sometime. Kids in France are tickled pink this morning. There'll be a teacher's strike next Friday, and that spells no school. This is Paul Archinard in Paris.
For a general roundup of the top news in England, we switch to NBC in London.
A third leader of the Polish Peasant Party is due in London today after escaping from his homeland via the underground of Sweden and reaching Scotland by airliner last night. This is Mr. K. Korbonsky, an aide to Mr. Mikolajic, who reported to his chief by telephone. But the main news from London today remains the political and economic crises, with accents on the resignation of Hugh Dalton as Chancellor of the Exchequer and the increased incentives to British coal miners on whom Britain's salvation depends. There are whispering campaigns in all but the Labour Party today that the scandal of Hugh Dalton's budget indiscretion may force a national coalition government in the very near future. This is based on 2 rather weak supporting arguments. First, that of all the people concerned in this matter, the Prime Minister fares the worst. His political opponents and some of his supporters say Mr. Attlee should have stepped out in front of Mr. Dalton and handled the issue more delicately. Secondly, that the people and many Labour supporters will disagree with the amassing of all economic power in the hands of one man and the key powers of government in the hands now of 3 big leaders, Attlee, Bevan, and Cripps. Certainly Cripps' appointment to the chancellorship has affected downward the stock market quotations of government securities. But on one point the nation is united. That is sympathy for Mr. Dalton. The Conservative Party, even though pressing for further investigations, agrees with this. On the economic crisis, the nation today supports the announced pay increases for coal miners, averaging $3 per week, lifting their base pay to approximately $26 per 44-hour week underground. This is Merrill Muller in London.
In this country, and time now to have details of the most interesting news in Washington. Let's hear from NBC in the nation's capital.
This morning, Homer Ferguson is happily lugging a secret fuel into the committee room where he has General Benny Myers in the frying pan. And he says, we haven't even lit the fire under him yet. Senator Ferguson's secret fuel is one of two witnesses to take the stand this morning to tell what he knows about the General's alleged stock and bond deals, attempted borrowing, job hunting, and recommending friendly companies for war contracts while he was Uncle Sam's number 2 plane buyer during the war. Senator Ferguson won't name the witness. The other witness is a former Howard Hughes lawyer, Neil McCarthy, who will fill in his previous story about Moyer's wartime try at a big loan and a job at a time when a Hughes contract was up for consideration. To add to Benny's woes, the Justice Department now says it's looking into the General's affairs. He says he's willing to give the facts either in the open or behind closed doors. Neither the Army nor the Air Force will listen to the General's offer to stand court-martial. The Air Force says he retired from the Army. The Army says an officer can't request court-martial trial, only an inquiry. Air Force headquarters, which is bright and cheery whenever the Navy or the Army is in the pan, is filled with gloom so thick you could cut it with a dull hatchet. But Army and Navy officers are whistling happy little tunes. Otherwise, this morning we hear that the President, when he goes before Congress Monday, will ask for wider allocation powers and restored controls over installment buying. This morning, the Bureau of Labor Statistics says this year will be the best home building year since 1925. This is Lee Feed in Washington.
There is yet another overseas point scheduled for this morning. A report from NBC in Berlin.
One estimate here in Berlin is that since this city was occupied over 2 years ago, over 5,000 persons have disappeared. Where they go, no one knows for sure. They simply vanish, and the distraught families of these people hear nothing. About 2 weeks ago, a prominent German journalist, a man by the name of Frieda, working for an American licensed newspaper, turned up in the missing column. According to this story, there was a telephone call, usual in these disappearing cases, and he was enticed over to the Russian sector of Berlin on the story that a friend had had an accident. The disappearance of this man, because of his prominence, has created something of a stir in Berlin. We have asked the Russians to investigate, and the city parliament, declaring that these disappearing acts are even worse now than under Hitler, passed a vote of no confidence in the Berlin chief of police, whose name is Margraf, the man whose job it is to protect the people. Now Margraf is in effect telling the city parliament to go jump in a lake. They can't do anything to me anyway, he says, and that's true, because it requires unanimous agreement of the 4 powers to oust an official, and Margraf is Moscow trained. And this is just another example of how the Russians have been perpetuating the terms of office of officials they appointed even before the other allies arrived, and in many cases despite the expressed wishes of the people. It's a swell state of affairs. Meanwhile, beginning today, there's a campaign to rid Berlin of rats. Berlin officials say there's 1 rat in the city for every individual. This is Ed Hawker in Berlin.
In Cleveland, the Young Democratic Clubs of America have wound up their convention on an optimistic note for the party in next year's election. The note was provided by predictions and tub-thumping of Democratic leaders present. The Navy's Admiral Blandy, who commands the Atlantic Fleet, tells us the Navy's Bureau of Ships is working steadily on problems of using atomic power to propel vessels through the water, thereby giving us a hint of things to come. Damage estimated at $500,000 was caused by the tornado that struck the Louisiana town of DeRidder yesterday, injured 15 persons, demolished more than 100 homes, and damaged a number of buildings. A top real estate man and official of the National Association of Real Estate Boards, Herbert D. Nelson of Chicago, has stuck his neck way out and said the housing situation is improving, except in the far west. He said for rent signs are appearing in southern states especially. We'll have more news in a moment, but now your announcer.
This month marks the annual drive to enroll more than 19 million school children and young people into the American Junior Red Cross, largest youth organization in the world. Founded during World War I by President Wilson as a means of helping the war effort, the activities of the Junior Red Cross are today international in scope. Boys and girls in this country help prepare gift boxes of toys and useful items for children living in the war-devastated areas of Europe. And they carry on correspondence and exchange of souvenirs with children overseas. Here at home, members of the Junior Red Cross help out in safety education and recreation programs as well as in providing valuable services to wounded veterans, the aged, and the handicapped. Because the Junior Red Cross gives young people such a real chance to serve others, both here and abroad, we urge those of you who have boys and girls in school to see that they enroll in this great organization. Full information can be had from the teachers or principal of your local high school. And now, again, back to the newsroom.
This being Saturday and the football season having progressed as far as it has, let's devote a moment to noting that the matter of a bid to the Rose Bowl hangs in the balance in the Michigan-Wisconsin game, just as does the Big Nine championship. Here's the setup to keep in mind as you listen to Bill Stern describe the battle this afternoon. Michigan can clinch both by winning. Wisconsin must beat both Michigan and then Minnesota to get title and bowl bid. A reminder, your Christmas packages for Army personnel overseas should definitely be sent today. And now for your consideration and sympathy, the case of Virgil Goodman of Bangor, Maine, who parked his car and was about to drop a nickel in the parking meter when the wind blew his hat off. He chased it half a block, returned to insert the nickel, and found a traffic ticket stuck in his windshield. That's the story, folks. This is John Cameron Swayze saying goodbye from the NBC Newsroom in New York.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Morgan Beatty speaking for Alka-Seltzer, bringing you news of the world. Tonight, Washington, Vandenberg clips the Republican Young Guard on aid to Europe. Paris, the Schuman government cracks down on Russians in France. London, the foreign ministers talk tough. Molotov gives an inch. The United Nations, straw vote on Palestine. Portland, Maine, New England fights back. Now a brief message from Tom Moore.
Well, how about it, friends? Everything all set for the big Thanksgiving feast tomorrow? Let's have a look at that market basket. Mm-hmm. Yep, there's the turkey, the sage for the dressing. There are the cranberries, there's the pumpkin for the pies, and lots of other things that are going to develop into something mighty good to eat. Yes, there's the Alka-Seltzer, too. Looks like the lady who did this shopping knew what she was doing. Chances are she's prepared many a Thanksgiving dinner, and she's watched the folks around her table forget their good judgment and eat too much than was wise for them. So this time she's going to be prepared by having some Alka-Seltzer handy. Now, how about you? Is your home well supplied with Alka-Seltzer? Nothing quite like it, when it comes to relief from occasional after-eating distress, such as may happen tomorrow. So why don't you be an extra good hostess and have plenty of Alka-Seltzer on hand for the comfort of your guests? Now, when you go to your drugstore for Alka-Seltzer, buy 2 packages instead of 1. Always keep an extra package handy. Your druggist has Alka-Seltzer in 30 and 60-cent size packages. So get some tonight. Now, Alka-Seltzer brings you the noted commentator, author, and reporter, Morgan Beatty.
Chairman Milliken of the powerful Senate Conference of Republicans has just told News of the World, in effect, that President Truman might as well face it. He's not going to get direct rationing nor price control at the special session of Congress. Senator Milliken's exact words were, there is no chance that price control or rationing will be considered. But, he went on, there is a possibility that some of the less controversial points in Mr. Truman's 10-point domestic control program may be considered before Christmas. The administration has not accepted the Milliken position as final, not publicly, that is. Secretary of Commerce Harriman again asked for limited powers today to direct the flow of steel. Secretary of Agriculture Anderson renewed his plea for authority to control the currents of grain, fertilizer, farm machinery. Other administration spokesmen asked for power, even if they don't use it, to ration gasoline, coal, oil, in case voluntary methods fail this winter. Meanwhile, Republican Party leadership on Capitol Hill honored an old American custom today. They resolved the differences in the open by a count of noses. 8 Republicans, senators, made a direct assault on the Senate floor on Truman emergency aid to Europe. They tried to slash interim help for France, Italy, and Austria to $400 million. That would be a cut of almost $200 million. The Young Guardsmen were led by Senator Malone of Nevada, who charged that $400 million was enough to last until January the 1st and the regular session of Congress. Senator Vandenberg, the acknowledged Republican elder statesman on foreign affairs, led the fight to beat back the Young Guard. He realized that a similar attack is brewing in the House. The senator from Michigan said the Truman aid estimates had already been cut to the bone on the emergency level. I know of no advantage, he added, in throwing a 15-foot rope to a man that's drowning 20 feet from the shore. That did it. The Senate voted 56-30 to leave Truman aid for France, Italy, and Austria at $597 million. But Senator Vandenberg's ranks cracked under the strain. Senators Taft, Milliken, Wherry, all powerful Republicans, voted with the Young Guard. The House has not yet taken up this important legislation, except in committee, as we noted earlier. And today, Representative John Tabor of New York said the House Appropriations Committee cannot possibly get down to business on Truman Aid before December the 4th. We've got to know what we're shooting at, he said, after a visit with Mr. Truman, a visit designed probably to speed up congressional work on European recovery. Here are other rapid-fire developments on the foreign aid front. Senators Taylor of Idaho and Buck of Delaware, in a left-wing, right-wing team-up, suggested today government subsidies for landlords instead of further rent increases. And why not, Senator Taylor asked. Everyone else is up to his armpits in the profiteering gravy bowl. And Representative Gwynn, the New York Republican, said his House Labor Subcommittee will propose legislation to curb slowdowns and feather bedding by organized labor and thus cut the cost of home building. J.L. Welch of the Omaha Grain Exchange warned Congress today that it would be unsafe to export more than 400 million bushels of the present available supply. The administration plans, to ship out 500 million bushels, 100 million bushels more. And George A. Kublin of the Kansas City Board of Trade agreed with him after a fashion. He said we should drag our feet a little bit to make sure there's enough of a grain carryover in the United States for next year. And Undersecretary of State Robert A. Lovett today warned Congress that they may be asked for more than $300 million for Greece. That's because of the pressure of inflation. But while we debate the future of Europe in relation to our own here in Washington, France sinks deeper toward economic dislocation. Here's Paul Archinard in Paris.
Anything can happen now, and Premier Schuman isn't joking when he refers to this distressing period of French national life. Today, the government answered union demands with offers which have been turned down, and communist union leaders are urging their followers to continue the strikes and to see that strike orders are enforced, all of which means that those who want to work will be urged not to do so, any argument being good and no holds barred. Up in northwestern France, in the Calais-Boulogne regions, for instance, flying squads of up to 1,000 men have been organized. They swoop down on shops which are still operating and quickly arrange matters so that no one can work there for some time. That's what Premier Schuman calls an abuse of the right to strike. The problem will be brought to the Assembly tomorrow afternoon when the new cabinet comes before that august but feverish body for the first time. It will then have a few more strikes to cope with, since they seem to be cropping up everywhere. Tomorrow, road transportation will come to a standstill as the truckers join the strike movement. Post office employees are terrified by extremist elements in their midst, and more offices are closed, while civil servants are getting ready to strike on Friday. And yet, there are still hardy souls to run a few trades. And it's to protect people like them and to assure liberty to work that the government has prepared important security measures. It is also weeding out and expelling Soviet citizens who show too much interest in French internal affairs. This is Paul Archinard in Paris.
The big four foreign ministers found themselves today in a 3-to-1 swivel over peace in Europe. Plain talk flew across the table like tomatoes in a farmyard free-for-all. Here's Merrill Muller in London.
Secretary of State George Marshall charged Foreign Minister Molotov tonight with disbelieving his own Russian propaganda as the Anglo-American negotiators met the first Soviet diatribe with humor and doubt in the current session of the Foreign Ministers' Council here. I'm able to reveal exclusively to News of the World that from experience with Russian methods and by prearrangement, the Anglo-American ministers anticipated completely the details of the Russian charges of imperialism and warmongering and won a compromise order of agenda for their meetings. The big four foreign ministers finally accepted the French compromise of making the Austrian treaty the first item on the agenda and referring it immediately to the deputies who will report back December 2nd. Thereafter, the ministers agreed to discuss the problems of the German treaty with the stipulation that they pass over any stalemate. It came as no surprise that Molotov utilized nearly half of today's 2-hour meeting by charging the Western powers with imperialist peace plans. This was all done with an embarrassed smile. Mr. Marshall replied immediately, saying he doubted Molotov believed his own charges. In this critical period, let's get down to work, Marshall said, instead of casting allegations for propaganda purposes. Ernest Bevin then brought out an old British document, deliberately selected for the occasion because its reference to 8 basic freedoms clinched Marshall's arguments by enabling Bevin to compare Russian satellites with Anglo-American ideas of freedom and democracy. If we treat these charges with the humor they deserve, Bevin said, we may get more peace. All in all, it was a very friendly meeting. This is Merrill Muller in London.
Even in the field of American-Russian agreement on Palestine, trouble also boiled up today in the World Forum. Here's John McVeigh at the United Nations.
A maneuver by the Soviet-American majority tonight postponed until Friday a final assembly vote on establishing separate Jewish and Arab states in Palestine. After some 19 nations had given their views on Palestine petition, the chances of the UN plan were still in complete doubt. With evident behind-the-scenes action by the two great powers who favor a Jewish state, Assembly President Aranya announced he had 11 more speakers on the list. Then he asked Assembly opinion on whether to continue to drive toward a vote in the late session tonight or adjourn until Friday morning. Last year, Thanksgiving was not a UN holiday. The two-day delay will give the temporary Russo-American bloc a chance to try again to swing over one or two waverers who may make the difference in the two-thirds vote of approval needed for the Jewish state. The Arab countries, confident that tonight at least they could block final action, fought the decision to postpone, but they were defeated in a 25-21 vote, and the Assembly adjourned. Tonight, the situation is still uncertain. Greece and the Philippine Republic swung over to the Arab side today. New Zealand, Holland, and Belgium came across to the Soviet-American view. The Arabs bitterly complained of lobbying against them, and all day the corridors and lounges have been buzzing with uncertainty and rumors. Nobody's pleased with the petition scheme, yet nobody sees anything better in view. And I don't feel the need to revise my last night's guess that the Jewish state will be established by about 2 votes. This is John McVeigh at the United Nations.
A few weeks ago, forest fires claimed many lives and $40 million in damage in New England. Today, that great section of the map on America is fighting back. Here's John Hogan of station WCSH, Portland, Maine.
The state of Maine has a lot to be thankful for tonight, 1 month after the worst forest fire disaster in its history. All of the 6,000 persons made homeless by the flames are adequately housed, either with friends and relatives or in new homes of their own provided by the Red Cross. No family is without shelter, and most of them have new furniture for the future, much of it donated by fellow citizens willing to lend a helping hand. More than 200,000 acres of forest land were burned over, but a report issued tonight by Governor Horace Hildreth shows that this represents less than 1% of the state's timber resources. Maine's industries were left almost intact. 4 sawmills were the only industrial casualties. At Bar Harbor on Mount Desert Island, the famous resort town is rebuilding for a greater future. Nearly 500 permanent homes in summer estates were leveled and half of the town destroyed. But before the ashes were cool, town officials had set about the task of rebuilding the popular recreation center. City planner Harlan Bartholomew of St. Louis brought his staff to Bar Harbor at the request of millionaire John D. Rockefeller, Jr. Already the town has a new zoning law ready for adoption, and improved building regulations have been recommended by the planning board. 5 double-unit dwellings are almost ready for occupancy by families who suffered most during the fires. As Chief Selectman Seth Libby puts it, we still have the mountains and water of Mount Desert Island and the morale of its people. The town is heading for a greater day of prosperity as one of the nation's popular resorts. This is John Hogan speaking, and that's what happened today in Bar Harbor.
Morgan Beatty will return with some more late news. Did a busy day leave you feeling irritable and upset with a headache? If so, for fast relief, try a glass of sparkling Alka-Seltzer. Since Alka-Seltzer is completely dissolved before you take it, the pain-relieving agent's ready to go right to work. And because of its effervescent base, Alka-Seltzer gets there faster, gives relief quicker. Just try it and see. Now remember, your druggist has Alka-Seltzer in 30 and 60-cent size packages.
When you buy vitamins, get the greatest value for your money. Listen.
Penny for penny, you get more milligrams of vitamins when you buy one-a-day brand multiple vitamins.
Yes, penny for penny, one-a-day brand multiples give you more milligrams of vitamins than any other nationally known brand of multiple vitamins sold by your druggist. Each one-a-day brand multiple capsule contains all the vitamins for which requirements have been established in human nutrition. Dependable for strength, purity, quality, and...
Penny for penny, you get more milligrams of vitamins when you buy one-a-day brand multiple vitamins. Now here again is Morgan Beatty.
And here are signs of our times. Boston. Mayor James M. Curley of Boston was released from federal prison today, 1 month short of his minimum term for mail fraud. He received a commutation from President Truman as expected. Last night, we gave the jury side of the case, namely, that Mayor Curley was found guilty of taking suckers who wanted Washington contracts for something like $60,000 along with 3 other men. Here's the mayor's side. He loses none of his civil rights and steps back into the mayor's shoes of his home city. He says he was wrongfully deprived of his personal liberty. He was the victim of a confidence man himself and absolutely innocent. The release from prison was based on a doctor's certificate that Mayor Curley is suffering from a heart condition. He looked pale and haggard when he left prison. Ketchikan, Alaska, the Coast Guard has found 4 men alive and 3 men dead aboard the wrecked Army transport Clarksdale Victory off Little Hippa Island. The other 44 members of the crew were carried to their deaths. The Coast Guard suspects when the stern half of the ship broke off, they died. Rome, Italy. The Italian rightist and independent press reports, from what it says are trustworthy sources, that nationwide strikes are being planned for Italy and France for December the 1st. One newspaper, the Independent Espresso, that is expressed to us, says the disorders that have claimed 24 lives in the last 2 weeks in Italy were a specific plan by communist leaders on orders of the Cominform. Communists in Italy ridicule the report. And that, until tomorrow at this same time, is News of the World. This is Morgan Beatty speaking for Alka-Seltzer, saying goodbye from Washington. This is Morgan Beatty speaking for Alka-Seltzer, bringing you News of the World Night Special. Tonight, Washington exclusive preview of the Marshall Plan by detail. London, by-election with a meaning all its own. Vancouver, drama and tragedy on the shores of the Pacific Northwest. Hollywood, preview of Santa Claus. Special report, more scandal in high places. Those are the headlines. I'll be back in a moment with News of the World.
How about it, friends? Everything all set for the big Thanksgiving feast tomorrow? Well, let's have a look at that market basket. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's the turkey and the sage for the dressing. There are the cranberries. There's the pumpkin for the pies. And, lots of other things that are going to develop into something mighty good to eat. And, yes, there's the Alka-Seltzer, too. Looks like the lady who did this shopping knew what she was doing. Chances are she's prepared many a Thanksgiving dinner, and she's watched the folks around her table forget their good judgment and eat too much than was wise for them. So this time, she's going to be prepared by having Alka-Seltzer handy. Now, how about you? Is your home well supplied with Alka-Seltzer? Nothing quite like it, when it comes to relief from occasional after-eating distress, such as may happen tomorrow. So be an extra good hostess, lady, and have plenty of Alka-Seltzer on hand for the comfort of your guests. Now, when you go to your drugstore for Alka-Seltzer, buy 2 packages instead of 1, and always keep an extra package handy. Your druggist has Alka-Seltzer in 30 and 60-cent size packages, so get some tonight. Now, Alka-Seltzer brings you the noted commentator, author, and reporter, Morgan Beatty.
The special edition of News of the World presents tonight a complete preview of the long-range Marshall Plan, nearly a week before it goes to Congress. The overall plan, as advertised, is $16 to $20 billion spread over 4 years. Now, the breakdown. Emergency aid between December the 1st and March the 31st, $597 million for France, Italy, and Austria. That's the $597 million you're hearing about these days. $500 million to cover the additional cost of occupation of Germany until March the 31st. We're shouldering some or most of Britain's obligations in Germany, and $60 million interim aid to China. Add them up, and the total of emergency aid, that is only to March the 31st, by official estimate is $2,657 million up to, as we said, April the 1st next year. But from April the 1st to 1948 to June 30th, 1949, Truman or Marshall aid will be proposed next week by the President to the tune of $7.5 billion. About half of this will be in the form of outright grants to the 16 nations of Western Europe. There will be $300 million for China, a stopgap sum. Now, what about the 3 years following, from mid-1949 to mid-1951? The administration will not draw up a detailed blueprint beyond 18 months for the simple and understandable reason that guessing about crops, prosperity, or the lack of them beyond that period is definitely, as they say in the current movie, is definitely fun and fancy-free. There will be a principle, however, and a few financial conditions attached. The principle is this. The 16 nations of Western Europe must show, after the first year, that their demands on the United States for help are on a descending scale. That is, that they're taking hold themselves and will, if they follow their own schedule and ours, they'll be out of hock, or rather they'll stop going into hock to Uncle Sam in 4 years' time. So, roughly, the 16 nations must show that they can get along on $5 billion the second year, say $2.5 to $3 billion the third, and $1.5 billion or so in the 4th year. So much for principle. Now for conditions. We would insist on a multilateral agreement among all the 16 powers to carry out these conditions and the overall agreement. Then we would have unilateral agreements, that is, agreements country by country or treaties to cover any funds sent to each country. And as a further condition, the United States expects to police all grants given to European countries, that is, to see to it that money granted for food is not in turn used to inflate the currencies of the receiving country. Now, what about all this money? Will it really accomplish the purpose? Will Italy, France, and the other nations of Western Europe get back on their feet? I've asked many an expert in Washington this question. I've asked them for you. The best answer I can get is that it's a gamble, pure and simple. We may not win. Again, we may. The chances are that we will not do any better than 50-50. But if we don't make the investment, there'll be chaos in a vacuum. And into that vacuum will step Soviet Russia. You pay your money or you take your chances. And in this situation, the Truman administration has cast the die for better or for worse. Tonight, an administration spokesman tells News of the World that the administration must tell the American public between now and the first of the year, certainly before next spring, that we're going to have to make a sacrifice in our daily lives to meet the deliveries to Europe in case we decide to make them. Sorry to cover so much unexciting material tonight, but there it is, and it's something that's not above and beyond you and me. What we eat and buy and how we live in the years to come, all of these are intimately tied up with European recovery. Now for our on-the-spot news coverage around the world. First, to Britain. Here's Henry Cassidy in London.
A town called Gravesend, a riverside industrial community of 60,000 citizens at the mouth of the Thames, has taken public attention here, at least temporarily, away from the Council of Foreign Ministers. Gravesend held a by-election to fill its vacant seat in the House of Commons, and being an average English town, its vote was considered an important test of the Labour government and the Conservative opposition. The result was expected 2 hours ago, but because of the heavy vote brought out by the campaign of leaders from both sides and the close contest between the two, the count has not yet been completed. Depending on how it goes, the result will be taken either as a demand for an end to the post-war austerity of the Labour government or as support for its socialist program. The Council of Foreign Ministers, after 2 meetings, now has an agenda. The Big Four have agreed on the items they should discuss and the order in which they should be taken. The Austrian treaty comes first, a concession by Soviet Foreign Minister Molotov, but actually this item goes to the deputies, and next comes the German peace treaty, a concession by Secretary of State Marshall. The agreement was reached only after bitter words from Molotov about imperialism that were quickly dismissed by the others. All 4 delegations tonight have been dusting off the old speeches they have already made in London, Paris, and Moscow about Germany. You'll hear them for the next 10 days or so, and then comes the really critical period of the conference. This is Henry Cassidy in London.
Now to the far west of America and Canada for 2 stories. To British Columbia for a ship disaster off the storm-raked shores of the Pacific Northwest, and to Hollywood for a preview of Christmas. First, to Dennis Sweeting of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation at Vancouver, British Columbia.
On Monday night, Canada's wild and dangerous west coast claimed its latest victims. The American transport Clarksdale Victory went aground on lonely, uninhabited Hippa Island. It's about 125 air miles from Prince Rupert, 150 from Ketchikan in Alaska, and 500 odd from Vancouver. A little while ago, I talked to Captain Elfert, port warden at Prince Rupert, and he told me what those near the spot think must have happened. She went aground between 10 and 11 Monday night. A high sea ran, and there wouldn't have been a chance in the world of safely launching a lifeboat. Ships headed for the scene, but they couldn't approach her, and they couldn't get a man ashore. When they arrived, the vessel was submerged, except for her forecastle. A plane reported 3 men on shore, but Captain Elfert told me that everyone doubted that if the men were there, they could be from the vessel. A party of British Columbia Provincial Police, led by Indian guides, headed across the Queen Charlotte Islands to approach by land. Yesterday morning in Vancouver, men of the Canadian Army waited to fly to the island. Weather prevented it. Today the waves have died down, and men of the American Coast Guard climbed on the wreck. There they found 4 men alive, suffering terribly from exposure, but still alive, and with them were 4 others dead. A small search party's been put ashore, and it found nothing. There's little hope that any of the rest of the 51 men on the Clarksdale Victory will be found. The sea has claimed them for its own. This is Dennis Sweeting of the CBC in Vancouver, British Columbia, and now to David Anderson in Hollywood.
It's the night before Thanksgiving, and all through movie land, the word has got around that Santa Claus has come to town. Even that bad widow boy, Junior, found out about it, and Red Skelton did it again. He just threw a tremendous master switch to turn on the greatest concentration of light ever seen in a nighttime parade. I'm standing on the famous terrace at Hollywood's Radio City at Sunset and Vine. As read through that switch, the most famous movie and radio stars in the world congregated before me to start their annual Parade of Stars down Hollywood Boulevard. Beautiful Alice Faye managed to push by Red and snip a ribbon of picture film to start the annual march down Santa Claus Lane, a lane which is one gigantic ribbon of light and color. Huge Christmas trees with reds and blues and greens in great profusion, every storefront in its best Christmas dress. And from the way it looks from here, everyone in Southern California lining the curb, more than 1 million persons. Each star in this Santa parade has his own float. There's Skelton tearing up his home with saw and hatchet, pursued by his long-suffering mother. He wants to scramble off to see Santa Claus, but Santa has his own troubles. He has to ride with Jack Benny, and if Benny never rides again, he admits his beautiful float is far better than his old Maxwell ever was. And scrambling off his float up here to a microphone is Ralph Edwards, the man who knows. Ralph, what's on your mind?
Second for Santa Claus, first for me, 13 for wreath, 7 for tree. Bring me an auto, a book, and a ball, and I'll say Merry Christmas in spring, not in fall.
Thank you, Ralph Edwards. Right before me is Fibber McGee and Molly on a replica of 79 Wistful Vista. Down a bit further, I see Eddie Cantor, President Cantor, if you please. He's all by himself on a miniature of the Capitol building in Washington. And by gosh, I see everybody wants to get into the act. At the tail end of the parade is Jimmy Durante playing the piano under a giant Christmas bell. This is David Anderson in Hollywood.
The trail of dishonesty in high places in the backwash of war led tonight straight to the Army and Air Force lists of officers who have received medical discharges since VJ Day. Major General Harry Vaughn, the President's aide, opened up the touchy question by direction of Mr. Truman himself. He sent a letter today to Secretary of Defense James Forrestal, ordering him to hand over the names of all officers who hold a medical discharge. General Vaughn said any legitimate disability will not be questioned. But he knows of one officer who holds a medical discharge and at the same time is holding down a $75,000 job in civilian life. If a man is handicapped, said the general, to the extent that he gets tax-free disability pay, he's not worth $75,000 to private industry. And reporter Jerry Green, able reporter Jerry Green in the Washington Times-Herald reports that 364 generals are now getting disability pay tax-free. And News of the World can report to you exclusively that this trail of possible dishonesty was opened up by Senator Ferguson in the case of General Benny Myers, who received a medical discharge while also piling up profits pyramided on wartime investments. Senator Ferguson asked General Myers several questions in his hearings about pay and how he got a medical discharge. President Truman apparently studied the record and asked at once, before the Senate War Investigating Committee got back to the trail, for reports. And there are reports in Washington, unverified tonight, that some officers, a few anyway, got their disability tax-free medical discharges by the civil expedient of a telephone call to a hospital. And that's what happened in Washington today.
Morgan Beatty will return with some more late news. Did a busy day leave you feeling irritable and upset with a headache? If so, for fast relief, try a glass of sparkling Alka-Seltzer. Since Alka-Seltzer is completely dissolved before you take it, the pain-relieving agent's ready to go right to work. And because of its effervescent base, Alka-Seltzer gets there faster, gives relief quicker. Just try it and see. Remember, your druggist has Alka-Seltzer in 30 and 60-cent size packages.
When you buy vitamins, get the greatest value for your money. Listen.
Penny for penny, you get more milligrams of vitamins when you buy one-a-day brand multiple vitamins.
Yes, penny for penny, one-a-day brand multiples give you more milligrams of vitamins than any other nationally known brand of multiple vitamins sold by your druggist. Each one-a-day brand multiple capsule contains all the vitamins for which requirements have been established in human nutrition, dependable for strength, purity, quality, and...
Penny for penny, you get more milligrams of vitamins when you buy one-a-day brand multiple vitamins. Now, here again is Morgan Beatty.
And here are signs of our times. New York, James C. Petrillo has lifted a musicians' union ruling that has prevented the use of musicians on cooperative radio network programs. The ruling provided that in every such case, a standby musician had to be hired in every city where the program was heard. Standbys will not have to be hired any longer. Hollywood. RKO Studios has announced that producer Adrian Scott and director Edward Dmytrik have been dismissed because they refused to tell the Congressional Un-American Activities Committee whether or not they were communists. Montgomery, Alabama. Michigan has captured 2 convicts who escaped from Alabama. She's returning one and keeping the other, a chap named Virgil O. Miller, because he also escaped some time ago from a Michigan prison. Alabama prison director Frank Boswell is all smiles. This fellow Miller, he says, can eat 25 to 35 biscuits at a meal and devour other food in like proportion. We're mighty proud to let Michigan have him until the high cost of living comes down, and that's the news of the world. This is Morgan Beatty speaking for Alka-Seltzer, saying goodbye from the newsroom in Washington.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to you. This is John Cameron Swayze in the NBC newsroom in New York. The situation is extremely explosive in Jerusalem this morning, and at this moment, an NBC correspondent is standing by the microphone there to bring us an up-to-the-minute account of what's occurring, an account we will hear early in the program. The French government is taking all the action against the communist strikers that is within its power. Now, for a moment, your announcer.
Be sure to live to enjoy the holidays. Drive carefully. Winter driving means more hazards, more accidents, and more deaths for drivers and pedestrians. In many states, the traffic accident death rate goes up 50% in the winter months. Don't kid yourself with the idea that accidents always happen to the other fellow. They can happen to you if you're not careful at all times. Don't speed, don't drink. Be careful of road and weather conditions, and make sure that your car is in a safe condition for winter driving. Do a winter check of brakes, tires, tire chains, windshield wipers, heaters, and defrosters. Be on your guard against winter accidents. They can happen to you this very morning. Remember, it can happen to you. Now back to the NBC newsroom.
About 5,000 shouting Arabs headed for the Jewish quarter of Jerusalem early this morning, shouting resentment toward the United Nations and sporadically firing the weapons they carry. Let's see if we can't get the latest word by way of a direct report from John Donovan in Jerusalem. Come in, John Donovan in Jerusalem. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very sorry that we can't get Mr. Donovan this morning. We cannot contact him at the moment. Here, then, is a summary of what we understand is taking place up to this moment in the Holy Land. Violence has erupted on a broad scale as thousands of Arabs stormed through the streets of Jerusalem. They vented their anger at the impending division of Palestine by burning a number of shops, by turning over the automobiles they encountered, by stoning the buses, and loosing bursts of gunfire. There have been a number of casualties. There is no accurate report whatever as to the extent. They include both Jews and Arabs. We do know that. British troops and the police of Palestine are racing to the trouble areas in both armored cars and in trucks. They've thrown up barricades in an effort to halt the mobs. Haganah, the underground, of course, the Jewish Defense Army, as it calls itself, has turned out to protect Jewish lives and property. Police are making estimates. They're estimating that as many as 5,000 Arabs came out of the old city of Jerusalem and headed for the Jewish quarter. That would, of course, be Zion Square. A roadblock manned by police with Tommy guns turned this mob back, but the rioters swept on and did a considerable amount of damage, although in a flurry of gunfire, no casualties were reported. At least 6 shops have been set afire. 2 automobiles belonging to Jewish merchants were burned. And the armored cars of the police edged into this particular mob of some 5,000 Arabs, firing Bren guns, and the patrols began fighting at once. One group of Arabs, crying out against the United Nations, hurled stones at an automobile in which an Associated Press correspondent was riding, but did not, as he reports for us, connect with their target. As the foregoing occurs in Jerusalem, demonstrations have also broken out anew in Cairo and in Damascus as the crowds display their resentment toward partition. In another trouble spot, Paris, action may be taken very shortly on the anti-strike law asked by Premier Schuman. The National Assembly starts its session in less than an hour. In Italy, the government has averted the threatened nationwide strike of city employees by granting the wage increases they demanded. The tenseness has eased in Italy to a considerable extent, but still circulating are those reports that the communist labor organizations intend to call a general strike to coincide with similar action in France. The U.S. Air Force in Germany thinks the C-47 plane missing since Friday with 20 persons aboard has been located. A radio message received by the pilot of a search plane said am in rough area with trees. Another signal indicated the plane was down in the French occupation zone, and 40 or 50 radio-equipped jeeps at once fanned out and are combing the area. Ambulances are also ready to move in the moment the exact location is determined. This is the plane which disappeared while on a flight from Pisa, Italy, to Frankfurt. At the same time, in another part of the world, Japan, an Army patrol has found the wreckage of the C-47 Air Transport Command plane missing since Sunday. It was located on Mount Fuji. The pilot and the co-pilot, the only persons aboard, were both killed. No names have been announced. This morning, other nations are yet to be heard from regarding the United States' announcement of yesterday that it was building extensive installations for the testing of atomic energy on the Pacific atoll of Eniwetok. The Dutch-Indonesian conflict out in the Indies, about which we have heard little of late, is in the news again today. A U.S. transport, the Renville, has arrived at Batavia Harbor in Java, where it will serve as the scene of negotiations aimed at settling the controversy. Delegates representing the Dutch, the Indonesians, and the United Nations Good Offices Committee will get together. At another meeting, the Big Four foreign ministers convene again at their London conference table, where they are making no noticeable progress. Here at home, the prices of meat, butter, and shortening took another climb. The president of the Investment Bankers Association of America, Edward Hopkinson, thinks American aid to Europe should be administered by a bipartisan corporation composed of the best available men from both political parties who would give the task their full time. He thinks such a corporation should also handle the procurements of supplies, relief materials, and should buy them in the United States. He outlined that plan at the Investment Bankers Convention in Hollywood, Florida. And now let's have some more direct reports. Let's span the Atlantic, switch to the scene of the trouble in France for a direct report by Paul Archinard in Paris.
There's been a somewhat melodramatic early morning in the National Assembly. Throughout the night, the Communist deputies occupied the session hall. Until the early hours of morning, the nibbled sandwiches, took cat naps on the wide-padded benches of the House, and waited for the gendarmes to come and expel one of their members who had last night called on the Army to refuse to operate against strikers. Shortly before 6 o'clock, an officer leading 50 Republican guards entered the hall. None of the men bore arms. 3 times the officer invited the deputy to come down from his perch in the speaker's stand, and 3 times the deputy demurred. 2 guards were then sent to bring him down, and he made no trouble, following the soldiers out of the hall with all the Communist deputies trailing behind singing the Marseillaise. During the night, the police expelled strikers from the electric light plants of Paris, and with power returned, the subway is working normally again today. Food reached Paris in good quantities during the night, but gas pressure is reaching the danger point, and there is fear of sabotage. Many trains are running in spite of sabotage, which is beginning to anger public opinion, for people are getting hurt. A vote for or against the strike in the Renault Auto Works was stopped by the Minister of Labor yesterday afternoon to avoid trouble, for outside pressure is applied on workers. Strikers in an occupied Paris telephone centers were arrested, 103 of them, and only 11 out of the whole lot were telephone employees. It's just been announced that an American transport plane has been sighted down in the wooded hills of Moselle this morning near the town of Beach. This is Paul Archinard in Paris.
Now to hear what's doing in England from an NBC correspondent on the spot from Merrill Muller in London.
The Council of Foreign Ministers this afternoon is expected to turn sharply from its drifting course and get down to the debate of essentials, according to an authoritative Anglo-American source in London today. The issue expected to develop today is that of the Austrian peace treaty. Late last night, it was learned that the Austrian deputies were ready to bring forth the results of their work, for which they had yesterday asked more time. The results, I am told by an American delegate, is failure. Failure to agree on the French compromise on the distribution of German assets in Austria, the one point blocking successful completion of the Austrian treaty. The Russians are maintaining their position of demanding excessive properties as German assets and extraterritorial rights. Anglo-American authorities at Lancaster House have told me that if Mr. Marshall now asks the conference to devote itself to the Austrian treaty, as he is expected to do after his luncheon meeting with Mr. Bevan today, then Molotov, now supported by Wyszynski, who arrived this morning, is believed ready to block further action with long tirades against the Western powers. Among the delegations, it is now the consensus that unless the Russians come forward quickly with a compromise, This session, as a propaganda sounding board, can only last another 10 days before they run out of an agenda. However, such compromises may be in the offing, for it has just been announced that Mr. Marshall has accepted a Molotov invitation to luncheon on Friday and is taking with him 3 other diplomatic experts, Ambassadors Bedell Smith and Douglas and Consular Boland. This is Merrill Miller in London.
There are several items of particular interest in the news from our own capital. Here they are, wrapped up by Leaf Eade in Washington.
This morning there's a great milling around here about what to do about those high prices. The trouble seems to be that every time somebody looks hard at the problem, his glasses get all fogged up with 1948 politics. Senator Wherry, the Republican whip, this morning calls on President Truman to spell out exactly how he wants to carry out that 10-point cut prices plan if he's not just talking for political purposes. Many Washington observers think there was a good measure of 1948 politics in the president's call for price control. And Senator Taft, now himself a 1948 candidate, wonders whether the administration doesn't really want to see things go on as they are, so there won't be any falling off in the boom so favorable, as he says, to anyone in power. And Taft comes up with his own 8-point plan to satisfy critics in the Republican Party, who've been saying that you can't win elections just by shooting at the president's price control and rationing suggestions. Boiled down, the Taft plan amounts to work harder, eat less, cut down on credit, including FHA housing loans, limit foreign help to countries where we know it'll do some good, and cut taxes. Senator Flanders, a leader among the Republican snipers at Taft, says it's not a bad list, but he still can't see how cutting taxes, a basic Republican Party plank, would stop inflation. Flanders, who also wants rationing of scarce things like meat, says he's for tax relief for lower-income families. Otherwise, in Washington, this morning, the CIO Executive Council meets here to take a stand on the Truman anti-inflation plan. And this morning, a House investigating committee starts looking into the wartime books of the RFC. This is Leaf Eade in Washington.
The commander of ground forces in Japan, General Robert Eichelberger, says that Japan is a reservoir of friendship for the United States because of MacArthur's policy and cooperative efforts between American forces and the Japanese. And, says the general, this reservoir of friendship in Japan might in future years be sufficiently strong to deter any enemy who considered striking at the United States, presumably from that part of the world. In the United States, martial law still exists in Maricopa County of Arizona, where CIO vegetable workers are on strike. The growers and shippers of the Salt River Valley have now refused to negotiate further until the union officials have signed the Taft-Hartley non-communist affidavits. Over the nation, the Midwestern cold snap is moderating, and the milder weather is heading for the northeast. One of the quickest changes, Rochester, Minnesota, from 17 below to 27 above. Now, your announcer.
President Harry S. Truman, ex-President Herbert Hoover, and General Dwight D. Eisenhower are among the leading American citizens who endorse CARE for European Relief. CARE is a non-profit organization through which individual Americans and American groups can send food packages overseas. CARE can send 50,000 packages each day if you and your friends and neighbors will send in your contributions. 10,000 packages are going right now, 5 times as many as can be sent. Orders placed in the United States are airmailed to CARE warehouses overseas, and deliveries are made directly from the warehouses. Signed receipts obtained upon delivery are mailed back to you, frequently accompanied by touching letters of gratitude. You can help by sending $10 to CARE, C-A-R-E, New York City. Your $10 contribution will send over 21 pounds of food into Europe, or you may send $4 to CARE and ensure the delivery of a special package containing 10 pounds of lard. CARE, New York City. Now back to the NBC newsroom.
H.L. Mencken and artist Thomas Hart Benton, neither of whom has ever been accused of being publicity shy, are engaged in a minor controversy over an early painting by the noted artist. Mencken has offered to give an early Benton work to a Baltimore museum if the museum will evaluate it so he can claim income tax deduction. Before the institution could act, artist Benton was heard all the way from Missouri, saying Mencken probably paid about $15 for the work originally, and that about a 50-cent deduction would be right. He also went on to suggest some rich person buy a new and expensive Benton painting to present to the museum. For the moment, the highly articulate Mr. Mencken of Baltimore seems to be silenced by the equally valuable painter from Missouri. That's the story, folks. John Cameron Swayze saying goodbye from the NBC Newsroom in New York.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The story behind the headlines. Every Sunday evening at this time, the National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the American Historical Association, presents Caesar Searchinger in his analysis of the news. In this analysis, Mr. Searchinger draws upon research material especially prepared for these broadcasts by eminent historians. And now, Caesar Searchinger.
Good evening, everybody. For the past 2 weeks, the people of this country have been entertained, thrilled, and sometimes disturbed by an all-star performance in the nation's capital. A parade of movie stars, movie writers, and directors of worldwide reputation have appeared in the role of humble witnesses before the Congressional Committee on Un-American Activities, headed by Representative J. Parnell Thomas of New Jersey, worthy successor to Martin L. Dye. For 1 whole week, the so-called committee witnesses have spread rumor and hearsay accusations against Hollywood colleagues under cover of complete congressional immunity. They damaged reputations, tarnished the good names, impugned the morals of people who depend on these social assets for their living, to an extent not to be measured in dollars. For another week, so-called hostile witnesses have been grilled by examiners to discover their political complexions, party memberships, and personal associations, presumably in an attempt to uncover a sinister conspiracy to overthrow our form of government by subtle propaganda in our films. Nothing was actually proved, but several screenwriters, accused of membership in the Communist Party, firmly refused to answer to the crime of being communists, and are therefore to be cited for contempt of Congress, a measure which may involve imprisonment in a federal jail. Now, no one has denied the right of Congress to investigate anything and everything, and even the right of certain congressmen to bathe in the reflected glamour and popularity of movie stars. But many eminent persons have questioned the motive behind these investigations and denounced the method of conducting them. Is it really within the power of Congress to assume judicial functions without providing the citizen with the judicial safeguards guaranteed him under due process of law? Is it within the power of a committee to compel or coerce a citizen publicly to reveal his political beliefs under a constitution which guarantees everyone freedom of conscience, opinion, and speech? The answer, it seems to me, has been given a few days ago in a most timely and important document entitled "To Secure These Rights," a phrase from the Declaration of Independence, which says, among other things, that a state of near hysteria now threatens to inhibit the freedom of genuine Democrats. This document is the report of the President's Committee on Civil Rights, a body of 15 prominent citizens, headed by Charles E. Wilson, President of the General Electric Company. It has worked on this question of civil rights for nearly a year to see what should be done about enlarging and securing them at this time. The answer is plenty. For while admitting the genuine advances that have been made in protecting civil rights, the committee shows how far short we have fallen in securing the safety of the person, the right to citizenship and its privileges, and the right of equality of opportunity. In this report, for $1 paid to the government printing office, you may read how many people are disfranchised, how many people are lynched and otherwise maltreated, how people are discriminated against on account of race, creed, and national origin, in education, in health services, in opportunities for jobs, etc. Facts and figures that will surprise you and shock you if you really care about our democracy. The committee makes some very interesting recommendations, both for legislation and for administrative reform. First, to strengthen our machinery for the protection of civil rights, both in the nation and the several states. We now rely almost entirely on an overworked FBI for the enforcement of our personal rights. Second, to strengthen the right to safety and security of the person, for instance, laws against police brutality, and to prevent such cruelties as our wartime evacuation of Japanese Americans from the coast. Third, to strengthen our citizenship rights, the right of all people to vote, irrespective of race, color, or national origin, including Negroes in the South, Indians in New Mexico and Arizona, and the unfortunate people, white or colored, who have to live in the District of Columbia. Fourth, to strengthen the right to freedom of conscience and expression. Now, for this, the committee has two specific remedies. One, it wants Congress to force all groups that aim to influence public opinion to come out into the open by registering who they are, what they profess to do, and where their money comes from. And two, it wants Congress and the government to clarify the loyalty obligations of federal employees, to establish standards and procedures that preserve the civil rights of these workers. In other words, to use a fair method or due process of determining a person's loyalty. This means the observation of proper rules of evidence, the right to representation by counsel, to subpoena witnesses and documents, and time and opportunity to appeal. These rules, mind you, are not observed either in the current congressional investigations of alleged un-Americanism or in the loyalty checks carried out by the government, in which an employee can be deprived of his livelihood without even knowing the nature of the charge or being given an opportunity to clear himself. And finally, the committee recommends measures to strengthen the right to equality of opportunity in our democracy, namely by the abolition of all segregation based on race, color, or creed, by prohibiting all forms of discrimination in private employment, in education, in housing covenants, in health services, and in public services generally, especially in the District of Columbia, where Congress controls all civic affairs. Now, this is a large order and a very important one. It requires, first of all, the cooperation of Congress, a cooperation for which recent history does not hold out much hope. For instance, the committee calls for the enactment of an anti-lynching law. 4 such laws have been passed by the House, and 3 were killed in the Senate. A similar fate is likely to overtake the 4th. The committee also calls for the passage of a Permanent Fair Employment Practices Act. Well, just such an act, sponsored by the administration, failed of passage in either house. Further, the committee wants Congress to tighten up laws directed against police brutality and related crimes, to enact new criminal statutes, to prevent involuntary servitude, forced labor. It wants Congress to protect people, this means colored people, in their right to vote at all federal primaries and elections. It wants Congress to end all discrimination and segregation in the armed services, in all interstate transportation, in other words, federally outlaw Jim Crow, and in all publicly owned or supported institutions and places where the government has jurisdiction, as in the District of Columbia. More than that, the committee wants Congress to set up a joint standing committee on civil rights and cooperate in creating a civil rights division in the Department of Justice, with regional offices in 8 cities, and a civil rights division in the FBI. And finally, it recommends civil rights legislation on the part of the several states in matters where the federal government has no jurisdiction. Now, all this sounds pretty formidable, and there is little doubt that such a program will run into difficulties, not only with Congress, but with certain states. The whole complex of questions like states' rights, local autonomy, white supremacy, etc., is sure to be raised. In fact, not much is likely to be accomplished unless the people as a whole, you and me, get behind this historic effort for more human rights, for a greater realization of our heritage of democracy, for another great step on the road to freedom. That is why the committee concludes its remarkable report with a plea for a long-term campaign to educate the American people to a full knowledge of their civil rights and to enlist their full support. Of course, many people are very hazy in their minds about these liberties of ours. Most of them are satisfied to accept the notion that we have a free country and let it go at that. And a free country, to many, is a place where you can do as you like. That concept of America is a relic of pioneer days, an idea that inspired millions of immigrants to seek the freedom and opportunity they lacked in the land of their birth. Actually, however, democracy in this country, as elsewhere, is a thing of slow and sometimes painful growth. Independence from England did not automatically give us these personal rights that Jefferson declared to be natural and inalienable. They were fought for in the course of a revolution that took the double form of a war against England and a struggle against political and social inequalities within the colonies, even after they became states. The United States Constitution, as adopted by the Founding Fathers in 1787, said very little about personal rights. It was the states, or rather the people of the states, that forced the passage of the first 10 amendments, known as the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights specifically forbids the abridgment of certain rights by Congress and the federal government, of which the original 13 states were rather afraid. But the guardianship of these personal rights and liberties was left to the individual states. It was not until the Civil War that curbs were placed on state governments with the passage of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, which gave the Negro his freedom, his citizenship, and his right to vote. That was the culmination of the second period of struggle for the extension of our democracy, a kind of second revolution, with the Jacksonian Democrats and then the abolitionists carrying the torch. But even the 15th Amendment left the manner of voting and the question of eligibility largely to the states. As a result, many Negroes and poor whites have long been unable to vote and still are today. And there is as yet no adequate method to prevent other forms of discrimination, economic and social. There still is a wide gap between our democratic ideals and our performance. We learned that even an equitable franchise is not enough to secure the rights for all. For, as the report says, a democratic majority left unrestrained can be as ruthless and tyrannical as the absolute monarchs of old. So today we have reached yet another moment in our history when our civil rights need to be reviewed. Why particularly now? For one thing, our concept of liberty has broadened. It is no longer enough to have freedom of speech and opinion in the abstract. In a modern state, the problem is how they are to be used and made available to all. The right to freedom of conscience has received a new significance in this ideologically divided world, where men's political beliefs are often supposed to impair their loyalty to the state. Today, too, economic security has come to be as important as security of the person. In fact, it is more often in jeopardy. If discrimination goes unchecked, the livelihood of millions is placed in doubt. And here is another reason why we must act now. Now, as in every world crisis, the rights of individuals are invaded by the state. We had the Alien and Sedition laws at the end of the 18th century, the Espionage Act during the First World War. We had what Jefferson called a Federalist reign of terror against Democrats and Jacobins during the French Revolution. And we had the incredible Red Scare in the early years of the Russian Revolution, with its Palmer raids and its alien deportations. And today we have an anti-communist hysteria that takes the form of witch hunts in government offices, labor unions, and even in Hollywood. But today there is a new circumstance. In World War II, as never before, our own democracy was menaced. At any rate, Americans were aroused to the danger of fascism and Nazism and told how it could happen here. Today, our own democracy is, as it were, internationally on trial for the first time. It is threatened by an ideology claiming to be better, more democratic than ours, while ours is called a tyranny of the many by the wealthy few. But, whatever the merits of that argument, the basic principle of our kind of democracy is individual freedom, while Russian communism exhausts the virtue of the state. The rights and the dignity of the individual citizen have always been sacred with us, and they must be re-emphasized and vindicated today. They must be made secure from attack, both from without and from within. The President's Committee has done a splendid service in reminding us of our danger and our opportunity. Good night.
You have just heard Caesar Searchinger with The Story Behind the Headlines. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.